Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
Lucy, a blonde-haired young woman in the resident stellar spirit mage of Fairy Tale, had just entered the guild building when she saw Wendy sitting at one of the tables reading a book. She decided to talk with the young girl. "How is it, Wendy? Did you get used to the guild?" The young sky dragon slayer looked up from her book and smiled at her friend. "Yes, it's nice here. I'm glad there's a girls' dorm." This came from Charles, a blue and talking female cat wearing a dress. She was Wendy's oldest friend and trusted companion, just like Happy was for Natsu, the fire dragon slayer. "Speaking of it, why doesn't Lucy stay at the dorm?" Wendy asked curiously. "I only heard of its existence recently," Lucy admitted with a defeated voice. "Plus the rent is so expensive, I wouldn't be able to afford it at the moment." Lucy was silently shedding tears at this. Sometimes life really wasn't fair. But just when the two of them wanted to continue their talk, they were interrupted by a shout of, "Oh number." And the sound of large bells ringing could be heard. Lucy and Wendy looked around in confusion. They had no idea what this was all about until Natsu appeared from a corner of the guild along with some other mages. Apparently not everyone was completely clueless about the bells. "When the bell is ringing, this means," Natsu exclaimed excitedly. Even the normally stoic Gray was visibly excited, muttering a happy, "Don't tell me," to himself. The people on the main street outside heard the bells as well, and they reacted immediately by retreating into their homes. "Guildarts returned," Natsu shouted, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Returned," Happy added. "Well, happily." "Guildarts?" Wendy asked, turning towards Lucy in the hope of answers. The blonde girl looked at Wendy with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "I've never seen him before too. But they say he's the strongest wizard of Fairy Tale." "Whoa," the young dragon slayer said. She was curious to see just what kind of person this Guildarts was. It was only now that the two of them noticed that everyone else in the guild had started celebrating like crazy. "What's this about? It's like it's a festival or something." Lucy muttered more to herself than anyone else. But Murajan, a former S-rank magician of the guild, overheard her and answered her question. "It can't be helped that they're excited, Lucy. After all, it's been 3 years since Guildarts' return." 3 years? What has he been doing all that time?" Lucy shouted, unable to contain her surprise. Murajan only chuckled a little. "Because of work, of course. You know that there are SS-rank missions, which are even above the S-rank mission you went with Natsu, Gray and Urza a while back. And above that there are the so-called 10 years missions, which take at least a minimum of 10 years to be completed if you're extremely talented." At this, Lucy's eyes were already as wide as saucers, and the big end had yet to come. "What Guildarts does is even above those. Guildarts has just returned from a 100-year mission." "A 100 years mission? Do you mean that this mission has been going on for the last 100 years? A rumble interrupted the group, when suddenly walls started to rise from the ground of the city along the main street. The people had already evacuated, so there was now one very wide road with high walls at the side connecting the city entrance with Fairy Tale. No way. What the hell is this?" Whenever Lucy thought Fairy Tale couldn't get any crazier, something like this happened. "It's for safety measures," Murajan said with her ever-present smile. "Guildarts uses a magic that reduces everything he touches to rubble, so he sometimes smashes private houses when he's not careful." "Whoa, that's amazing, isn't it, Charles?" Wendy asked with stars shining in her eyes. "Yeah, amazingly stupid," the blue cat muttered. In her opinion, most of Fairy Tale's mages were lunatics, a statement most people would tend to agree. Slowly a figure could be seen approaching the guild. The form of a large man wrapped in a tattered black cloak and with a duffel bag slung over his shoulders came into view, and happy exclamations of, "Here he is," and, "He's really back," could be heard coming from the guild members. Then they could finally see the strongest mage of Fairy Tale, Guildarts cried. He was at least 6 feet tall, dwarfing most of the other guild members. His deep brown hair was spiked backwards and a short beard covered the lower half of his face. A face that currently held a heavy scowl. The man walked into the guild and looked around, his scowl only deepening. "Welcome back," Murajan cheerfully greeted, not disturbed the slightest by the expression on Guildarts' face. The man approached Murajan and looked at her with rather dismissing eyes. "Miss, I'm pretty sure that there was a guild called Fairy Tale somewhere around here." "You're right there. This is Fairy Tale, and I am Murajan." The man only raised an eyebrow. "Mira." Suddenly his whole personality did a completely 180. His eyes widened and a remarkably stupid grin spread across his face as he looked alternately at Murajan and at the guild with the eyes of a child in a toy store. "You look so different. Oh, and our guild has been renewed." Lucy only sweat dropped at that remark since she couldn't believe the supposedly strongest mage of fairy tale had missed the gigantic sign at the front of the building. The happy reunion was interrupted when suddenly Natsu charged at Gildarts while loudly shouting, "Gildarts!" The man looked up and immediately recognized the familiar patch of pink hair. "Oh, Natsu. Long time no see. Fight me, Gildarts." The mage known as Salamander swung a fist at the cloak-wearing newcomer, but it never connected. With a grin, Gildarts just swatted at Natsu and sent him straight into the ceiling while saying, "Maybe later, Natsu," much to the shock of a certain stellar spirit. It was rare to see Natsu so heavily outclassed. But Natsu wasn't offended the slightest. A look of pure admiration could be seen on the young man's face. "Why, you're so strong. You haven't changed, old man." Gray greeted. Elfman, Mirajan's younger brother, also couldn't help but to welcome the long-lost mage. "You're a real man," and that meant something coming from Elfman. "Well, there are some faces I have never seen before. This place has changed a lot," Gildarts said while looking at the present guild members and the new building alike. Nevertheless, a true smile spread across his face. "Gildarts." The brown-haired mage turned around and his eyes widened in surprise. "Master." Makarov, the guild master of Fairy Tail, sat on his usual place on the counter. His normal fun-loving self was replaced by the man who had earned his title as one of the strongest mages alive. With a serious expression he looked at Gildarts. "How was the mission?" he simply asked. Gildarts sheepishly scratched the back of his head with his right hand while laughing loudly. "Nope, sorry, I'm not good enough for it." Everyone in the guild besides the master was stunned. Just what was the 100 years mission, that even the strongest member of Fairy Tail could not successfully complete it? "I see, so even you couldn't do it," Makarov said quietly while looking down, apparently in deep thought. "Sorry for leaving a stain on your name." Gildarts apologized. He felt genuinely sorry for failing his guild. But Makarov just shook his head. "Don't worry about that. It's good to see you came back unharmed. As far as I know, you're the first person to come back from it." Gildarts sighed, happy that he had been forgiven. But when he spoke up again, he became all serious again. "Master, while I'd like to go home and rest for now, there's something I need to tell you. Something of great importance." Everyone in the guild perked up at this. What could the strongest mage of Fairy Tail be talking about that even he considered it important enough to wait no longer than necessary to tell the master? "When I was on my way back to the guild, I found a battlefield. Apparently someone had been hired to exterminate a demon tribe that had settled in the area. When I reached the site, the whole tribe had already been wiped out by one person. A young boy, probably not even 16 years old, had done it all by himself. And the magic I felt on the battlefield made even me feel weary of this person." If everyone was stunned from the 100-year mission, they were completely flabbergasted by this revelation. A boy strong enough to make Gildarts weary. That was indeed rare. The master, however, remained calm and merely raised an eyebrow. "And we both know that there are a handful of mages just as strong as you, perhaps even stronger. Who is it anyway? He should have been easy to identify if he was so young." "That's the problem, master. I didn't recognize him, nor was he on any of the wanted lists. I checked every possible resource I could find. No one has ever seen this mage before. And the damage he caused rivaled my own magic. To say I was intrigued would be an understatement. I tried talking to him, wanted to know what guild he was from. And this is the news I have for you." Gildarts' voice was dead serious. "I have confirmed the existence of the Dark Guild, Konoha." At this revelation, even the master couldn't keep his cool. The eyes of the old man widened and the grip on his walking stick hardened so much that his knuckles turned white. With a tone that almost bordered on a light panic attack, he asked Gildarts how sure he was of this. "I am afraid it is true." The young man cailed himself, Maelstrom, and wore a headband with a leaf insignia engraved on it. His movements were those of an experienced warrior. As for his battle prowess, Gildarts reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a roughly 2-foot-long package out of it and tossed it to the master, who immediately unraveled it. Inside were the remains of a human arm. The sight made some of the guild members with a weaker stomach want to throw up, and even Urza, the battle-hardened warrior, visibly paled at the sight. "I was too reckless. I had just returned from the failed mission and wanted to lessen my shame by capturing one of Konoha's mages. However, I severely underestimated the boy. When I challenged him, we were on equal footing for a while, even though my wounds from the mission had not yet healed. Thus I realized he was holding back. He didn't want to hurt me, but when I started getting serious, so did he. He caught me off guard, and I paid for it with my arm. With a single attack, he made sure that my left arm would never be able to use magic again. I had to sever it before the infection spread. The attack was that dangerous." When Makarov carefully investigated the arm, the silence in the room finally broke. Loud chatter erupted and everyone wanted to know just what this dark guild, Konoha, was. Master, what is this, Konoha, guild you were talking about? I have never heard of them before. Murajan asked and voiced everyone's opinion on this. Even Natsu, who had finally dislodged himself from the ceiling, was curious. Makarov sighed heavily as he returned the arm to Guildarts after rewrapping it. Konoha is the name of a rumored guild that is said to have appeared around a year ago. At first no one truly knew of their existence. It only became known to certain high-ranking mages when scouts discovered a forest where no forest should have been. The scouts entered the forest but they were attacked by highly skilled combat mages. Only one of the scouts survived to tell the tale, the rest was mercilessly defeated and killed. While no one knew anything about the combat mages or why they had attacked the scouts, the survivor had managed to secure an object, a headband with a leaf insignia. Ever since this day the rumors of Konoha have become more and more frequent, but without any other true sightings, the rumors stayed rumors. No one ever managed to penetrate the forest since strong illusionary spells had been casted upon it by an unknown source, hiding the very location of the forest from even the eyes of our best mages. Thus the forest has been named as the Forest of Haze, and no mage was allowed to approach it without permission from the council. The old mage looked at the gathered mages of his guild. But now that Guildarts has seen another member of them, we can only assume that Konoha does exist, and that they are on the move. I'll have to report this. And I wouldn't be surprised when soon another joint mission came up. That's why every member of Fairy Tail should remain alert. And by no means you are to attack those bearing the leaf insignia. Is this understood? Yes, master. The gathered mages shouted in unison. But some of them weren't that uninterested in meeting one of these so-called Konoha mages. Especially Natsu, who was always eager to test his strength against new opponents, couldn't wait to meet a mage who made even the master and Guildarts cautious. Urza was preparing herself for the inevitable. She knew that in the case of another joined mission she would be sent along. And if she had to fight a mage on the level of Guildarts, she had to be prepared. The news Fairy Tail had received had spread like a wildfire. Soon the other guilds heard of it, and not even 3 days later the High Council had gathered to discuss the matter. Little did they know that in a hazy forest things were also getting interesting. Unknown location. Behind an imposing desk sat a lone man with silver-gray hair that seemed to defy gravity. The lower half of his face was covered by a black face mask. A black headband with a metal plate was wrapped around his head in a way that covered his left eye as well, leaving only his right eye visible. Said right eye was currently close in deep thought. The silver-haired Cyclops addressed the other man in the room. He stood on the other side of the desk and had short brown hair. His face was framed by a metallic construct that replaced that standard headband. Both the men were wearing a green flak jacket with a red swirl on the back, a clear sign that they belonged to the same military. So they finally found out, huh? I am afraid so, Hokage-sama. But it was only a matter of time. We needed the income, and all our members can only hide for so long. We need the money since our economy is still adjusting to the recent changes. But I am sure that as long as our barrier masters can uphold the illusion we will be safe. The young man answered. The one addressed as Hokage-sama sighed heavily. He never should have accepted this job. But alas, it was better him than Danzo. But we should recall our forces for now. We can't risk one of them getting captured. We do not know the full extent of the abilities our possible enemies possess. I'll trust you with this mission. You are to leave immediately. The one-eyed man held up a file. In this file is a list of the shinobi currently outside. Gather them all before you return and don't send them back one by one. It might be more dangerous to travel in a larger group, but I don't want to take any chances. Dismissed. The brown-haired man vanished and left the other man to sigh rather loudly once again. It was nothing short of a miracle the village hadn't collapsed by now, after all what had happened. The attack of the Akatsuki leader Pain, and afterwards. The Hokage interrupted this line of thought. Dwelling on the past would do him no good at this point. A knock could be heard from the door, and after a soft, enter, it opened. In came a beautiful young woman with short pink hair, dressed in a sleeveless red shirt and black form-fitting pants. Striking green eyes looked at the man behind the desk. Hokage-sama, I've heard you are recalling the reconnaissance shinobi you sent out. Why is that? Has something happened? The silver-haired man looked at the pink-haired girl with a slightly drooped eye. How many times do I have to tell you, Sakura? You don't have to call me Hokage-sama, it makes me feel old. The pink-haired girl called Sakura just laughed. Sorry Kakashi-sensei, but sometimes I just can't resist. But anyways, what's Yamato-san's mission about? I'm afraid the existence of our village has been discovered after all. It was only a matter of time, really, but I had hoped Konoha would remain secret for just a while longer. We can't let the secrets of our village get revealed to the world. The Magic Council would either exploit us in any way they can or exterminate us. Unfortunately, the rumors of the Dark Guild, Konoha, as they call us, have been proven as correct. As far as the reports say, a mage of Fairy Tail has spotted one of our shinobi exterminating a pack of demons. I just hope Yamato can gather them before they are attacked by those so-called guilds. Some of their mages possess abilities that even cage-level shinobi cannot perform, although they are normally very specialized and physically weak. But the last thing we need is an all-out war with the mages of this country. Sakura's mood instantly dropped when Kakashi spoke about the possibility of a war. It was only natural, the invasion of pain was still fresh in her mind, and some of her closest friends were out there and far away from the safety of the village. Who sent you the message, Kakashi-sensei? The one the mages spotted is in the most dangerous position of our shinobi, and if it's someone who isn't suited for fighting large groups. The famous eye smile of Kakashi appeared. Don't worry, Sakura, we had at least some luck considering just who they saw. They spotted the strongest of the shinobi we sent out, and the only person from the village who could best me in a battle. Sakura looked up. You mean? Yes, it's time for Naruto to come home. In thoughts, however, Kakashi added something that just wouldn't disappear from his mind. I just hope Naruto doesn't do anything stupid until Yamato finds him. Knowing him, he could directly march into the enemy's stronghold without even noticing it. With Naruto. The wind blew gently across the lands as a single person walked down the road. His crimson-red cloak with black flames at the bottom occasionally flapped when a strong gust of wind came up. The black and orange overall under the cloak was slightly worn out from the long traveling. Spiky blonde hair partially covered his black headband now since he hadn't gotten the time to cut his hair lately. His cerulean blue eyes observed everything around him, nothing escaping his gaze. But the most striking feature of this young man were the 3 whisker-like scars he had on each of his cheeks. This young man was the strongest shinobi of Konogakure no Sato and the new Toad Sage of Mount Myobokuzen. His name, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the Yondaime Hokage, student of the Rokudaime and apprentice of Jiraiya of the Sannin. The young sage had continued to travel across the lands after running into a mage from the famous guild Fairy Tail. Absent-mindedly, the blonde shinobi flexed his left hand, which was tightly wrapped in bandages. The bandages were red at some spots and indicated that the wounds had been bleeding heavily when he had treated himself. The wizard had been strong, and considering just how hurt he had been. I guess I'm lucky I had the advantage. If we had both been fully healed, none of us would have walked away with so little injuries. In fact, I'm sure that I might have been forced to kill him if I wanted to survive. But then again, that's without calculating in the Kyuubi's powers. Oi, Naruto! A voice suddenly called out. Naruto turned around. The person knew his name, and considering that Naruto had failed to sense the person's presence, it was probably a ninja. Thus he didn't have to take a fighting stance. The only ninja in the area were the shinobi from Konoha. Naruto sighed. Would they ever be able to return home? The red-cloaked shinobi was forced to interrupt his musings when the unknown person was coming closer. A small cloud of dust rose from the ground, and the newcomer waved at Naruto lazily. The person in front of Naruto was a young man with black hair which was pulled backwards in a single short ponytail, a style that had earned him the nickname, Pineapple Head. A lazy expression seemed to be permanently etched onto his face, and the almost never-smiling mouth currently held a still-smoking cigarette between its lips. Hey Shikamaru, fancy meeting you here. What are you doing here? I thought you were sent further to the east. The young man named Shikamaru took a deep breath from his cigarette and calmly exhaled the smoke, but remained considerate enough not to blow the smoke into Naruto's face. I was, but once I had finished I decided to look for the others. I have some unpleasant news, I'm afraid. Naruto looked defeated. Great, more bad news. Kakashi-sensei is going to have a heart attack if it goes on like that. It's bad enough the guilds discovered our existence because I ran into one of Fairy Tail's mages. Shikamaru groaned and covered his face with his left hand. Some days you really should stay in bed. Mendokus. Just what we need. I've found out that a group of selected mages recently defeated Oracion Cease, one of the strongest dark guilds in the area. And with them gone, they are free to concentrate on us. Really, just great. He took another calming breath of his tobacco stick and exhaled loudly. Naruto just looked at his comrade with sympathy. Naruto knew that Shikamaru had recently been promoted to the position of the second chief strategist in the ninja forces, and he was only on this mission because the paperwork hadn't been processed yet. Shikamaru was no frontline fighter, his family's special techniques were for support and delay tactics, not direct combat. Yet Shikamaru had an unrivaled analytical mind, a mind so great it allowed him to fight even S-rank criminals on equal grounds. So, what should we do? Should we try to find the other ones? The messenger toad I sent to Kakashi-sensei told me that he would send someone to gather us, but if we work together it should go faster. Shikamaru thought about Naruto's suggestion for a minute. No, we should remain at a fixed location for now. Yamato is no tracker, and even if he finds Neji first his chances of finding us will shrink if we are on the move. Besides, we have no idea just where exactly the others are. We were only told the quadrants we'd be operating in, remember Naruto? The blonde shinobi grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. What could he say? He was no thinker. Sure, he could come up with amazing strategies in battle, but that were mostly spur-of-the-moment things. He was glad Shikamaru was good in these things. I guess we should head to the next town then. Any idea how far it is? Shikamaru asked. I'm not sure. I think the next town is only 2 to 3 hours away though. Shikamaru rolled with his eyes. Mendokus, have you still not memorized your area? Where is your map? Do you at least know what the city is called? Naruto's face crunched in concentration. I lost the map in the battle. And I think it was called Magagolia or something. Quote ellipsis. I guess that's at least better than nothing. Any known magic guilds there? I don't think so. Naruto answered hesitantly. He really should have studied the map better beforehand. Every shinobi only had a small but accurate map of the areas they were assigned to. Thus Shikamaru had to trust Naruto for this. Quote ellipsis. Fine then, lead the way. Little did the two shinobi know that Naruto had just started leading them to the very town where the most notorious guild of Earthland resided, Magnolia. And neither did the mages of Fairy Tail know what kind of trouble was heading their way. And Yamato was still far away. And back in Konoha, Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. He really hated having accepted this job sometimes. Deep in thought, Sakura walked through the village. The people were like always. Chattering, laughing, living, everything looked like it always did, and yet so many things had changed ever since this fateful day. The day Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, wielder of the legendary Rinnegan, had attacked the village of Konoha. He had come like the wind, completely unexpected and had attacked them without mercy. A whole ninja village, the strongest of the 5, had been unable to defeat a single man. Well, considering that Pain had used several dead bodies, that point was debatable. And yet, Sakura shuddered when she remembered the pure, unadulterated power the man had possessed. With but a single gesture the whole village had been reduced to nothing but rubble. And then he had come. Naruto. Her teammate and best friend, though she would never say that out loud. He had done what had seemed impossible. He had defeated the man who had called himself a god. A man, who had wielded what almost appeared like the powers of God. Sakura-san, are you alright? Sakura's head shot up when she realized that someone was talking to her. She had been so much lost in thought that she hadn't even been looking where she was going. When Sakura looked up she saw a by now familiar face. Not that there are many people with blue hair in Konoha anyways. Are you not well, Sakura-san? You seem a little distressed. Sakura smiled a little. Who would have thought that she would talk to this person 1 year ago? So much had happened since this day. No, I'm alright, but thanks for your concern. Conan-san. Magnolia, Fairy Tail. I'm bored, Natsu complained loudly. His head rested on the table while an occasional sigh escaped his lips. The Dragon Slayer of Fire sat at a table in the Fairy Tail building together with Lucy, Gray, Juvia and Wendy. The Stellar Spirit Mage sighed, annoyance evident on her face. Drop it Natsu, and for the last time, we are not going out to look for a member of Konoha. The Master forbid it, remember. She's right Natsu. Gray, the Ice Mage of Fairy Tail, added. We've barely won against Oracion Cease. You shouldn't be so eager to throw your life away. Quote ellipsis. At least I'm not throwing my clothes away. Natsu muttered. Everyone turned their heads to look at Gray, who was, once again, clad in only his boxers. They no longer wondered about it. Craziness was apparently one of the criteria to join Fairy Tail. Crap, I did it again. Oh well, it's not like I care about it anyways. I don't care what Gigi says. I wanna fight some strong guys, and that Maelstrom guy was just as strong as Gildarts. And if I beat him, everybody would be happy. Natsu had raised his head from the table and looked at his friends. At least he wasn't sulking anymore. I wonder about that, Lucy muttered. I mean, what do we know about Konoha anyways? What have they done to be considered as a dark guild? Exterminating demons doesn't really sound evil if you ask me. The group hummed collectively. It was Wendy who spoke up again first. Well, we do know that some of them killed the scouts that had entered the forest. And that, Maelstrom, guy really hurt Gildarts-san. If they were good guys they wouldn't do things like that. Not necessarily. Juvia knows that sometimes you are forced to do things you don't like to do. Perhaps they had no choice. Yeah, but still, you don't have to kill people just because you don't want them to go somewhere, Juvia, Lucy answered hesitantly. It was hard to say someone was evil when you knew next to nothing about them. Silence returned to their table, a stark contrast to the rest of the guild which was bristling with excitement. Though there were occasional discussions about Konoha, most mages had decided to drop the matter. The master had said not to interfere, and he wouldn't tolerate anything else. And yet every one of them had the feeling that it wouldn't be the last time they had heard from this mysterious dark guild. Konoha. Conan had taken Sakura to a small dango restaurant so the two of them could have something to eat. Once they had ordered, the two of them had chosen to sit on a bench in a nearby park. It was still a little strange for Sakura to walk or even talk with the former S-class missing nin. But despite the prejudice and ill will Conan had received when she had first come to the village, the paper master had preserved and had slowly been accepted. Of course Conan was no longer walking around in her black Akatsuki cloak, she had that much common sense luckily. Instead she now wore a short blue combat kimono with metallic bracers on her shins and forearms. Around her left arm was a forehead protector, but it didn't bear the leaf symbol. It was a scratched-aim forehead protector, the same she had been carrying ever since she had joined the Akatsuki. And just like Naruto would always keep the forehead protector he had received from Iruka, so would Conan keep the forehead protector she had gotten together with Nagato and Yahiko. What were you thinking about, Sakura-san? You looked like you were lost in your own little world. Conan asked the pink-haired shinobi. Sakura turned to Conan and hesitated a bit. She had gotten to know the origami ninja through Naruto after the whole Earthland disaster, as it had been dubbed. Sure, they somehow got along, but Sakura still had a little trouble being open around the elder ninja. Well, I've just been thinking about Konoha. Everyone acts like nothing is wrong. But how can they? We're not even in the same world anymore. We're trapped in this stupid forest like a caged animal, and the only time shinobi are allowed to leave is when they go on scouting and income missions. And I'm not really suited for either one of them. Conan simply nodded, her features as cool as always. I can understand your worries. But look a little closer, Sakura-san. The people are not ignoring the fact that they are trapped in a different dimension far from home. They just try to put the fear behind them, to assure their loved ones that everything is alright. Because if everyone was constantly worrying, the fear of the unknown would never leave their hearts. Sakura thought of Conan's words and looked up at the blue sky. It looked just like the sky at home. And yet it was so different. Sakura was unable to keep the sadness she felt out of her voice. Conan-san, do you think we'll ever return home? Do you really think we'll find a way to summon this gigantic magic once again? I honestly don't know, Sakura-san. But let's just believe that Naruto-san will find a way. If anyone can save this village, it's him. He already did it once, didn't he? Just like he saved Nagato. I will believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato's voice had been raspy and weak. But the eyes of the Rakuto Sennin's descendant had never been fuller of life. A technique that surpassed even the boundaries of life and death. That was the true extent of Nagato's power. But it had come at a heavy price. Nagato had already been exhausted when he had used his powers to restore the lives of the Konoha citizens he had killed. Perhaps it had been the same power that had attracted the giant vortex in the sky that had appeared shortly afterwards. Conan had been headed towards a megacure to bury Nagato and Yahiko when it appeared. The space-time magic, anima. No one in the elemental nations had ever seen something like this. And Konoha had still been in complete disarray when it had struck. Even Conan and Naruto, who had been a few miles away from the city, had been sucked in, just like the ninja who were on their way back to Konoha. But what was anima? And why had it taken them to this strange world? In the year the shinobi had been stuck in Earthland, all they had managed to find out was a name. But what was its purpose? Where did it come from? And who controlled it? These questions had been put on a hold for a while. After the initial confusion, a new Hokage had to be elected since Tsunade had been in a coma at the time. Conan was sure, if the old war hawk Danzo had been elected, she wouldn't be here now. But she had been lucky. Without the daimyo the Jonin had voted, and since they had been facing an unknown crisis they didn't want to trust an old man who might just die before the village was completely rebuilt. The first weeks had been tough. They had hidden the village in a forest the only Mokudan user of Konoha had created, a feat that had left him exhausted for a week, and the spies they had sent out had soon discovered that they were no longer in the elemental nations and that not shinobi but mages were fulfilling most of the jobs ninja did where Konoha had come from. Konan had been placed under arrest due to her connection with the Akatsuki, but since Naruto had stood up for her, they hadn't treated her too badly, especially since every strong ninja was more than welcome given the new circumstances. After all, even though the whole village had just been sucked through a gigantic portal in the sky didn't change the fact that Naruto had saved the village from pain, and heroes tend to have some privileges. It had taken a lot of effort for the villagers and shinobi to rebuild their homes, but thanks to a certain wood user it had gone faster than normally. And just when Kakashi decided to send out emissaries to the cities of their new home, disaster had struck. Danzu's private army, Root, had assassinated some people who had been trying to scout the new forest. The situation had turned from bad to grave. There was no way a government would trust an unknown militia after that stunt. Kakashi had tried to have Danzo arrested, but the old veteran had managed to slip away, taking at least 24 Root ninja along with him. No one knew where he was hiding now, but they doubted they had seen him for the last time. But the damage was already done. Kakashi, the Rokudaime Hokage, had been forced to order the barrier master to cast an incredible strong illusion over the village and the forest, making them impassable for any outsider. It had worked so far, but without any income they would have been unable to afford seeds and livestock. So they had begun to send out undercover shinobi. They took missions normally reserved for mages. But they had to be careful. Too many shinobi popping up at the same time were bound to attract attention. It had worked fine so far. That is, until Sakura told Konan that Naruto had managed to get their cover blown. I wonder what the future holds. If things take a turn to the worse, there will be a war. Kakashi-sensei said that while we hold the advantage in numbers, this only applies as long as we face about 2 or 3 guilds. If the whole magic force of the country attacks us, we're toast. Some of the mages here are on a level comparable to a Sannin. Sakura explained. She had tried to hide tea, but she was really worried. Especially since some of her friends were still out there. I'm afraid there isn't much we can do, Sakura-san. The Magic Council wouldn't simply accept us as a normal guild, especially when they hear that we're basically assassins. A lifelong imprisonment would probably be the best outcome. And if we choose to fight, we'll just become what everyone else already thinks we are. And once blood has been spilt, the hatred will grow. This is the vicious cycle of war Nagato had tried to end. The two kunoichi continued to sit on the bench, their thoughts focused on the unknown future. Would Konoha be alright? Would they ever find a way home? Or was this where Konoha would finally fall? Please be alright, Naruto. Sakura whispered softly. After all, in times like these a hero was needed more than anything. Magnolia, entrance. Finally, we're here. I hadn't thought my guess would be that far off. Naruto. And that's a very big if we ever go on another mission together. I will never allow you to contribute anything to the mission but the fulfillment of your orders. Is that clear? 2 figures stood at the gates of the lively town of Magnolia. While one of them had sun-kissed blonde and spiky hair, the other one had black hair that was held up in a single, thick ponytail, giving his head the appearance of a pineapple. And currently, the one with the pineapple hairdo was seriously pissed. His companion had said that the city they had just reached was perhaps 3 or 4 away. Oh, they would have reached the city in that time. If they were as fast as the famed, Yellow Flash, of Konoha. It had taken them 6 hours of almost non-stop running to reach the city of Magnolia, and Shikamaru was slightly pissed that Naruto had no idea about the geography of his assigned area. Hey, I already said I was sorry. Besides, I never had to plan things like that. Eros Sennin was the one who did the planning, I just tagged along on the training trip. Just stop being so troublesome and let's find a place where we can get something to eat. I'm starving. Another reason why I want to get home. Now the only place where I can get ramen is in Konoha. Ah, sweet Ichiraku ramen. How long has it been? Shikamaru delivered a light punch to the back of Naruto's head, returning the Toad Sage's consciousness from his dream world back to reality. Quit it, Naruto. Seriously, this no longer a case of liking the food, you're addicted. The two shinobi began their search for a restaurant or at least a market where they would be able to buy something to fill their growling stomachs. But since they didn't want to draw attention to themselves they had to do it normally, and that took its time. Unfortunately their search proved rather fruitless, and after half an hour of searching they were still as hungry as before. Shikamaru. I can't take this anymore. I'm starving. Naruto whined. You're not the only one who's hungry, Naruto, so quit your whining. Mendokus. Where the hell can we find something to eat in this town? Naruto's and Shikamaru's silent prayers were answered in the form of what Naruto would later describe as the silver-haired angel carrying salvation bringing food at the side of a demon. Translated, this meant that Mirajan and her younger brother Elfman were currently walking down the street, in their hands bags filled with food. The guild had run out of some supplies, and since Mirajan was the one responsible for the bar, she had volunteered to do some grocery shopping. Elfman, who would never allow a woman to do the man's job of carrying the heavy bags, accompanied her. Thus an interesting meeting was about to happen. Shikamaru, do you see that? Food. There is food in this town. Naruto exclaimed exuberantly. His mouth had already begun to water when his eyes fell on some noodles he spotted in one of the bags. Mirajan and Elfman were quite confused at the sight. They had never seen those two young men, but they were obviously hungry. Being the kind-hearted soul she was, Mirajan approached the two of them, choosing to talk to the one who was not dancing a happy dance. Excuse me, but are you two all right? You seem to be lost. My name is Mirajan, and you are. Shikamaru eyed the young woman in front of him carefully. His sharp mind analyzed both her and the intimidating-looking man behind her. Said man was eyeing the two shinobi as well. It was clear that he would protect the woman if anything happened. His body language was as clear as day for Shikamaru. But why did the two of them set off so many alarm bells in the back of Shikamaru's head? The name's Shikamaru, and well, we're not really lost. We just got here and were looking for something to eat, but our search proved rather fruitless till now. And just ignore Naruto over there, he gets a little weird without his noodle soup. Well, my brother and I just came back from shopping. Why don't you come with us to our guild? I'm sure the master wouldn't mind if you two just ate a meal there. And now Shikamaru's danger sense had just gone into overdrive. A guild. The two of them were mages, that was why he had felt so uncomfortable. They hadn't noticed yet that he and Naruto were from Konoha. Now, if Shikamaru could just talk him and his partner out of this situation. Really? We can get food. Awesome. Let's go Shikamaru. And thank you so much Mirajan-chan. How can we ever repay you? With a jump Naruto had landed between Mirajan and Shikamaru, smiling at the silver-haired woman with the deepest gratitude he could muster. Mirajan smiled in return and looked at the blonde sunshine called Naruto. And immediately froze when she saw the headband with the leaf symbol, hidden behind the blonde-haired boy's locks. They are from Konoha. Elfman saw his sister freeze and noticed it as well. He wasted no time and leapt at the blonde, his right arm already transforming into the arm of a mighty beast. Naruto almost missed the attack since he wasn't prepared for an assault, but his honed ninja reflexes kicked in at the last second, making him dodge the attack with a backflip. Hey, what was that for? Are you crazy or something? Naruto shouted angrily. Silence you villain. A man should never do evil. I, Elfman of Fairy Tail, will punish you. Elfman answered loudly. The thought that his opponent could be very dangerous or that the master had forbidden them to engage any members of Konoha in combat was promptly forgotten. Seriously, just what the hell is wrong with this guy? Naruto shouted while dodging Elfman's monstrous fights. Without Sage Mode his punches weren't nearly as effective as this guy's, and while Naruto had discovered that he could keep Sage Mode longer in this world, it also took longer to synchronize for him. And this was pretty much impossible while dodging Elfman's furious fists. But while Elfman was stronger, Naruto was faster. The sage used his superior speed to kick his opponent in the back, sending him flying into, or rather through, a house. Naruto wasted no time and hurried after his opponent, leaving Shikamaru to deal with Mirajan. Damn, we've attracted way too much attention, Shikamaru muttered under his breath. Shortly after Elfman's outburst Mirajan had opted to attack him with pretty decent hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, the citizens had of course noticed the battle and were fleeing the scene. This was bound to alert the other members of the guild in no time. Shikamaru calculated that they probably had less than 5 minutes before enemy reinforcements appeared. After another clash Shikamaru and Mirajan separated, the latter threateningly glaring at the lazy genius. What do you want in this town, Konoha mages? Are you so arrogant that you think the two of you could take out the whole guild of Fairy Tail? Shikamaru chuckled. To be honest, we just wanted to grab a bite. Naruto over there is pretty bad with memorizing a map though, so we had no idea that you guys were in this town. Now that I think about it, I'll have to make sure Naruto gets punished for being so stupid. Always dragging me into such messes. Mirajan was a little unsettled at how calm her enemy seemed. Was he that sure of his own strength? Or was he trying to catch her off guard? Either way, the former S-rank magician wouldn't let them get away. But it was too late. Shikamaru had gathered the chakra he needed and only formed a quick hand seal to use his technique on his unsuspecting victim. Kage Shibari no Jutsu, success. The black-haired Chunin smirked. His opponent hadn't noticed that he had positioned himself in front of the sun during their short fight. Now he only had to wait for Naruto to finish his opponent, which hopefully wouldn't take too long, and then they could make their escape. Perhaps Naruto could summon a frog for them to flee with, even though it took almost twice the amount than back on their world. Well, at least it still worked at all. What kind of spell is this? I can't move at all. Murajan exclaimed. Damn, I let my guard down. I hope Elfman is alright. His opponent looked more like a fighter than this one. Looking for any way to escape the technique, Murajan looked frantically around, until her eyes saw something strange. Is this a shadow? I'm not surprised you realized it this quickly. I can tell you have lots of battle experience. Shikamaru calmly said. This spell, as you call it, is my family's special technique. Only the members of the Nara clan know how to perform it. As for how it works, I'm not that stupid to actually explain you how it works. Let's just say I could do more than simply hold you, though I don't plan to use these techniques. Shikamaru really hoped she wouldn't see through his fake confidence. He could feel that this woman was way stronger than she looked, and if she got serious he'd be at a disadvantage. Especially since he was no front fighter and this girl seemed to specialize in direct assaults. But I also know you're trying to think of a way to stall time long enough for your friends to arrive. And that you're probably considering using your full power to break through my cage, Shibari, but you're cautious since you don't know how strong I really am. Murajan was shocked. This young man was reading her like an open book. Was this part of his magic too? She couldn't allow herself to look intimidated. So you're just planning on standing there. You seem pretty sure that your blonde friend is able to beat my brother. Shikamaru frowned. I'm not sure that Naruto can beat your brother, I know he can. After all, he's one of the, if not the strongest warrior of Konoha. I seriously doubt anything but a whole guild could stop him. I'm surprised you haven't heard of him. Didn't one of your guild members fight with him? One of our guild members? Murajan asked out loud. Who could he be talking about? The answer hit her like a ton of bricks. There was only one mage of fairy tale who had fought against a wizard from Konoha. The words of guild arts echoed through her mind as she realized the danger her brother was in. The young man called himself Maelstrom, and wore a headband with a leaf insignia engraved on it. Naruto. Maelstrom. You can write the name with kanji for Maelstrom. Does that mean that blonde boy is the mage that took Gildart's arm? Murajan was horrified. Elfman might have gotten stronger, but he was nowhere ready to fight an opponent of that caliber. And her horror only grew when Shikamaru chuckled. That Naruto. He always tells us that his name doesn't mean fishcake, but Maelstrom. I guess that Gildart's person was the first one to actually understand the name correctly. And if my estimations are correct, said Maelstrom should come back around. Now. And just as Shikamaru said the word, now, a wall besides Murajan burst open and a large figure stepped through it. At first glance Murajan thought that perhaps Elfman had managed to escape or even catch the blonde by surprise, but her hopes quickly disappeared when she saw that it was not one large figure, but two, and the smaller one was carrying the larger one over his shoulder. Murjane couldn't help but to fear for her brother when she stared at the mage called Maelstrom. His eyes. They had changed. They were no longer blue, but golden with long rectangular eye slits. You even used Sage Mode, Naruto. Was he that tough? Shikamaru asked in surprise. Naruto shook his head as he dropped Elfman to the ground. Nah, I just wanted to conserve my energy. I had to use some clones, but I managed to go into Sage Mode before the guy could deal damage to me. But his magic was kinda creepy. I mean, first his arms mutated and then the rest as well. It FWAS like a cursed seal all over again. No time to complain, Naruto, we have to get out of here. Their friends will probably arrive soon, and I can't hold my cage Shibari much longer. So please cover our escape, okay? Yeah, just because you're higher ranked than me doesn't mean you can order me around, Shikamaru. Naruto muttered while preparing for a jutsu. Actually, it means just that, Naruto. And for your idiocy alone I'm considering asking Hokage-sama to assign you D-rank missions for the next month. Naruto paled at that, making Murajan wonder just what those two were talking about and who this Hokage person was. You wouldn't, you would. Yes, sometimes Shikamaru could get really mean, especially when he had gotten into troublesome situations because of others. Hurry up, Naruto, I won't be able to hold her much longer. Shikamaru urged. The young sage finished gathering his chakra and prepared to bite his thumb so he could summon a toad, but things came differently. Just when Naruto was about to draw blood, he heard someone shouting something like, "Ice make," and shortly afterwards the word, "geyser." Naruto and Shikamaru were forced to jump away when suddenly two huge pillars of ice erupted from the ground, forcing Shikamaru to release his shadow bind technique. The blonde shinobi was impressed. To create so much ice out of nothing, even Haku had been unable to do this without draining his reserves considerably. Apparently the reinforcements had arrived. Shikamaru cursed under his breath. They had been so close to getting away, but now they had attracted even more attention. The tactician looked at the newcomers. There were 4 of them, not counting the flying blue cat. What the hell? A summon or what is this? One was a girl with blonde hair and a short ponytail she had on the left side of her head. She had hurried towards the woman Shikamaru had just released. The next two were both young men, one with black hair and clad only in his boxers, the other with pink hair. Did Sakura have relatives here? However, it was the last one that caught Shikamaru's attention. Of course he had heard of the famous fairy tale, even if he hadn't known that they were located in this town. But it was only because of this woman he understood with which guild they were dealing. Urza Scarlet, S-rank mage of fairy tale, nicknamed Titania. Naruto, I think we're in deep trouble this time. And just so you know, I blame you for this. Huh, why? Because you've led us directly into the town of fairy tale for God's sake. And this one over there is Urza Scarlet, she's an S-class magician. What? These guys are from fairy tale? No way. While the shouting between the two ninja continued, Lucy turned to Mirajan, who appeared a little worn out but fine besides that. Elfman, who had by now been retrieved by Gray, looked much worse. It looked like the manliest member of fairy tale had received quite a beating and was still out cold. Mira-san, who are these guys? And what did they want? We heard the screaming and ran here as fast as we could, and some of the others should be here soon as well. Lucy, you have to be careful. Mirajan urged her friend before talking to the rest of the group as well. Those two are mages from Konoha, I saw the headband. And Natsu, Gray, Lucy, don't fight the one in the orange cloak. He's the one who defeated Gildarts. This one sentence shocked everyone present. Urza swallowed nervously but also calmed herself. She couldn't allow herself to show fear or hesitation. If worst came to worst, she would have to distract the two Dark Guild members so that the other ones would survive until the Master or Gildarts arrived. She stepped forward, using her X-Quip magic to summon a large double-edged sword in her right hand. Everyone, stand back. I'll handle the blonde one. Natsu, Gray, I'd like you two to fight the other one. Lucy, I know you could help as well, but I need you to protect Mirajan and Elfman. She cannot access all of her power yet. The three members of Fairy Tail nodded, Natsu and Gray stepping up besides Urza, while Happy quietly floated to Lucy. So you're these Konoha flunkies. I've been waiting for a chance to fight you guys. Natsu exclaimed eagerly, a look of excitement clearly visible on his face. Calm down, Natsu. We cannot allow ourselves to be caught off guard. Gray said to his partner in crime. He was definitely the more level-headed one of the two. Meanwhile, the two Konoha shinobi had also finished their little argument. Shikamaru rummaged through one of his pockets and fished out another cigarette, wasting no time to light it and taking a deep breath of the calming smoke. Working with Naruto always increased the craving for the tobacco sticks. Mendokus, looks like we'll have to fight our way out of this, Naruto. Well, at least they decided the matchup for us. Please hold back with your skills as much as possible though, we don't want to destroy this city after all. Naruto simply nodded. He wished he could avoid fighting these guys, but they wouldn't believe them if they said that they weren't a dark guild. And thanks to Danzu's little scheme, they had already killed innocence in the eyes of the world. His golden eyes glared at the strongest female of Fairy Tail. Alright, let's do this. The Battle of Magnolia had begun. At the same time, several hundred of miles away, the magician known as Mistgun silently walked through a field covered in mist. The cloak and bandana hid his face almost completely, leaving only his eyes visible. Suddenly, he stopped. He didn't move as he spoke. I see, so you're the disturbance I've felt. Who are you? A ripple spread across the empty space in front of the illusion-using wizard. Then the ripple began to swirl, until it formed the silhouette of a man covered by the heavy fog. I'm impressed you managed to detect me. You're truly one of Fairy Tail's S-rank mages, Mistgun. Or was it Gerard? Mistgun narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He said while one hand already gripped one of the staffs on his back. Who, little old me? I'm just an innocent passerby. The mist cleared slightly and Mistgun could for the first time clearly see this mysterious person. One thing would forever be burned into his mind. A blood-red eye looking at him through an orange mask. The air was tense and heavy as the combatants were about to get started. On the one side were Naruto and Shikamaru, both of them wearing serious expression on their faces. They knew that since they were fighting in enemy territory, they had to be especially careful. There was no telling when another Fairy Tail member would join the battle. Shikamaru, the lazy genius, turned his head to Naruto. I'll try to take the battle to the outside of the city. I won't be able to hold back enough that it won't damage the city and its people. You try and stay alive until I come back, okay? Shikamaru sighed loudly while exhaling the smoke of his cigarette. Nevertheless, he was smirking. While I do dislike the idea of us splitting up, it's better if you can defeat Titania as fast as possible. Luckily my techniques are meant to delay and stop opponents. But don't take too long, my cigarettes won't last if you fight her for the rest of the day. The blonde shinobi nodded and gave his partner a thumbs up. He understood what Shikamaru was really saying. Make sure you win. I'll keep your back free. They were comrades that had lived through more than one life and death battle together. Got it, Naruto said. With a sudden burst of speed, Naruto turned around and raced down the street and out of the city, towards the slowly setting sun. Time was of the essence. Once it got dark, Shikamaru's abilities would be useless, and the black-haired tactician had only a few flashbangs. When Urza saw how Naruto hightailed out of Magnolia, she wasted no time to race after the blonde. For a moment she expected the smoker to interfere, but he didn't even glance at her when she rushed past him. His eyes were solely fixed on Natsu and Gray. Discover more fandom-specific apparel online community platforms website hosting copyright legal advice fanfiction merchandise genre-specific writing guides graphic novels comics copyright protection services content writing tools movie TV show props. Please be alright guys. Urza mentally prayed when she reached the city gates. In the distance she could see the orange cloak of Maelstrom, the fabric fluttering through the wind that had picked up. The grip on her sword tightened when she reached him. Both of them stared at the other, sizing their opponent up. Naruto was a little anxious. He was hungry and tired, plus he had been traveling for several hours before entering the city. Not the best conditions to fight another S-rank mage, especially when he was still a little sore from fighting the last one. But this time he had been able to prepare himself. Unfortunately his sage mode would probably last for only another 3 minutes if he didn't replenish it, even with the high density of the natural energy surrounding him. As a sage, Naruto had long since figured out the difference between mages and shinobi. Ninja combined both their physical and their mental energies to create chakra which powered their bodies and jutsu. Mages on the other hand could draw on the magical energy from around them, essentially natural energy, and shape it through their own mental energy. This method was much more complicated than using chakra, but it was also less dangerous. A ninja who burned through all of his mental and physical energy would die, no matter what. Mages had to filter out the overpowering force of nature, like Naruto did so he wouldn't turn into a frog, but when Sorcerer had exhausted his mental energies they didn't risk their lives, they simply couldn't use spells anymore until they recovered. This woman before him had more mental energy than some Jonin Naruto knew, and the way she moved told Naruto that she had experience using it. For the shortest moment Urza's image was replaced by another. Naruto shook his head, banishing the image of the woman with long scarlet hair and a gentle smile from his mind. Discover more fan art commissions collectible figurines book. Copyright protection services genre-specific writing guides fanfiction merchandise book editing services world-building guides fandom-specific apparel digital art software. I can't allow myself to get distracted, but damn. They really do look alike. Discover more book editing services graphic novels comics website hosting anime manga subscriptions world-building guides novelty pens notebooks fanfiction merchandise book. Online writing workshops collectible figurines. A few yards away, Urza was wondering why her opponent was furiously shaking his head. Maybe he was still fatigued from the battle with Gildarts. It didn't matter. She had to capture this man, and if that was not possible, eliminate him. He was a member of a dark guild and was a threat to her friends. Mage of Konoha, Urza spoke up. My name is Urza Scarlet of Fairy Tail. As a mage I cannot allow an evil sorcerer of a dark guild to remain free. I would ask you to surrender yourself, but judging by your actions I assume that this is not a possibility. I'm afraid you're right, Kakashi-sensei would have my head if I allowed myself to get captured. I don't want to fight you, I didn't want to fight that hobo guy either, but he attacked me. I hate unnecessary bloodshed, Naruto answered. Despite the serious situation, Urza's sweat dropped. Hobo guy. The blonde was apparently fearless if he called Gildarts, the one said to be the strongest wizard of Fairy Tail a hobo. On the other hand, Gildarts was pretty laid back and didn't care much about nicknames. He'd probably think it was funny. The Titania regained her composure. You say you dislike unnecessary bloodshed. Then why did your guild kill the scouts of the Magic Kusal without any reasons? No honorable person would allow such a thing. Naruto, who was using the time he was not moving to refill his sage chakra, answered with only the barest amount of hope in his voice. I guess you wouldn't believe me if I told you that this was all just one big misunderstanding. Urza's eyes narrowed. No, I wouldn't. I was afraid you'd say so. Well, I guess there's no way to avoid this battle. Naruto said with a sigh. He raised his fists and assumed one of the stances of Frog Fu, the style he had been taught by the Toad Elder Fukasaku. Let's go wild. The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox shouted as he charged the scarlet-haired sorceress. With Shikamaru. Shortly after Naruto's and Urza's department, the laid-back genius had been assaulted by both Natsu and Gray. Lucy had opted to stay by Miragen's and Elfman's side for now, but the way she was grabbing her stellar spirit key suggested that she would jump in and help her friends if the situation called for it. The strange blue cat had joined her, staring at the ongoing battle with wide eyes. Mendokus. Those two are pretty good. Fire and ice in an almost perfect tandem. If I wasn't used to dodge things like that, I'd probably have been grilled and frozen a dozen times over by now. Shikamaru thought while he was busy analyzing the styles of his opponents. While the pink-haired dragon slayer was more of a close combat specialist, the ice mage was supporting him with long-distance attacks. Shikamaru began to worry a little when an ice arrow missed him only narrowly. They were getting used to his movements as well. Discover more author promotion services website hosting fan art commissions online community platforms fandom-specific apparel online writing workshops novelty pens notebooks creative writing courses ebook creation software social media management. Hey, stop running away and fight me you bastard. Natsu shouted angrily. He had been looking forward to a tough battle, not a lazy guy who only kept on dodging his attacks. Karyu no Tekken. 1. Engulfing his fists in burning hot fire Natsu charged his opponent once again. Shikamaru, who just stood still for a moment, smirked unbeknownst to his two opponents. Just when Natsu was about to hit him with his punch, Shikamaru brought his hands together and formed a seal. Gray noticed this and tried to warn his friend. Natsu, watch out, he's planning something. Kagashibari no Jutsu 2 success. The pineapple head muttered under his breath. Shikamaru then jumped backwards, as did Natsu, who just muttered a surprised, wah. Before landing near Gray, who didn't know that the Dragon Slayer was now affected by Shikamaru's technique. Good job at dodging Natsu, I don't know what's planning but we shouldn't get too close to him. Gray said to his partner as he walked up to him. Gray, be careful Natsu began, but to his horror and Gray's surprise, Natsu's fist was suddenly buried in Gray's stomach, causing the ice mage to buckle over in pain. The pain was intense, and almost caused the black-haired sorcerer to miss the follow-up attack from Natsu. Lucy was staring at the scene in shock. She was so busy figuring out what was wrong with Natsu that she didn't see how Shikamaru was performing remarkably similar attacks to Natsu, only that he seemed to battle thin air. Natsu, what the hell is wrong with you? Gray shouted angrily while both dodging Natsu's attacks and clutching his stomach. That blow had come out of the blue and had caught him completely off guard. I don't know what's wrong Gray. My body is moving on its own, I can't control it. Natsu shouted, his expression a mixture of shock, confusion and even a slight hint of fear. It was then that Gray's eyes wandered to their enemy. And his guess was correct. He saw how the smoking mage was performing the same attacks as Natsu. What kind of magic is that? Happy, the blue cat, asked in horror. Natsu and one of his best friends were fighting each other and thus had no chance to go after the true enemy. It's his shadow. Lucy and Happy looked back to Miragen, who was leaning on a nearby wall. She was breathing hard. The battle must have taken more out of her than she had thought. What do you mean, his shadow? Is he using shadow magic? Miragen nodded. Apparently he can use his shadow to connect it with his opponents. He used it to hold me down while the one called Maelstrom was preparing their escape. Luckily you came or they would have gotten away. Do you know of any way to stop it Mira-san? Natsu and Gray need every help they can get. Lucy asked pleadingly. The former S-class magician could only shake her head. All I know is that the stronger the person is, the harder it gets to manipulate him. Considering the ease he's controlling Natsu with, this guy is really strong. But if Natsu and Gray can somehow cut him off from his light source, they might cause the shadow to vanish. That's it, Lucy thought. She turned her head back to the battlefield, where Gray was fighting a losing battle. Natsu, quickly, shoot a fireball at the Konoha mage. The three fighters heard what Lucy shouted, and Natsu immediately began preparing for the attack. He had no idea why Lucy would want him to do something like that, but he trusted her. Gray was too busy to analyze the meaning behind Lucy's words, but Shikamaru caught onto it immediately. A fireball. That's not good, I can't turn my body in time. Discover more writing software book editing services anime manga subscriptions mobile app development genre-specific writing guides books. Copyright legal advice storytelling board games gaming accessories book. Karyu no, Natsu said, his cheeks swelling up considerably. Then, with a deep breath, he unleashed an enormous fireball roughly in Shikamaru's direction. Hoko. 3. The fireball missed the Konoha shinobi and instead hit a wall somewhere between them, but when the fireball exploded in a shower of light, Lucy knew that her plan had been successful. And indeed, just when the light started to die down, Natsu noticed that he could control his body again. Woohoo, I can use my body again. Damn, that was creepy, I felt like one of Bixlow's puppet for a while. Natsu's exuberant exclamations were cut short when Gray hit him on the back of the heart with enough force to make the dragon slayer of fire stumble forwards. Angrily the pink-haired mage turned around. Hey, what the hell was that for? They glared at each other and were almost pressing their foreheads together. For being a complete idiot. Seriously, thanks to you the guy had us almost beaten. I know it's not all your fault, but be a little more careful next time. And those punches hurt for God's sake. Their little argument would probably have continued if they hadn't heard someone chuckling in the near vicinity. When the chuckling grew to a full-blown laughter, they turned their heads simultaneously and were confronted with something even many Konoha ninjas had never seen before, a laughing Shikamaru. Hey, what's so damn funny you freakin' pineapple head? Natsu yelled, raising his right fist in a threatening manner. Shikamaru's laugh returned to a normal chuckle before it died down again. The lazy Chunin simply took another drag on his cigarette before dropping the remains on the ground and extinguished it with his left food. Yet the amusement didn't completely leave his face. Sorry, it's just that you two arguing like that reminded me of Naruto and a former associate. It was rare that both got so riled up, but it did happen. A heavy sigh escaped the Nara's lips. He turned to Lucy, who flinched slightly when she felt his gaze on herself. I'm impressed you managed to come up with a tactic against my Kagashibari no Jutsu so quickly, girly. Not that it will work twice, but the fact alone that you noticed how another light source would simply cancel my shadow is impressive. Holding you guys off might be tougher than I thought. That's such a drag. When Natsu, Gray and Lucy saw how Shikamaru acted, they couldn't help to remember the conversation they had had earlier that day. How Juvia had said that sometimes people were forced to do things they didn't want to do. Could this be the case for the shadow mage who fought them? Murajan, who said seen more of these two, also couldn't help but wonder how two persons like that could be part of a dark guild. Especially that Naruto guy. Sure, when he had been attacked he had shown a serious side, the mentality of a warrior, but before that, he had acted almost like Natsu, albeit a little less extreme. If they could get some answers out of this guy. However, Murajan didn't expect Natsu to speak out what she was thinking. You act weird for a dark guild mage. Are you really evil? The dragon slayer asked with a frown. Even if he loved to fight he only battled those who either wanted to or who deserved it. This guy didn't seem to fit in either category. Shikamaru looked at them with a defeated look in his eyes. You ask me if I'm evil. That's not an easy question. Do you want to know if my comrades and I plan to endanger innocent people? Then the answer is no. Do you want to know if I can kill people in cold blood? Then the answer is yes. At this everyone looked at him wide-eyed. He had said these words without any hesitation or apparent guilt. And this didn't happen after killing only one person. Natsu's fists clenched in anger. Mages don't kill. Magic should be used to protect people. He shouted angrily. The looks that came from Gray, Lucy and Murajan held the same message. And what did Shikamaru do? He started chuckling again. This had everyone stunned. He was laughing at them. Was this guy really that much of a bastard? Had their impression of him been completely wrong? You think we're mages? Man, that's a laugh. I shouldn't be surprised though, we don't really go around and tell everyone. Discover more gaming accessories, collectible figurines, online community platforms, social media management, fan fiction books, literary analysis tools, genre-specific writing guides, graphic novels, comics, storytelling, board games, content writing tools. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Gray shouted. His hands were already beginning to prepare for another ice spell. Shikamaru looked at them with an almost sad expression. Yet his voice remained strong and firm. It was the voice of a man who had seen war. Konoha is not a true dark guild as you know them. In fact, we still follow the path we've always been following. The path of the shinobi. Suddenly Shikamaru was interrupted as his limbs were restricted by water that came at him from an unknown location. Before the lazy genius could even wonder what was happening, he felt how a blade was pressed against his throat. That's as far as you go, buddy. A deep voice said. Shikamaru turned his head slightly and saw a man with long, black, backwards spiked hair and piercings in his face. The piercings reminded him a little of the invasion of pain, but these thoughts were quickly banished. There were more pressing matters that needed to be attended to. Namely the sword that grew out of the hand of his captor. I guess that's what I get for getting distracted. Mendokus. Gajiel. Juvia. Lucy shouted, never happier that the two former Phantom Lord mages had joined their guild. Juvia came out of an alley, the water bindings attached to Shikamaru still connected to her body. When she saw Gray and the relieved look on his face, she blushed. Gajiel simply grunted, though he was kinda happy that they were glad to see him. We wondered what was going The rest of the mages should be here soon. I guess our guest here will have to answer some questions. The Iron Dragon Slayer said. Gray interrupted him. Yeah, but we should send someone after Urza. She's fighting that Maelstrom guy, and we don't know if she can defeat him. He's on Gildart's level after all. Natsu stared at Shikamaru with barely contained ire when he heard Gray's words. Urza was like a sister to him. An extremely violent sister, but still. If your friend hurts her in any way, I'll never forgive you. The lazy genius hadn't said anything since his capture. But he was strangely calm for someone who had a sword at his throat. He seemed pretty interested in a group of birds that sat on one of the nearby rooftops though. Murajan, who followed his gaze, frowned. These birds looked strange, and she had never seen birds like these before in this city. Could it be? Everyone, look out. Her words alerted everyone, but it was too late. A smirk appeared on Shikamaru's face. Ninpo, Choju Giga, 4. The voice was barely more than a whisper, but the result was disastrous for the fairy tale mages. The birds on the rooftop exploded in a shower of ink and transformed into something akin to lions which wasted no time to attack the mages. Gajeel and Juvia were only distracted for a moment. But this moment was all the second hit an assailant needed. Wooden beams exploded from the ground and forced the Iron Dragon Slayer to release his hold, since one of the beams erupted directly under the captured Konoha shinobi. The water that restrained him faded away when Juvia was forced to defend herself against one of the ink lions that attacked her. While these beats weren't very strong, their surprise attack had turned the tide of the battle to Shikamaru's favor. Soon the black beasts were defeated, turning into black ink, and everyone returned their attention to the self-proclaimed shinobi. That was a close one, Shikamaru said as he stood on top of his wooden beam which now reached at least 30 feet into the air along with two other beams that reached the same height. An unknown person landed on the pole on Shikamaru's right. He seemed pretty young, around Shikamaru's age, and wore a completely black attire that strangely enough left his midsection visible. The young man was quite pale and had a smile on his face that looked normal at first glance, but the longer you looked at it the falser it became. It was quite unsettling. That's quite unlike you to get surprised like that, Shikamaru-san. Ino-san will never let you hear the end of this if she hears about it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Great, just what I need. Just don't tell her about this, okay? I haven't eaten something for a whole day, and to tell you the truth it's getting to me. Even I can't think as usual when I'm starving. Then another person landed on the third wooden beam. He was definitely older than the other two and had short brown hair. His face was framed by an open black face mask and a forehead protector that went down to his chin at both sides. Just like Shikamaru, he wore a green flask vest and black cargo pants. You sure are lucky we came here on time. Without Sai's tracking technique it would have taken us much longer. Anyway, where's Naruto? Sai had originally detected him in the same area as you. A loud explosion resounded through the area on the outskirts of the city. It was the area Naruto had chosen to fight Urza at. Oh well, I guess that answers my question. Sai, I think it's time to return home. If you would, please. Of course, Yamato Taiko. The ink-using ninja replied. With a lightning-fast motion Sai drew a scroll from one of his pouches and started to channel his chakra into it. The scroll began to unroll to its whole length of at least 20 feet and flattered in the wind as the technique was completed. Choju Giga, Tatsu, 5. The black lines that had been visible to the fairy tale mages suddenly came to life and began to peel themselves from the scroll. Soon a gigantic Chinese dragon had emerged from the scroll and flew around the three wooden bars the Konoha nin were occupying. A loud roar resounded through the area as the dragon circled around the top of the three wooden beams. For the members of Fairy Tail, this sight was completely unexpected due to another reason. Gajeel couldn't believe what he was seeing. An ink dragon. No way. That magic. Isn't that Ritas Picto magic? Gray exclaimed, more a statement than a question. It made much more sense than Gajeel's ridiculous thoughts about a possible ink dragon slayer. But I thought you couldn't create living things with it. Murajan added. She had finally regained enough strength to stand without help again. The former S-class magician was angry at herself. If she could simply access her old powers again, like she had in the battle against Fried. While the mages of Magnolia were still distracted by the appearance of a gigantic dragon out of a scroll, the three Konoha shinobi were climbing on its white back. This pulled the mages out of their stupor and they immediately began to fire at it to take it down. Ice make. Arrow. Gray shouted, firing his projectile at the escaping dragon. Seeing this, Natsu and Gajeel wasted no time and joined their comrade with their own attacks. They took a deep breath simultaneously and prepared to take the dragon down. Karyu Tetsuryu no Hoko. 6. The iron and fire combined in the air, creating a ball of molten iron which headed straight for Sai's ink creature. Unfortunately, said ink creature wasn't very good at dodging fast objects. And none of its passengers were really good at stopping such attacks, they were trained to dodge these. Just when all hope seemed lost, the plans of Fairy Tail were foiled yet again. If anybody would have looked at the rooftops right now, they would have seen the shadow of a person racing to the dragon's location at an insane speed. The shadow jumped and placed himself directly between the dragon and the fireball. Kaden, 7. A huge dome of energy appeared out of nowhere and collided with the combined attack of the dragon slayers. For a moment it looked like the dome would collapse, but in the end it prevailed and shattered the ball of fire and iron, scattering it. Some of the fireball's fragments slammed in nearby buildings, damaging them heavily, but this went by unnoticed at the moment, since the Fairy Tail members were surprised about the appearance of yet another unknown person. The person, apparently a young man, used the momentum of his attack to grab onto one of the ink dragon's legs before he fell down. He had long brown hair that covered his entire back. On his forehead was the same metal plate that the other Konoha ninja wore, but the rest of his attire was quite different. Instead of dark clothes or one of the flak jackets, he wore loose white robes which fluttered because of the wind caused by the dragon's flight. "They're getting away. We have to go after them," Gajeel shouted while already running after them. The rest of the group followed and Natsu had soon caught up with the Iron Dragon Slayer while the rest of them were a little farther behind. Lucy and Juvia simply weren't fast runners, and Grey was still recovering from Natsu's punches. Murajan had opted to stay behind and wait for her brother to awaken. Besides, she wouldn't be of any help. The best thing she could do for now was help Elfman and inform Master Makarov. While the Konoha shinobi hunt went on, Natsu grew frustrated. He just couldn't catch up. Then an idea came to his mind. How could he have been so stupid? "Happy. Let's go," the pink-haired mage shouted to the blue cat, who had been sitting on Lucy's shoulder till now. "Aye," Happy replied, jumping into the air and using his magic to grow 2 wings. With his newfound speed he rushed to Natsu and picked him up, carrying him into the air towards their escaping enemies. Meanwhile on the dragon. "Man, that was a close one. It would have been troublesome if that attack had hit us. Thanks again, Neji. Don't mention it, but you should be more careful next time. I'm not so sure that all of you would have managed to get away if the dragon had been hit." The last member of the scouting team was none other than the Hyuga prodigy and youngest Jonin of his generation, Neji. It had taken him a little longer to find his teammates, but thanks to his Byakugan it had been easy once he had been near the city. The 4 shinobi were currently heading for the outskirts of Magnolia to pick up Naruto and to return to Konoha afterwards. Sai's Ink Dragon would still hold out for a while, but it was a constant drain on the former root agent's reserves. "I hope Naruto-san is alright. If he managed to hurt himself again, Sakura-san will probably pound him before healing him. Or heal him so that she can pound him without holding back," Sai said with his ever-present grin. This time it even wasn't completely fake. Sakura's and Naruto's antics were quite amusing from time to time. Shikamaru was tense. "We have to be careful. At the moment Naruto is probably still fighting Urza Scarlet, and it wouldn't be wise to get in a battle between 2 fighters of such a skill level. I think we also have another problem," Neji added, his Byakugan once again active. "The pink-haired mage is following us. It appears that he's using some kind of animal summon to fly." And indeed, behind the Ink Dragon Happy and Natsu were slowly catching up with them. For the moment the shinobi were still safe from fireballs since they were far enough ahead, but it wouldn't stay like this forever, especially since they had to land to pick up Naruto. The dragon reached the fields before the city, and shortly afterwards Natsu and the others too. However, none of them was prepared for what they saw there. The entire field was filled with craters. Trees had been uprooted and broken. And in the distance, illuminated by the setting sun, stood 2 unmoving figures. No one could clearly who was who, but all of them hurried up when one of the 2 fighters collapsed. The fight was over. Outskirts of Magnolia, several minutes earlier. "Let's go wild," the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox shouted as he charged the scarlet-haired sorceress. Urza was slightly taken aback by her opponent's reckless charge, considering that he was unarmed. However, Urza was not a S-class magician for nothing and immediately raised her double-edged sword and also charged at her opponent. With a strength that betrayed her built she brought the heavy weapon down, intending to cut the Konoha shinobi across his chest. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face. The blonde ninja raised his left hand and punched towards the incoming blade, a move Urza had not anticipated. A thought shot through her head. Is he planning to sacrifice his arm to get an attack in? Despite the fact that her sword would possibly cripple Maelstrom's hand, Urza didn't change her weapon's course. She had expected a trick, but certainly not that she hit something that felt like solid steel a few inches away from the blonde's hand. Her sword bounced off harmlessly and the scarlet-haired mage only narrowly dodged a punch from Naruto's right fist. Or at least she thought so. Just like his left hand, there seemed to be an invisible force a few inches around the right hand. It felt like Elfman had just hit her with a transformed arm, no, even stronger than that. Suppressing a painful gasp, Urza was sent backwards. The attack apparently hadn't fully hit her since she had already started to jump backwards, but it still hurt like hell. Is that his magic? If he can extend the range of this force field of his, I'll have to resort to long-range weapons. I can't risk to get hit by one of these fists directly, I probably won't be able to stand afterwards. Urza ignored the pain in her stomach and the dent in her armor. She eyed her opponent carefully, who hadn't capitalized on the opening his attack had created. Brown eyes met red-rimmed golden eyes. Was he using eye magic? His eyes were definitely not normal, but her artificial right eye couldn't detect any form of visual magic aiming at her. You know, if all we do is keep staring at each other, we won't get anywhere. Not that I mind the view, it's just that I would prefer to get something to eat and then return home instead of fighting you. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he spoke up. In the last year he had learned to be less of an idiot. Fukusaku had literally pounded manners into him, and it had paid off. He rarely lost his cool in battles anymore, but unfortunately the toads had been unable to cure his innate knuckle-headedness. In short, Naruto could be a smooth talker if he wanted to, but his natural thickness prevented him from noticing the effect it had on some parts of Konoha's female population. Look, I know you want to capture me, that hobo guy wanted that as well, and I don't want to hurt you as well. It's bad enough I had no other choice but to destroy his arm, but you have to understand, the people of Konoha trust in me to return to them. I can't let them down. Naruto continued. You could just give up. And why should I care what the people of Konoha think? If your mages lose their will to fight once their strongest fighter is down, it's all the better for us. I have encountered many dark guilds in my career, and none of them were up to any good. What should make you different? Urza asked while she gathered her magical energy. Soon she would be able to pull out one of her stronger armors with her magic, which would hopefully even the field. Naruto shook his head. You got a wrong image of Konoha. We're not really a guild, though we do have a system resembling one. We're a village. Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. And you expect me to believe that a village just appears out of nowhere with a small army of mages with no evil intentions? Urza's eyes narrowed. For all I know, you could be planning to overthrow the council. Naruto was close to ripping out his hair in frustration, a feat he would probably have easily accomplished with the strength of his sage mode. Arg, listen to me, goddammit. We are not evil. I just can't reveal sensitive information about Konoha like this. The fact that I told you that it's a village was probably too much already. I didn't even mean to hurt that hobo guy so badly, I only wanted to seal his magic temporarily, not permanently. The air around Urza began to ripple as she called on her ex-quip magic. Don't worry, you'll have a lot of time to explain things to me thoroughly, once I've captured you. Naruto's eyes widened as Urza's armor began to change. Her normal attire vanished and was replaced by a black armor resembling a bat. The scarlet-haired sorceress even grew a pair of wings to match the outfit. The sword in her hand changed as well. Instead of the double-edged sword from earlier, Urza now wielded a black claymore almost as large as her. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Urza Scarlet, the strongest female mage of Fairy Tail. And this is one of my 100 armors, Kurha no Yoroi 1. This armor increases my destructive powers. I don't know the secret of your strength, but I think with this armor I'll be able to match it. 100 armors. That's certainly impressive, and I think I should introduce myself as well. Settling into another stance of the frog fu, Naruto spoke again. I'm the Toad Sage of MT. Myobokuzen and the strongest fighter of Konohagakure. Naruto Uzumaki is the name. Now that the formalities are over, Urza replied calmly while crouching down. I'll defeat you. Urza crouched down even further and then used her legs to catapult herself at Naruto. Her black wings spread and carried her through the air to her target. Naruto, surprised by the sudden attack, immediately raised his fists in a protective manner to intercept the sword. Once again blade and fist collided, but this time Naruto was unable to simply bat it away. In fact, the sword was slowly cutting through the natural energy gathered around his fists. Damn it, that's some serious power she has behind this attack. I've got no choice, I'll have to pull back. With a final push, Naruto managed to separate from the demonic-looking woman without getting skewered. And to make things worse, his sage mode was fading away. I shouldn't have talked with her so long. That's what I get for being such a rookie. Naruto thought bitterly. The change of his eyes didn't go unnoticed by his opponent. With a calculating look, Urza watched how the eyes of the blonde maelstrom changed from their golden form to an azure blue. Combined with his golden locks he looked quite attractive. Unfortunately for Naruto, Urza was a pro and not that easily distracted from a battle. The Scarlet Fairy wasted no time and immediately charged again, this time from above. When she came down again fast enough to put many ninja to shame, the strongest female of Fairy Tail noticed that her opponent was no longer taking her attacks head on and instead dodged with a backflip. A grin appeared on her face. I see, so that ridiculous strength of you is tied to your eyes. Not that they have returned to normal, you can no longer challenge me in a contest of pure strength. The blonde boy chuckled. I guess you're right, but don't worry, I'm used to deal with women strong enough to knock me through several buildings with a single punch. I'll just have to change tactics a bit, and I already know the perfect way to start things off. He brought his hands together and formed a very familiar hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2. The moment he uttered these words, smoke enveloped the area and Urza was immediately on guard. But nothing could have prepared her for the sight before her. She was surrounded by what had to be at least 200 of the blonde mages. And her right eye told her that those were no illusion. This is one of my trademark moves, since no one else besides me has enough chakra to summon this many clones. That Guildarts guy however crushed my clones without breaking a sweat, so let's see how you'll do. Yosha. With an enthusiastic battle cry the clones charged the armored sorceress with the intent to take her down. The clones literally flooded the scarlet-haired sorceress. Individually they were rather weak, how Urza quickly noticed, as only a single strike was needed to disperse them. But the sheer number and their agility was something else. Not to mention that their teamwork was top-notch. She saw this when two of them tried to hit her with a strange swirling ball of energy. As she saw just how much damage this tiny ball could inflict, she got even more cautious. Soon enough Urza realized that her Kurha no Yoroi wouldn't help her in this situation. Her arms and upper body was already heavily covered by bruises. X-Quip. Tenrin no Yoroi. 3. With a flash of light Urza's armor changed once again. Naruto wasn't impressed by the new armor. The several dozen sword flatting around her. Now that was certainly more impressive. I'm glad I managed to get this fixed, Urza thought before she began to use her swords to tear through the ranks of the Narutos like a hot knife through butter. Tenrin Blumenblatt. 4. The blades around Urza began to spin in a circular manner around her, cutting the remaining Narutos clearly in half. Now there was only one Naruto remaining, the original. Wow, that was just as fast as that Guildarts guy. You really are AS rank mage, huh? You even dodged the Rasengan 5, that attack managed to defeat the hobo guy after all. Well, it's not like I expected the clones to defeat you. But now I have an idea how I can fight you. Naruto pulled a simple kunai out of his weapon pouch. Urza raised an eyebrow. Was he really planning to challenge her with this puny knife? It was almost an insult. Naruto started to grin when suddenly the blade of the kunai began to grow, enveloped in a slight blue-green light. Wind-natured chakra, the sharpest blade Naruto could create. Let's see whose blade is sharper. Titania, he challenged the scarlet-haired sorceress. Fine, Maelstrom, I'll show you how foolish it is to challenge me with a sword. Urza replied coolly. For a moment, neither of the two moved. Then they charged again. Naruto knew he had to be careful. His skill with a sword was mediocre at best, and his opponent specialized in them. However, he was sure he got the sharper weapon. Using his trained ninja reflexes, Naruto narrowly escaped the incoming blades and managed to get close enough at his opponent to swing his kunai at her. The blades met and Urza's eyes widened. The puny little knife was cutting through her sword like it wasn't even there. Having no time to dodge, Urza suffered a blow to her midsection. It was only due to luck that her opponent's sword only cut her armor and not her stomach. However, her armor was useless now. Damn it, just what kind of blade is that? She asked out loud. Naruto gave her a wide grin, apparently not caring that they were in a battle of life and death. Sorry, trade secret, but I'm afraid as long as you don't have something stronger than that armor, I'll cut all of your weapons with this. Something stronger, huh? X-Quip. Kongo no Yoroi. 6. Once again Urza's outfit changed. The countless blades disappeared and now the scarlet-haired sorceress was wearing a silver-looking armor that covered her entire body. In her hand was a large claymore, but despite the weapon's size she wielded it with one hand. This armor has the strongest defensive powers of all my armors. Let's see who is stronger, your blade or my shield. Naruto sighed heavily. Great, just my luck to run into an opponent who has a solution for every trick I come up with. The Toad Sage narrowed his eyes. He had to hurry, Shikamaru wouldn't be able to hold out forever. I'll probably have to use that jutsu on her, just like I did on Guildarts. Focus Naruto, you have to do this. Just aim for a non-vital area, and don't use too much spin, not like last time. It's bad enough that I crippled that Guildart's guy's arm permanently. I don't want to do that again. With a hand sign, Naruto summoned a new bunch of clones wielding a kunai charged with wind chakra to distract his opponent. The plan worked. Urza was distracted. Her new armor wasn't built for mobility, and it really did block most of the damage. Too bad the rasengan was made to bypass any kind of defense. Now, Naruto rushed forwards while in his right hand a rasengan began to form. He was almost there. She wouldn't be able to dodge it from this short distance, and hopefully it wouldn't hurt her too bad. Hopefully. This was it. Naruto jumped from his hiding spot among the clones and aimed at Urza's body. The scarlet-haired magician turned around, seeing the incoming attack. Her eyes widened when she saw just what attack was about to hit her. The attack connected, and afterwards, silence fell over the battlefield. For a while, Urza didn't even dare to breathe. She could see it. A few inches from her face hovered the spiraling ball she had seen before. The attack that had claimed Guildart's arm. The attack that should have destroyed her magic forever. So, why hadn't Naruto finished her off? Why was it her sword that was buried in his stomach? Why? It was all the scarlet-haired sorceress could ask. She slowly raised her head to meet Naruto's gaze. She would never forget what she saw. Naruto's eyes, these clear, blue eyes, looked at her with such warmth she almost lost the grip on her weapon. A sad smile slowly formed on the blonde's face as a lonely tear ran down from his right eye, mingling with the blood that dripped out of his mouth. Why, you ask? I should ask you the same. He coughed a little, causing even more blood to erupt from his wounds. Yet he never broke the eye contact. I'm a shinobi who refused to give up on his emotions in exchange for strength. And now it's these emotions that stop me from destroying your magic forever. Now the expression in his eyes changed to something that almost looked like despair. Why do you look so much like her? The same scarlet hair, the same strength reflected in your eyes. I just can't hurt you. I can't kill my heart. Tears were flowing freely now. Urza was stunned. This man, there was not an ounce of evil in his soul. Had it really taken her so long to realize this? Or had she simply not wanted to see it? It was too much for her. Her fighting spirit was broken, not by weapons or magic, but by the sincerity she had seen in her opponent's eyes. He was unable to harm her just because she resembled someone he once knew. The Titania slowly stumbled backwards, her sword freeing itself from Naruto's body with a sickening, squelching sound. And although his head slumped down, Naruto remained standing, refusing to fall. His left hand immediately put pressure on the wound while his right hand dispersed the rasengan which he would no longer use on his opponent. Hey, that's so like me. I blindly stumble into something and create a huge mess for me and my friends. Normally everything turns out just fine, but this time, I'm not so sure, Naruto thought, feeling strangely peaceful. The blonde warrior raised his head once more and looked at the armored woman in front of him. It was kind of poetic. Two warriors fighting before the setting sun, both of them representing their different beliefs. It was the woman who broke the silence which had fallen upon them. I admit that I have misjudged you, shinobi of Konoha. I thought that those who refused to obey the rules for guilds were evil. I should have known better than to see everything as black and white. But still, I cannot let you leave like this. You and your friends are a wild card, an unknown factor. If you're truly not evil, you won't have to fear anything. For the first time since the fight had started, Urza's eyes showed something else besides determination and the shock from earlier. It was warmth. So please, just surrender and come with me. You're heavily injured and need medical attention. I'm sure you know that you can no longer win, and I don't wish to harm someone as sincere as you. For a moment Naruto just stared at the armor-clad woman. Apparently she really wanted to solve things without any further conflict, and she even believed him that he and his friends were not evil. The blonde Jinchuriki chuckled a little. You have a strong heart. Accepting others and admitting your own flaws is not an easy task. I respect that. However, suddenly Naruto's tone changed. The melancholy in his eyes vanished and was replaced by something forged through countless battles. An unbreakable will. His eyes flashed red for only a fracture of a moment, and Urza was not sure if she had only imagined it. She immediately grabbed her sword tighter and got into a battle stance. Was he really planning to continue this fight? The S-rank magician's eyes widened when she saw how his wounds began to literally steam, closing up before her eyes. What kind of magic is this? I've never heard of such an advanced regeneration magic before. A roar diverted the attention of both fighters. A large black and white dragon was heading towards them, a certain pink-haired mage hot on its tail. Naruto smirked. It looked like it was time to hit the road. Once again he brought his hands together in the ram seal, summoning a huge amount of chakra. A confident grin appeared on his face. It looks like we'll have to continue our battle another time, Urza Scarlet. While I'm impressed by your abilities and devotion to protect the peace of these lands, I can't allow myself to be captured. So, see ya. And then Naruto collapsed on the ground. The fight was over. On the Ink Dragon. The entire group had been alarmed when they saw one of the fighters fall. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan only to confirm their suspicions. It was Naruto who had collapsed. Damn it, I shouldn't have sent him to fight a woman. He doesn't like hitting them. Shikamaru muttered under his breath. Sai, can you get us close enough to snatch Naruto and escape afterwards without getting caught? Sai, who was by now sweating a little, grimaced slightly. I'm not sure, Shikamaru-san, this dragon isn't normally designed for such tasks. And something seems strange about Naruto. I can detect a huge amount of chakra from the area up ahead. Is it the Kyuubi? Shikamaru asked, his voice only carrying a slight trace of anxiety. Negative, my Byakugan detects no anomalies with Naruto-san's chakra system. Neji stated, using his famous Kekkei Genkai to analyze the current situation. As the dragon quickly approached the scene of the battle, Yamato had an idea what was happening. Neji, are Naruto's hands touching the ground? He asked urgently. When the Hyuga nodded in confirmation, the former Anbu grinned. I see, so that's what he's planning. Sai, change of plans, get us to Konoha now. Naruto will take another route. Sai merely followed Yamato's orders, not doubting for a single moment that his blonde teammate would be able to escape the mages if he wanted to. Only Neji remained clueless about how Naruto wanted to return to Konoha on his own. Yamato-san, what exactly are you talking about? What other route could Naruto-san possibly take? Shikamaru smirked. It had been easy for him to connect the dots. Let's just say that Naruto picked up some tricks while training with the toads. With Natsu and Happy. The flying cat and the fire dragon slayer raced after the dragon as fast as they could. Much to Natsu's dismay, however, they were only able to keep up with its speed, keeping them separated by some distance. The pink-haired mage's eyes hardened when he saw the destruction before him. The outskirts of Magnolia were completely destroyed, trees had been uprooted and stones had been smashed. In the distance he saw two silhouettes facing off against each other, but it was too far away to determine who was who, not to mention that the gigantic ink dragon was taking up quite a lot of Natsu's field of vision. Even then, though, Natsu didn't miss it when one of the two fighters collapsed and fell to the ground. Happy, hurry up. Even if it's Urza that won, she can't possibly be unhurt. Hurry. Came the determined reply of the magical animal. Little did they know that what expected them at the center of battle was something neither of them would ever forget. With Urza and Naruto. What is this pressure? The moment he fell over, his magical energy spiked unlike anything I've felt in our fight so far. Urza's mind was racing. What was happening to the blonde man? Was he trying a suicide spell so he wouldn't get captured? Urza quickly discarded this thought. Killing himself wasn't something a man like Naruto would do. She had realized this in their fight. The scarlet-haired magician remained cautious and didn't approach her fallen opponent. Nevertheless, the grip on her weapon tightened. The fallen Naruto once again raised his head, his hands apparently the only thing keeping him from completely hitting the ground. The moment their gazes met, however, Urza realized that Naruto was by far not at his rope's end. He gave her a confident smile, his eyes once again a shining blue color. Had she only imagined the red-slitted eyes? No, there was no time for musing over things like that. The strange ink dragon was approaching, and by now Urza could easily identify one of the passengers as Naruto's comrade. Apparently Fairy Tail was not the only one who sent reinforcements. The strongest female of Fairy Tail prepared to attack the incoming dragon, but she was surprised to see the dragon change its course away from the battle scene. Had they decided to abandon their comrade? Hey, looks like they figured it out. I guess with Yamato and Shikamaru that's no surprise. Urza's attention returned to the blonde shinobi in front of her. The armor-clad magician's eyes widened when she saw a series of strange symbols spreading out from Naruto's hands. Where were they coming from? And what was this color? Don't tell me, Urza exclaimed. Your blood. You're using blood magic. The mind of the scarlet-haired beauty was immediately alert. Nothing good could come from blood magic. You could say so. The blood's only a catalyst though, the technique itself is something different. Anyway, I gotta go, so see ya. The symbols had by now formed a circle around the blonde and began to glow with an eerie light. Urza's body reacted on its own when she realized that his magic would start at any moment now. Stop it, she shouted, sprinting towards the circle. Naruto's eyes widened in both surprise and shock. This wasn't good, he had to stop her somehow. No, you can't step into the summoning circle. You have to. But the rest of his words was lost when Urza did just that. For a short moment time seemed like it had been frozen and none of the two warriors moved even a fraction of an inch. The last thing Urza Scarlet, S-rank magician of Fairy Tail, remembered was an incredibly strong sensation of pulling. For a moment she thought she heard Natsu's voice calling out to her. Then the darkness claimed her. Urza! Natsu screamed in despair as he saw how his sister figure was enveloped in a strange light before she vanished from his sight. Happy and Natsu reached the place where Urza and her opponent had stood only a few seconds too late. She was gone. Damn it! What the hell happened here? Natsu shouted angrily, looking for any traces the blonde-haired guy might have left behind. Natsu! The fire dragon slayer didn't even turn around when Lucy called his name and arrived together with Gray, Godot and Juvia. The blonde stellar spirit mage noticed her friend's distress and immediately connected the dots. Where is Urza, Natsu? What happened here? Lucy inquired carefully. She didn't want to upset Natsu any further. I don't know. I didn't get here in time. The last thing I saw is how Urza rushed at her opponent who was already on his knees. But then he used some kind of magic and the two of them just vanished. The pink-haired mage ranted. And the rest of the Konoha mages are gone too. They must have known what that Maelstrom guy was planning. Now that I think about it, perhaps they had planned this all along, Gray said while resting his head on his right hand, as if the thinking pose would help him with his deductions. What do you mean, Gray-sama? Juvia asked, not so sure what her crush was talking about. The ice mage started to explain his theories. Think about it. The two of them marched into the city and spoke to Elfman and Mirajan. To me it looks like they wanted to get noticed by us. When reinforcements arrive, Urza rushes after the stronger opponent. And just when we capture the other one, he is rescued. The timing is really odd. Either they are really lucky or it was just a plan to gauge our strength. At this point, Godot interrupted Gray. But why would they be after Urza? And if they wanted to capture a strong mage, why didn't that Maelstrom guy capture Gildarts when they fought? Perhaps he was too strong to be captured. Gildarts did say that he and the Konoha mage were pretty even when they fought. But wouldn't that also mean that the shadow user was lying all along? Lucy asked. Gray was once again in deep thought. We can't discard the possibility that he lied to catch us off guard. If he had told us that their plan was to capture Urza, we would have tried to help her. No, I think he was buying time for his buddy to take Urza as a hostage. Urza as a hostage, Natsu said quietly. He had been really quiet throughout the entire discussion, visibly shaken up to see one of his closest friends get taken away like that. Especially since she was one of the strongest persons Natsu knew. Taking Urza hostage, Konoha might be planning to weaken us so they don't have to fear us getting in their way. Gray finally concluded. With a serious tone he continued. We have to report this to the master. I'm afraid we'll have to prepare for a war very soon. The mood suddenly got a lot darker. All of them knew that they would meet the mysterious mages of Konoha again. But the next time would be a lot more dangerous and bloodier for both sides. Meanwhile, at a faraway place. Ugh. Slowly Urza opened her eyes. What had happened? Where was she? The last thing she remembered was. Urza shot up and immediately regretted doing so. Her whole body was aching, a testament to the battle she had been through. The Mage of Fairy Tail carefully looked around. She seemed to be in some sort of cave, and the inhabitants had to be really small if the kitchen she could see was any indication. Ah, you're finally awake. I'll have to tell Naru-chan that he can visit you now. Urza whipped her head around and saw one of the strangest creatures she had ever seen. A small, very old-looking and talking toad with a white goatee and a black cloak around his shoulders. All seriousness was forgotten and Urza simply stared at the odd sight before her with an open mouth. Wah, what the hell are you? She finally brought out. The toad seemed a little angry suddenly. I'm thank you very much. And my name is Fukusaku, one of the elder toads of Mount Myobokuzen. Mount Myobokuzen, Urza repeated confused. She had never heard of such a mountain anywhere on the entire continent, and yet the name sounded somewhat familiar. Then it hit her. That Naruto guy, he said he was the toad sage of Mount Myobokuzen. She exclaimed loudly. The elder toad chuckled a little. Yes, little Naru-chan was finally able to pick up the title of sage, after Jiraiya-chan's tragic passing. But enough of that, I think it's time for you to get something to eat, right? And so Urza's adventures on Mount Myobokuzen began. Unknown location. Is everything proceeding as planned? Asked a shadowy figure wearing an orange mask with a swirl pattern. Yes, I managed to infiltrate the Council of the 10 Holy Mages successfully. They haven't even noticed yet that one of them has been replaced by me. Replied another voice. Yellow eyes glowed in the darkness of the meeting place. And what about your mission, Sasuke? The mask-wearing man asked the last of their little group. It was a young man with an emotionless yet handsome face. His black hair framed his pale face, matching his equally black eyes. I spread further rumors about Konoha throughout the cities by impersonating their leading members. Such a trivial task is not worthy of me, don't dare to order me again, Madara. The man called Madara chuckled. Now Sasuke, no need to be so grumpy. Just so you know, I finished my little task as well. Soon we'll be able to open a portal to the elemental nations again, using my eternal Mangekyo Sharingans, Kamui, and the magic of our little friend here. Insane laughter could be heard throughout the entire cave the meeting was taking place in. It was so loud it caused another person residing in this cave to wake up. His form was bloody and beaten, dried blood cracking when he opened his eyes. I failed. Mistgun could only mutter this one sentence before unconsciousness claimed him once again. Magnolia City, Fairy Tail Guild Building. I see. These are indeed very concerning news. The entire guild of Fairy Tail was completely silent as the members listened to Makarov. Everybody had been highly alerted when an exhausted-looking Mirajan had entered the building along with a barely conscious elfman. Of course they had been concerned before that already. Well, concerned wasn't the right word. In the beginning the mages had only been curious. After all, with mages like guildarts among their ranks it wasn't uncommon to see a few buildings getting busted now and then. But as the noise hadn't shown any signs of stopping soon, Natsu and his friends had left to see if everything was alright. Nothing had been alright. No one had expected something like this. The elusive Dark Guild Konoha. Why had they suddenly appeared in their city? A fight had been inevitable, and now something had happened no one would ever have expected. Urza, one of Fairy Tail's S-rank mages was gone. No one knew where she was now. Only one thing was clear, it was all the doing of Konoha. As silence befell the room, it was Gray who spoke up to break it. Master, what are we gonna do now? As I said before, it might be possible that Konoha is planning to take out the high-ranking mages from the guilds to weaken us. When Makarov didn't answer immediately but instead closes his eyes and sighed heavily, Natsu got angry. No, he got even angrier than he already was. Urza was like a sister to him, and to see her getting kidnapped like this. He hated it. He hated feeling so powerless. It reminded him too much of the entire Gerard situation. Hey old man, aren't you gonna do anything? Let's form a search party, we gotta find Urza. And then I'll give this Maelstrom guy the beating he deserves. But before the old master could even respond to Natsu's rant, the door burst open and a very exhausted-looking Fried stormed into the main hall. It was rare to see the normally so calm sorcerer like this, so it was no wonder that some members voiced their concern while Fried was still trying to catch his breath. Hey Fried, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Levy asked, true concern clearly audible in her voice. The enchantment-using mage looked at her, his eyes wide and his face pale. Finally he managed to regain enough breath to tell the others just what had him so spooked. Master Makarov, a messenger from the Magic Council just arrived. Quattro Cerberus has been wiped out. In a flash the old master's eyes snapped open and stared at Fried with an intensity that made everyone in the room freeze. What did you just say? Makarov's voice was calm, but every mage worth his salt could feel just how angry the master was. His magic was rising up and almost suffocating some members. I just heard it from the messenger at the city gates. Fried continued. According to some witnesses the entire guild was attacked by only one man. He destroyed a large part of the city and mercilessly attacked the mage. In the end, this one man killed 40% of Quattro Cerberus and left the rest heavily injured. It is still unclear if Master Goldmine will survive his wounds. The silence from earlier seemed like infernal noise compared to the lack of sound that now filled the guild. Many of the mages could not believe what they had just heard. Bit by bit whispers started to spread through the room. One man alone, he killed so many people. Who could do such a thing? As Makarov spoke up again, the whispers ceased again. Fried, the old mage began, his anger barely subdued. Who did this? Quote ellipsis. They didn't know the mage. But he left a message. Black flames which the mages of the Magic Council could not erase yet burned a message into the ground where the guild once stood. With the next sentence, pandemonium broke loose. It was the symbol of a leaf, it was Konoha. Immediately angry shouts erupted from every corner of the guild. This was an outrage. Konoha had openly attacked two of the strongest guilds of the country. This could only mean one thing. Crippling guildarts, kidnapping Urza, murdering our friends. This has gone too far. This is no longer hostile behavior, this is a declaration of war. The barely contained anger of the master burst forth with a power they had only seen in the battle against the Phantom Lord Guild. Fried, is that messenger still here? I have a message for him. Makarov shouted, his eyes full of righteous fury. Actually, I'm right here. Excuse me, but your friend ran off so fast that I could barely keep up. Everyone immediately turned towards the door where an unknown man stood. However, his clothes were easily recognizable as the uniform of a servant of the Magic Council. The shoulder-length, ash-blonde hair was slightly welled and framed the quite handsome face of the man who had just entered the guild. Who's this guy? Natsu asked, his confusion momentarily replacing his anger at Konoha. Idiot, it's a servant of the Magic Council. Look at his uniform. Lucy reprimanded her friend. The man walked towards Makarov and knelt down before him, his head held low. Master Makarov, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Levant von Schweitzer, and as you can see I am an official messenger of the Magic Council. As you've certainly heard by now, Quattro Cerberus has been annihilated. As such, the Magic Council immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss the next step they would take against Konoha. Levant raised his head and looked the master straight into his eyes. By decree of the Magic Council, Konoha is officially classified as a Dark Guild of S. Rank strength, and the entire Guild of Fairy Tail is hereby ordered to join forces with both Blue Pegasus and the troops of the Magic Council under the command of the newly promoted Commander Rahal and gather at the Forest of Haze to completely wipe out the Dark Guild Konoha. If earlier it was pandemonium that had erupted, this time the opposite happened. Everyone went completely silent, especially the members of Fairy Tail that had participated in the Oracion 6 extermination mission went stone-faced. They knew of the dangers when facing a Dark Guild, and now they mobilized 2 full guilds as well as an entire battalion of the Magic Council. These thoughts of course also went through the head of Master Makarov. He truly wished his guild wouldn't have to be dragged into this, or at least not everyone. Normally he could at least trust the fact that Mistgun, Guildarts and Urza were able to take care of themselves. But if with one of them missing, the other badly hurt and the last one off to God knows where, how could Makarov send his remaining mages to a mission where they would most likely end up like lambs before a pack of wolves? But this was not the time to hesitate. Konoha had wronged them and had to be punished for their sins. With a strong gaze, Makarov looked at the messenger again. When does the operation start? In 2 weeks. Therefore you'll have to prepare to move out soon since the Forest of Haze is not really close by. Levant replied evenly. With a nod the master replied simply, I see. We'll begin the preparations immediately. You may deliver this to the Magic Council. Only the nod of Levant von Schweitzer indicated that he had indeed heard what Makarov had said. Without any further ado the man arose from his kneeling position and walked out of the building, not glancing back even once. Stuck-up bastard, Natsu muttered, and Lucy and Gray couldn't even reprimand him for his rude assortment since it was undeniably true. The voices grew loud again, but they were immediately quelled by the master's loud orders. You've heard it. Every able member of Fairy Tail will participate in the battle against Konoha. Those who are hurt, give your names to Mirajan. Those who are fit will go home and pack for at least 2 weeks. There will be base, but we don't know what to expect. For the sake of our fallen friends and comrades, let us all stand together and fight. At the last word Makarov raised his staff high into the air and everyone else followed by thrusting their fists into the air with a loud cheer. Fairy Tail was going to war and Konoha would bleed for their cruel deeds. At the same time, at the outskirts of the city, Levant von Schweitzer had just left the city and leisurely walked down the road. For someone who had to deliver such an important message, he sure looked like he was in no hurry. Well, that was easy, he said to himself apparently. Yeah, like taking candy from a baby. A voice suddenly replied, seemingly from out of nowhere. And yet Levant remained completely calm, he didn't even bat an eyelash. I never understood this collocation. Why would we want to take the candy? Levant answered calmly. You're right, we'd probably take the baby and leave the candy behind. They sure are tasty when the flesh is still so young and soft. Damn, now I'm getting hungry. That Levant guy didn't taste all that good. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find something on the way back to still our hunger. As Levant's right eye started to glow with a malicious yellow light, it got all too clear why Zetsu was indeed the infiltration specialist of the Akatsuki. Konoha, a few hours later. The sun was already setting when Neji and the other reconnaissance shinobi finally returned to Konoha. Since Sai's Ink Dragon was more of a combat than a transportation move, it had collapsed after 1 hour, which had left the Konoha shinobi with a 3-hour-long journey back to their home. They had traveled mostly in silence, none of them really in the mood for talking, especially after Neji revealing some very disturbing news to them that the Hokage wouldn't be pleased to hear. They always had been able to count on Naruto to lighten the mood, but with him gone for God knew how long. After their arrival, the 4 ninja had immediately been escorted to the Hokage's office. None of them looked forward to explain how the situation had developed, escalated, and how their most powerful warrior had decided to make a little vacation. Come in. Yamato swallowed nervously when he opened the door and entered the office with his 3 companions. He could already see Kakashi's one visible eyebrow rising, wordlessly asking the former Anbu where a certain blonde knucklehead was. This was bad. Welcome back you 4. While I'm quite interested in your reports concerning our current situation, I cannot help but notice that one of your team is missing. Anyone care to enlighten me? Kakashi asked, apparently calm, but Yamato knew better. He had worked with Kakashi in the Anbu before he had taken his leave, and he remembered how Kakashi had used this tone before. It meant serious business. The wood release user nervously started his report, always watching for a reaction of his Hokage's face. Some people were still amazed how many emotions Kakashi could portray with only his right eye being visible. Once Yamato had finished his report, silence reigned the room. Shikamaru, Neji and Sai had stayed silent during Yamato's speech, but now they looked like they barely held back questions they were dying to ask. A heavy sigh escaped Kakashi's lips. I see. These are troubling news indeed. Not only was our existence completely exposed to the outside world, but had Naruto resort to a reverse summoning. And then there's the mysterious attack on Quattro Cerberus of which Neji witnessed the aftermath. The Rokudaime Hokage closed his uncovered eye in deep thought. It had been inevitable that their existence was exposed one day, but it had been truly bad luck that Naruto had started a fight with Fairy Tails, Titania. And now that he had escaped to Mount Myobokuzen, he would need at least 2 weeks to return. But what worried Kakashi the most was the attack on Quattro Cerberus. There were only 2 people who could have possibly committed such a horrible act, and both of them bore the name Uchiha. Madara and Sasuke. The only benefit such an act had for them was that the outside world perceived Konoha as an enemy. Massaging his temples to prevent a headache, Kakashi muttered, now I know why Tsunade-sama always drunk so much sake in her office. With so much work to do, I can't even enjoy my books anymore. The silver-haired Hokage addressed his shinobi once again. Yamato, I want you to go to the Anbu headquarters and send out twice the amount of the usual forest patrols. Shikamaru, you'll inform the council about the newest developments. Neji, I want you to notify the clan heads about this and inform Hiyashi-san about the Hyuga clan's role as protectors of the civilian population if the need of an evacuation arises. And finally Sai, please fetch Tsunade-sama for me. She should be working at the hospital at the moment. With a nod, all of the gathered ninja but Sai vanished, leaving behind nothing but a swirl of leaves. Kakashi raised his eyebrow and looked the former root agent directly into his eyes. Is something the matter, Sai? For a while, Sai said nothing. Just when Kakashi was about to ask him again, the pale young man spoke. Hokage-sama, what about Naruto? When will he be back? Or rather, how? If he performed a reverse summoning, he should be back in our home world, and there is no other toad summoner to summon a toad that could transport him here. Kakashi chuckled slightly. You are correct, Sai, there is no toad summoner who could perform this task. However, on this fateful day 1 year ago, not only our people were swallowed by the vortex in the sky. No, it also took most of our buildings and structures with it. And among these things was also a long-distance teleportation well used by the toads of Mount Myobokuzen. Naruto is able to use this well to return here. He already did so about 10 months ago when he secretly trained with the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Sai's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. He remembered how Naruto had gone on a training mission for a month and a half shortly after the whole anima dilemma. But to think that he had indeed returned to their own dimension, he could see why it had to be kept a secret. If the general population had found out that there was a way of reaching our home world, there would have been a riot. I'm pretty sure a lot of people wouldn't have been able to understand that only a summoner can use such pathways, and the last thing Naruto would needed after finally getting accepted is an angry town. Kakashi calmly continued. I understand, Sai answered. Do you know when he'll be back? I'm pretty sure Sakura and the rest of Naruto's friends will want to know about his delayed return as well. I can only make a rough estimation. But the shortest time it takes for the well to collect enough energy for a jump like this is 1 week. But it shouldn't take that much longer. Kakashi replied. Sai nodded a last time to his leader. Thank you, Hokage-sama. And with a swirl of leaves, Sai was gone too. For a moment Kakashi looked at the spot his subordinate had been occupying before ruefully turning his head towards a rather large pile of unfinished paperwork. I just know that Tsunade-sama didn't awaken from the coma until I was made Rokudaime just to escape this hell. I guess Minato-sensei was right, paperwork is the bane of all existence. And although Konoha was preparing in every way possible for the unknown future, there was no way they could have been prepared for what would happen in 2 weeks. Mount Myobokuzen. There were not many things that could unsettle Urza Scarlet. As the strongest female mage of Fairy Tail, she had quite a reputation, not to mention that she could make Natsu and Grace shut up with but a glance. However, there's a first time for everything. The existence of speaking animals was not that surprising for Urza, considering that she had known the flying and talking cat Happy since the day of his birth. But this. Urza couldn't help but feel like she was in a fairy tale when she saw the nature on Mount Myobokuzen for the first time. The plants were all several times larger than they normally should be. And not only the plants were oversized. Urza remembered how she had almost attacked a huge toad that had landed in front of her and the old toad who had introduced himself as Fukusaku. Only the fact that Urza was still wounded and the surprise when the huge orange toad, he even wore a blue jacket, started talking stopped Urza in her tracks. Thus it took the scarlet-haired sorceress a while to notice that the old toad was talking to her. Urza-chan, Urza-chan, Urza-chan. The Titania's thoughts immediately stopped thinking about ridiculously large toads and simply accepted them for now. Only absent-mindedly the scarlet sorceress noted that the toad had added a chan to her name. Yes. The old toad chuckled. It wasn't that surprising to see their guest this confused. Many ninja had troubles to grasp the concept of summonings without freaking out. I said that now that you've met Gamakichi here you could accompany him to meet Naru-chan. I can imagine that you have a lot of questions for him. Oh, and please don't fight. Naruto explained me what happened, and I can promise you that everything is indeed a really unfortunate misunderstanding. Urza only nodded. She had indeed many questions for the mysterious maelstrom, and apparently she would finally get some answers. This didn't mean that she accepted the toad's explanation of everything being a misunderstanding, but since she was in an unknown and potentially hostile environment she had to play by their rules. The red-haired mage turned to the toad who had been introduced as Gamakichi. Please lead the way. Urza followed the giant toad in silence. She didn't know where her amphibian companion was leading her, but she noticed that the vegetation was getting more and more scarce until it vanished completely. Instead of flowers and plants, rocks and mountains covered the ground before her. To Urza's great surprise the toad led her to one of those mountains. Was there a cave or something like that hidden there? Gamakichi came to a halt and suddenly started shouting, slightly startling the S-rank mage in the process. Oh why? Aniki, the hot babe has finally woken up. Get your ass down here. Several things registered in Urza's brain at the same time. 1. The toad referred to the maelstrom as his, Aniki, his big brother, which seemed quite strange to her considering that he looked like a human and not like a toad. 2nd, the toad had called her a hot babe. She wasn't sure whether she should be flattered or angry, so she settled for both. And lastly, down here, Urza looked up and her eyes went wide. On the very peak of one of the very spiky mountains sat Naruto, balancing on what looked like a quadratic stone board. Thanks to her keen eyesight she could see how two birds had settled on the young man, who appeared to be in deep meditation. Just how could he balance up there? Damn, he doesn't hear me. Oh well, not my problem. Urza turned her head towards Gamakichi when she heard his muttering. She only grew more confused when the large toad took a deep breath. Her confusion was replaced by astonishment when the jacket-wearing amphibian shot a huge ball of water straight at the blonde warrior. A startled cry could be heard soon afterwards and Urza and Gamakichi, the later one with a gleeful look on his face, watched as Naruto plummeted towards the ground. Very fast. With his head first. Too stunned to react, the scarlet-haired sorceress winced when Naruto's head made contact with the ground, the impact creating a huge dust cloud. The fairy tale mage turned towards her toad companion who was still looking extremely amused about this. What the hell was that for? He might be seriously hurt after falling down from such heights. We gotta help him. But Gamakichi only looked at her, his amusement never leaving his face. Nah, don't worry. There's hardly anything that can hurt Aniki when he's in this state. In this state, Urza repeated in confusion. Hey, Gamakichi, what the hell was that for? Urza's head snapped towards the direction of the dust cloud. This voice. But how? No human should be able to withstand such a fall without proper preparations. The dust finally settled down, and a completely unharmed Naruto walked towards the two newcomers. He was only clad in a pair of orange boxer shorts and Urza noted with a slight blush that the dangerous maelstrom had quite a nice figure. Urza immediately banished these thoughts and concentrated on his face, which was quite cute in her opinion. Especially with his blonde hair framing his face. Damn. After mentally slapping herself, Urza focused on something that seemed out of place, his eyes. They were no longer the vibrant blue which she had seen at the end of their battle. No, they were once again golden with rectangular slits and an orange coloring around them. So that's what he meant with, in this state. I remember how he stopped my sword with his bare hands. I can see how a fall from such heights without taking damage. Concentrating on the approaching blonde, Urza decided to ponder about the young man's abilities at another time. Oh, hey there. Glad to see that you're finally awake. Naruto greeted her with a smile on his face and Urza couldn't detect any falsehood in his words. He really was glad that she was awake. The blonde warrior didn't wait for Urza to say anything and just continued to speak. I was pretty worried when you fainted after the reverse summoning, but then again, who is used to jump between dimensions? Urza froze. Had he really just said that or had her ears played a trick on her? Urza spoke very calmly, but it was all she could do to stop herself from outright shouting the question she had. What do you mean with jumping between dimensions? Naruto's happy smile immediately dropped. Instead he looked quite nervous now. You see, about that. Back at the small house where Urza had first awoken, Fukusaku was enjoying a hot cup of tea with his wife Shima. After taking a sip, the elder toad let out a relieved sigh. Ah, nothing beats a good cup of tea to relax. His wife nodded in agreement before replying. I wonder how things will play out with the girl Naru-chan brought with him. She really looks just like her. Fukusaku nodded. Ah, yes. Well, Gamakichi should have brought her to Naru-chan by now. Then a sudden cry of, what do you mean I'm stuck here? Could be heard all across Mount Myobokuzen. Fukusaku nodded to himself. It looks like he just told her. And the girl has quite a set of lungs. I'll prepare an extra tasty feast for her, it will help her handle the shock for sure. Shima said with a smile. The bearded elder toad nodded. You should do that. Oh, and please prepare some bandages. Like on cue, a painful scream echoed across the home of the toads. It appears that Urza-chan has quite a temper. The 2 weeks had gone by quickly, much too quickly in the opinion of many members of the magic guilds. The air was tense in the united camp of Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus and the army of the Magic Council. While the members of Blue Pegasus and Fairy Tail got along with each other easy enough if you ignored how Ichiya cried about the abduction of his beloved Urza, the soldiers of the Magic Council were pretty much as stuck up as they could get. A situation Natsu wasted no moment to comment on. Man, I hate those guys. They act so high and mighty all the time, it really pisses me off. Natsu's rants were by now mostly ignored by his friends who sat around a campfire with the Dragon Slayer. It was the last evening before the start of the operation. Natsu, just drop it. We get it by now, you've been telling us since we arrived here. Lucy answered with a tired voice. She didn't want to fight against other humans, but it looked like she didn't have a choice in that matter. As the blonde stellar spirit mage looked around, she saw that many guild members looked like they shared her opinion. Gray tried to calm both of his friends down. He didn't want anyone to blow up because of the tension that had a firm grip on the camp. She's right, Natsu. We can't waste time to get angry because of the soldiers. Natsu and Lucy just stared at the ice mage. It was Lucy who answered dryly. Quote ellipsis. You certainly didn't waste any time taking off your clothes again. Gray looked down at himself and had once again to admit that he had taken off his clothes without knowing it. Crap, I did it again. Oh well, it's warm tonight, I can sleep like this easily. Lucy rolled her eyes. She was used to her friends' antics by now, but it didn't mean she didn't want to bang her head against a wall sometimes because of them. As the blonde girl looked around to see who was still awake, her eyes caught sight of two people that sent shivers down her spine. Hey guys, do you see those two guys with the black cloaks over there? She whispered to Natsu and Gray, before all three of them sent unsuspicious glances at the two mentioned figures who were sitting near the tent of the commander of the Magic Council's army. They couldn't see any defining features due to the cloaks which covered them from head to toe. Lucy rubbed her arms absent-mindedly as if she wanted to warm herself against the chilling presence those two seemed to emit. Those two are really creepy for some reason. Who are they anyway? They don't belong to Blue Pegasus, but they don't look like soldiers either. I heard that they are specialists of the Magic Council sent to break the illusion surrounding the forest. A new voice said. The three turned around to see a familiar sight of long, silver hair. Mira-san, Lucy exclaimed, happy to see that the S-rank mage had finally fully recovered from the battle against Maelstrom and his friend 2 weeks ago. The exhaustion had been worse than expected due to Mirajan's unstable condition before the fight. Yet she had managed to get her back on her feet, fully recovered and ready for battle. You mean those guys are support? They look so creepy, Lucy continued. Mirajan smiled a little at her friend. Yeah, I too get this really strange feeling from them. But as long as they do their job we shouldn't complain. We need to break this illusion if we want to free Urza. Everyone at the campfire nodded seriously. They had to free Urza at any cost. Who knew what those Konoha bastards might do to her? Just wait for us, Urza. We're coming to save you. Natsu thought, his eyes full of determination. Night soon fell over the campsite, the only source of light the brightly shining moon. Many people looked at it, for sleep wouldn't come to them this night. Who could blame them? A lot of them wished that the next day would never come. But sadly, this wish remained unanswered. The next day would come. In Konoha the situation was just as tense. The scouts had of course noticed the camp outside of the forest, but with their limited numbers a preemptive strike would be nothing but suicide. In his office in the Hokage Tower, Kakashi was contemplating their next step. As long as the illusions of the forest remained they were safe. However, if they were to fall they'd face something akin to the Sound Sand invasion all over again. And there was no guarantee that it would end as well as last time. The sixth Hokage rose from his seat and turned to the window, looking at the brightly shining moon. Absent-mindedly he touched his left eye with his left hand. I may have to use this sooner than expected. Sensei, I won't let you down. I'll protect this village just like you and all the Hokage before me did. After all, Naruto can't take over as the Hokage if there's no village left, right? There was no answer to the man's silent words. And yet he felt like his sensei was there with him. Sigh. With no audible sound the Anbu operative appeared in the Hokage's office, respectfully on his knees. You called Hokage-sama. Give the order to prepare the troops in Anbu. I have a feeling that we'll get a visit soon. Understood, Hokage-sama. Without any further ado, the ever-smiling boy vanished. Kakashi simply continued to look at the moon, as if it held the answers to all his questions. Naruto. Hurry up. Konoha needs you. Where was Naruto? At another place, far, far away from home, two more persons were watching the moon as it illuminated the starless sky. The two of them sat side by side on an oversized flower, a comfortable silence accompanying them. Hey, Urza. One of the two persons, a young woman with long, crimson hair, turned to the other person who had just spoken. What is it, Naruto? For a few moments, silence fell over them again. Then the first voice, a young man with shoulder-length blonde hair, spoke up again. Do you think it will work? I really hope we can convince everybody, but it seems kinda hopeless. A light chuckle escaped the woman's lips. I had never expected you to brood like this. It's kinda strange to see you so somber. The first voice kept silent, but it was clearly visible that the blonde young man was pouting. The crimson-haired woman put her left hand on the right shoulder of the man she had called Naruto and squeezed it reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm going to help you, remember. That's what friends are for, right? These words caused a smile to blossom on the blonde's face. He raised his left hand and put it on the hand of the woman, returning the gesture. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Urza. The two friends continued to sit on the flower for a while longer. The path before them was a harsh and stony one, but they had promised each other to brave it nonetheless. And no one of them was a person to go back on their word. Everything had its opposite. Like the moon had the sun, for every person wishing for peace while gazing at the moon, there was one who wished for harm while looking at the night sky. In Naruto's and Urza's case it was one Hoshigaki Kisame, the strongest of the seven swordsmen of the mist. The blue-haired monster of a man stared at the moon with something akin to hunger in his eyes. On his right shoulder rested the hilt of his sword, the mighty Samahata. And that wasn't all. Something else was hanging over the blade of the sword, or rather, someone. The person was tall and had dark skin and appeared to be in pretty bad shape, if the numerous bloody gashes that adorned the person's body were any indication. And yet Kisame ignored the person, his entire focus concentrated on a swirl that was slowly appearing in front of him. So the party's finally starting, About time. I was getting bored. And thus the monster of Kurigakure departed to lands unknown to almost all shinobi of the elemental nations, taking his mysterious package with him. At the dawn of the next day. Begin the operation. The voice of Commander Rahal was cold and harsh as he ordered the two black-clad men to start the barrier destruction. The gathered mages all looked tense and nervous. The moment the illusion fell, they would charge through the forest into Konoha. They had been told to take prisoners, but only if the chance arose. It had been coded in Nis words, but essentially the Magic Council wanted the mages to slaughter everyone who bore the mark of Konoha. It was a sickening thought for the mages who had sworn to protect every life, no matter whom it belonged to, but they couldn't refuse the council's orders without being charged with treason. The only ones who had no trouble with this were the soldiers dispatched by the council, but this was no surprise for the gathered mages. Lucy and her friends looked anxiously at the two men in black as their hands formed strange signs at blinding speeds before slamming them into the air in front of them. At first nothing happened, and Lucy wondered what they had tried to accomplish with this little stunt. After a few seconds however, the entire forest before them began to splinter like a broken mirror. The cracks in the air ran around the entire forest and up into the air as if a large dome of glass had been placed over the forest and was now breaking. It is done, the taller one of the two cloak-wearing men said. Commander Rahal only nodded. Begin the attack. Let us free the world from Konoha's evil grasp. Rahal ignored the cheers of the soldiers and continued to speak. Mages of Fairy Tale, remember your role. You will charge through the forest and attack Konoha's stronghold directly while we distract their soldiers. Do not fail us. The mages of Fairy Tale didn't look too happy about their mission, but they were indeed the strongest of the three present forces and used to working together. But all their discomfort had to be ignored for now. Charge. The war had begun. The serenity of the forest was broken by the countless murmurs of the mages that crept through the trees. They were trying as hard as possible to remain quiet, but unlike the shinobi they were trying to attack, they had little experience in such things. Therefore it was quite easy for the Anbu to spot them. The allied mages only noticed that something was wrong when suddenly cries of pain cut through the eerie silence of the forest. We're under attack, a soldier of the Magic Council shouted just before he was silenced by a well-aimed throwing knife. But these warriors hadn't been chosen for nothing. Only a few moments after the initial surprise, magic barriers flared up and stopped the thrown weapons. The barrage of kunai stopped, and the silence returned. This time, however, it was a tense silence. Then, without making a single sound, the forces of Konoha arrived. They stood on the branches of trees, behind large bushes and sometimes even at the side of the trees without holding to them. Wrapped in black uniforms with white face masks, they were a truly imposing sight, especially since they were completely silent. Just like ghosts. One person was different though. Instead of the black attire everyone seemed to wear, he was clad in a green vest and dark blue pants. Brown hair and a strange headgear framed his face, and the mages of Fairy Tale that had been present at the fight in Magnolia City immediately recognized him as one of Maelstrom's companions. You! Natsu exclaimed angrily and attempted to charge through the shields only to be held back by Gray. Mages of Fiona! The man shouted with a commanding voice. I am Yamato of Konoha. This was a warning. Withdraw immediately. Any other action will be deemed an act of war and bring the full might of Konoha upon you. Yamato's eyes were cold and unforgiving as he stared at the allied mages. Commander Rahal stepped forward to say something, but to everyone's surprise he was interrupted by none other than Makarov. The voice of the old master betrayed the barely controlled fury that he felt. You have the audacity to accuse us of an act of war. You, who slaughtered countless of our friends and comrades. Does your arrogance know no bounds? Your folly shall end this day, and your entire guild with you. Makarov slowly stepped outside of the barrier, everyone close to him either stepping aside on their own or being pushed aside by the pure magic power that began to swirl around the third master of Fairy Tale. Yamato immediately realized that the old man was up to something. The sixth sense that had been honed by his years of service for the Anbu was screaming at him to get away when he saw how Makarov crossed his arms. Take cover, was all he shouted to the gathered Anbu. But even with Yamato's timely warning, the result was still devastating. Giant surge. 1. For everyone and everything in front of the guild master the world turned white. There was no other way to describe the huge beam of pure light that slammed through the forest trees, evaporating them in its path and finally hit the gates of Konoha. For a moment it looked like the sturdy gates would survive the unexpected assault, but after a short moment of struggling, the gates fell as well, along with a sizable portion of the wall they had been set in. No one said anything after this display of power. The mages from Fairy Tale were once again reminded just why Makarov was indeed their master. The army of the council was awestruck, humbled by the strength this small old man wielded. As for the Konoha shinobi, they too were amazed and a little frightened by the power Makarov had displayed. This strength, it looked just like the Kyuubi's, Yamato muttered. He remembered only too well how Naruto had unleashed a similar attack on Orochimaru more than 1 year ago. To see such strength displayed by a human was more than enough to prove that Makarov was at least as strong as any Kage of the elemental nations. The wood element user was jarred out of his thoughts when he heard the commander of the enemy forces shout new orders to his soldiers. The path is clear. Use this chance and advance to Konoha. Everyone, charge. Cursing himself for letting his guard down, Yamato and his fellow Anbu soon found themselves being overrun by the mages of Fiona. Damn, don't let them pass. We must protect Konoha at any cost. Yamato shouted while forming hand signs at a blinding speed. Jumping down from his tree, Yamato landed in front of a large group of mages and placed his hands on the ground. Mokuten Haijutsu, Jukai Koten. 2. As soon as the words left his lips, roots began to emerge from the ground. The earth shook and crumbled as large trees freed themselves from their earthen prison, rebuilding the forest that had been destroyed by Makarov's attack in but a moment. Commander Rahal's eyes widened at this. So this is how the Forest of Haze came to be. To think that Konoha had such a powerful wood alchemy mage among their ranks. Yamato's expression was grim. While he had managed to repair the forest, half of the enemy troops had already broken through the first line of Konoha's defense. Thus Yamato had only one option to stop the remaining forces. Once again his hand came together, and this time the technique he used would entrusted the fate of Konoha to his comrades still in the village. Mokuten, Jukai Heki. 3. The gigantic trees came alive and shot their branches towards each other, interweaving with each other until they formed a solid wall of thick branches. Some of less fortunate magic users that stood too close to the wall had been attacked by the branches, as if the forest had its own will. Yamato turned towards Commander Rahal and the rest of his forces. No one will get past this wall, neither your troops nor our reinforcements. The normally calm facade of the bespectacled cold at these words. So you willingly sacrificed yourself and your men to stop us. How foolish. It doesn't matter if only half of the troops managed to get inside. After all, Fairy Tail and most of my men made it inside. And I doubt that anyone of your pitiful dark guild can stand up to the might that is Master Makarov. The remaining soldiers of my forces and the Mage's Blue Pegasus will be more than enough to eliminate you and your subordinates. We will take care of your wood magic afterwards. Yamato's answer was to settle into a fighting stance. Do not underestimate Konoha. You are not the only one who has excellent fighters on their side. With battle cries from both sides, the forces clashed anew. But at this point no one could have foreseen the outcome of this battle. Gates of Konoha. After the confrontation with Yamato and the Anbu, most of the members of Fairy Tail were on their way to the gates that had been destroyed by Makarov only moments ago. The soldiers that had been lucky enough to accompany them before the forest sealed itself were coordinating themselves as good as they could without any way to contact their commander. There's the wall. Let's do this, guys. Natsu's eager shout wasn't filled with its usual excitement. While he was definitely determined to fight, it wasn't just for the thrill of battle. He was here to rescue Urza. He was so focused on his objective that he was caught quite off guard when suddenly two giants appeared apparently out of nowhere and sent their gigantic fists down on them. Hokage Tower. Kakashi sighed heavily as he surveyed the beginning battle. He hated to admit it, but he had underestimated the mages of Fiona a little. He hadn't expected them to unleash an attack of such a caliber right off the bat. And now the gates were broken and their second line of defense destroyed. At least Yamato managed to reduce their numbers significantly. Kakashi thought. And by the looks of it, positioning the Akamichi clan at the entrance was also a good idea. But we can't let our guard down even one moment. We're outnumbered and low on resources, our enemy has too many advantages for my liking. Although no sound was made, Kakashi was not surprised when one of his Anbu guards appeared kneeling on the floor, his head bowed. Hokage-sama, the masked man said respectfully. The preparations are done, we can move out now. Kakashi nodded. Very well. It's time to see whether my special training has paid off or not. With a single movement he discarded his white robes. The outfit he wore under it couldn't give many shinobi back in the elemental nation's nightmares. The reason for this was because almost no one had lived long enough to describe it when he had worn it back in his days as Anbu agent. Clad in a black bodysuit and white Anbu armor, the Rokudaime of Konoha was ready for war. Near the gates of Konoha. Natsu cursed as he ran through the mostly empty streets of Konoha. He had been separated from his friends after the attack from those two freakishly large guys and was all alone now. They hadn't expected someone besides Master Makarov to use the giant magic so well. It wasn't that Natsu minded being separated from the others, he could look out for himself and knew that the others could as well, but without Happy he couldn't get a clear view of the city and thus the places where Urza might be. Urza, where are you? Natsu shouted as he ran through the streets, ignoring the occasional explosions around him. His friends were strong, they could deal with these Konoha flunkies for sure. Natsu was so caught up in his shouting that he almost missed an incoming attack and only narrowly dodged a powerfully swung staff with a backwards flip. When Natsu landed again he immediately looked for the attacker and was surprised to find a young boy standing in front of him, firmly holding a black battle staff in his hands. I won't let you take even one more step in Konoha, you damn mage. How dare you guys attack our village? I, Konohamaru, future Hokage, will drive you out of Konoha with my own hands. Natsu narrowed his eyes at the young boy who had introduced himself as Konohamaru. Both the mage and the ninja had the same eyes that were burning with determination. Listen up, Squirt, Natsu said, his voice filled with barely restrained anger. I don't care about what you want to do, I'm here for two things. 1, to save Urza, and 2, to kick you Konoha bastards' asses for attacking our friends. Konohamaru replied just as fiercely. What do you mean, attacking your friends, you idiot? You guys are attacking us. We just want to be left alone, but apparently you guys just don't get that. And who the hell is Urza? Shut up, Natsu shouted, his expression turning dangerously feral. It was you guys who wouldn't stop attacking guilds. And that stupid Naruto guy abducted Urza, so where is she? Suddenly Konohamaru's staff was only inches away from Natsu's face again as the young shinobi had closed the gap between them in an instant. "Don't talk about the boss like that. And leave our village alone, damn it." Natsu managed to avoid the strike yet again by bending backwards and immediately used the chance to deliver a swift kick to Konohamaru's unprotected torso. In the last moment shinobi managed to shift his staff in the path of Natsu's kick, blocking the powerful attack. However, Konohamaru didn't expect the leg suddenly to be engulfed by fire, which caused a small explosion between the two fighters and sent Konohamaru flying. Karyu no Kakatsume. 4. Natsu stood up again and looked for his opponent. The smoke from the explosion and the dust from Konohamaru's impact had created a small smokescreen, something Natsu didn't like one bit. The reason for this became all too clear when suddenly a strange noise came from somewhere inside the smokescreen. Natsu managed to locate the rough direction where the sound came from, only to see two Konohamaru standing in the clearing dust. And whatever they were holding in their hands, it was the origin of the strange sound and definitely not good. Rasengan. Konohamaru shouted and charged Natsu. The young shinobi would show this stupid mage. He would protect Konoha until Naruto returned home. As Natsu saw Konohamaru charging at him, he chose that the best way around this technique, which apparently had to be used in closed combat, was to attack from a distance. Karyu no Hoko. 5. A huge fireball erupted from Natsu's mouth and headed directly towards Konohamaru and his clone. The shinobi's eyes widened. He couldn't possibly dodge this attack at this distance, and due to the Rasengan in his hand he couldn't use any other technique right now. So Konohamaru did the only thing he could think of. He struck Natsu's fireball with his Rasengan. A huge explosion shook the area and engulfed both fighters in its deadly embrace. In another part of Konoha. Why me? This very desperate and very girly scream belonged to none other than Lucy Heartfilia as she ran through a deserted street. Why she was running away? The answer to this question was probably the huge swarm of black bugs that was currently following her and slowly closing in on the girl. Mages she could take, monsters as well, but an army of horrible insects. No fucking way. Why, you ask? This is a very strange question. The answer should be obvious. Lucy's heart skipped a beat when she suddenly heard a very calm voice coming from all around her. She frantically looked around to find the origin of the voice, which continued to speak while the bugs kept bugging her. Why? Because you and your friends attacked our home. My allies and I will not tolerate this. From the mass of bugs a lone figure emerged. The stellar spirit mage could hardly see his face due to the hooded jacket and high-collared shirt which together with his sunglasses covered almost the entire face of the bug user. Lucy swallowed hard. This guy meant serious business. But she couldn't give up before the fight even started. She was a mage of fairy tale. With her confidence renewed, Lucy drew her celestial spirit keys. In the midst of Konoha, Team Shadow Gear was busy staying alive. Although they were known for their teamwork, it had soon become clear that the Konoha mages had it too. In spades. Let's check out the area over there. We should try to catch a little breath, Levi suggested. Her quite exhausted team members wholeheartedly agreed and approached the large compound Levi had pointed to. It looked really spacious, almost like a little village on its own, and should provide them with enough cover for the three of them to regain at least some of their energy. However, the moment the three stepped through the gates of the compound, their plans were thwarted by a voice that stopped them dead in their tracks. Halt, you filthy mages, how dare you try enter the compound of this noble clan in its absence? To Team Shadow Gear's great surprise, the voice belonged to a young girl probably not older than Wendy that proceeded to jump in front of them from a nearby rooftop. Long brown hair framed her furious face and pale pupil-less eyes glared at the trio of mages with an intensity that made them a little nervous despite the fact that she was just one little girl. In the name of the Hyuga clan, I cannot let you get away with this insult. The girl shouted and shifted into a martial arts-like combat stance. Now, calm down little one, Droy said. We don't want to hurt you. The last word turned into a surprised shout when the little girl suddenly launched herself at Droy and began to unleash a flurry of strikes against the plant user, slowly pushing him back. Unfortunately, Droy made the mistake of underestimating his young opponent and decided to block one of her strikes with his left arm. After all, how much could it hurt? The answer was, a lot. Holy shit, this hurts. Droy exclaimed while nursing his now limping left arm. Droy, Jet shouted and rushed towards his friend, his, God's leg, magic blazing alive. He tried to kick the girl from behind so she would have to stop her attacks on Droy. To Jet's great shock, however, the girl spun around and blocked the kick by bringing both her arms in a cross guard. While it hadn't worked like planned, the brown-haired girl still had been forced to stop her attacks. How did she know that I was going to attack her? Jet muttered incredulously. The girl meanwhile continued to stare at them with her pupil-less eyes. Eyes that were now surrounded by thick veins. Impossible. Is that eye magic? But she's so young, Levi said in surprise while taking position next to her two friends. One thing had become crystal clear, they had underestimated the girl. My name is Hanabi. Hanabi of the Hyuga clan. The girl proclaimed and settled into her combat stance again. And I shall show you why you mages will never take Konoha as long as my clan resides within these walls. With Natsu again. The whole street looked like Fairy Tail had used it to hold an impromptu party, for 3 days straight. And considering how those usually ended, it was no surprise that the largest piece of rubble in the street was about as large as a fist. Everything else was, in various places. From one particularly large mountain of said rubble, however, a voice could be heard. Ouch, that hurt a little. Natsu rose from the remains of various buildings like a phoenix from its own ashes. Well, at least Natsu looked like he had been buried in ashes. Coughing a little, the dragon slayer looked around. His clothes were dirty and his body a little bruised, but besides that he was still in a fairly good condition. That exploding ball thing sure caught me by surprise. Natsu muttered to himself. Good thing I'm fire resistant. But where did the brat go? Konomaru definitely had gotten the short end of the stick when his and Natsu's attack had collided. While the pink-haired mage was impervious to flames, Konohamaru was not. The young shinobi was badly hurt and half buried under a pile of rubble. The fire dragon slayer winced a little when he saw how badly the unconscious young boy had been hurt. Sure, they were enemies, but Natsu didn't like beating up younger children, no matter the reason. He had only wanted to protect his home, something Natsu could easily relate to. Thus Natsu didn't have to think for long when he freed the young boy and placed him against a still intact wall. I'm sorry. I'm sure a medic or someone else will find you. They had been ordered to eliminate the Konoha mages. But Natsu didn't care. Someone who was willing to fight so fervently for his friends couldn't be that much of a bad guy. Natsu took off without looking back. He had to find Urza before things got worse. In another part of Konoha, Hanabi soon was forced to realize that while she might have been able to defeat one of the guys in a one-on-one fight and only with the element of surprise was well, the girl was an entirely different story. Not only was she far stronger than the other two, but as a team their power was greater than the sum of its parts. And since Hanabi had used up the element of surprise, she was no longer getting underestimated. Her Byakugan had helped her to avoid the attacks that kept coming from all sides, but now her energy was running low. Things didn't look good for the daughter of the clan head. Levi's voice was almost pleading as she spoke. It was really hurting her to see a little girl fighting them with such fervor. Come on, Hanabi was it. Please give up. We don't want to fight children, let alone hurt them. So please, just surrender. Hanabi glared at the three mages, the veins around her eyes still bulged. Never. On my pride as a member of the Hyuga clan and shinobi of Konoha, I cannot surrender. Levi was confused. Member of the Hyuga clan, she could understand, but what did she mean with shinobi? Shinobi. What do you mean? The word using mage never got the chance to finish her sentence because suddenly a blur appeared in front of her and her friends. With three lightning fast strikes to their midsections, Team Shadow Gear was knocked back and sent to their knees. While their lungs felt like they were on fire, a new voice spoke up. You mages truly have no honor. Three grown mages attacking one young girl. Despicable. The trio slowly raised their heads to get a look at the newcomer. Their bodies felt like lead by now. They had already been exhausted before even entering the compound, and fighting the little girl without seriously harming her had not been kind to their energy reserves. And then this guy had popped up, and this one strike he had delivered hurt more than all those attacks the girl had unleashed upon them combined. Pale eyes burned with cold fury and pierced the very souls of Team Shadow Gear with their intensity. Neji Hyuga had arrived. For even daring to strike Hanabi Uho-sama, 6I, Hyuga Neji, shall not let you escape. Gatsuga. Ice make. Wall. With a loud crack, the wall of ice cracked and broke. But it had served its purpose. The two identical-looking warriors had been stopped, much to their annoyance. Stop hiding behind those stupid walls, you bastard. One of them shouted. Gray smirked at his opponent's enraged tone. True, he was outnumbered and his opponents were a perfect team, but they relied too much on their attack power. The brown-haired boy actually reminded Gray a little of Natsu. Loud, brash and headstrong and not too bright. Oh, and a lot less powerful. Sorry, but I don't have the time to play with you and your dog. How about I finish this now? Gray suggested mockingly. He didn't like playing the cocky bastard, but in this case it helped him to get under his opponent's skin. And just as Gray had expected it, the beast-like mage got even angrier. What do you mean, play? You bastard are too afraid to fight us directly, that why you always hide behind those stupid walls. One clean hit from me and you're finished. Kiba was really angry at the moment. He had underestimated the ice user, after all, who could take someone serious who stripped without noticing it. And paid for it. Kiba just hoped that no one had seen him when he had jumped into one of those stupid walls face first. Gray just kept smirking. Is that so? Well, you're welcome to try. That I will, you damn icicle. Take that, Kiba shouted. To Gray's surprise, the other team produced a ball-like object from his pockets and threw it on the ground. Immediately the area was covered by a thick smokescreen. A smoke bomb. He's sneakier than I thought. Gray thought as he tried to predict where the next attack would come from. Unfortunately, he didn't manage in time and suddenly heard a voice from his left side. And it was much too close for his liking. Gatsuga. I got him, Kiba thought as he felt how he and Akamaru connected with their opponent. A moment later, however, he noticed that something felt off. Ice Make, Shield. Although heavily damaged, the magical ice shield still held strong. Unlike Ice Make, Wall, this spell lacked the power to completely stop Kiba's attack. But the little time it had bought was all that Gray needed to finish this fight. Bringing his hands together, Gray spoke the words that would finish this fight. Ice Make, Geyser. An icy tower erupted from the ground and struck Kiba and Akamaru in their unguarded side. The duo was sent flying and only came to a stop after breaking through several walls. Unable to take this much abuse, Akamaru's transformation faded away and revealed the large white dog he truly was. Kiba was heavily bruised and only barely clinging to consciousness. Yet he still managed to send an angry glare at Gray, who was almost casually strolling towards him. Damn it, Kiba muttered weakly. This is just like 1 year ago. Naruto, where are you, you idiot? With that, Kiba finally drifted into the realm of unconsciousness. His last words, however, confused Gray. 1 year ago, had they been attacked before? But by whom? They hadn't even known that Konoha existed back then. The rumors about them had only popped up around 1 year ago. Something fishy is going on here, Gray said to himself. Something was wrong about the whole thing. If the enemy had such large numbers, why were they holding themselves up in this village? Why had Gray seen civilian shops in the city? Nothing about this place suggested that it had anything to do with a dark guild. Just what is going on here? It was utter pandemonium in the streets of Konoha. Gajeel cursed as he ran past destroyed buildings, ignoring the screams of wounded. Gajeel was still in a pretty good condition, but without the iron he had found and eaten, he'd definitely have run out of energy by now. The most dangerous thing about the Konoha mages, in his opinion, weren't their variety of abilities, since they tended to be weaker compared to those of a specialized mage. No, it was their teamwork that made them so dangerous. It didn't matter if most of the fairy tale mages were individually stronger than the bulk of the Konoha mages, since they worked together in a way that caught most mages off guard. It was almost scary. They were like a well-oiled machine of destruction. Gajeel's thoughts about teamwork were interrupted by a scream he immediately recognized. Levi. Shit. Can those two dimwits of her teammates do nothing right? With his sharp hearing, it was no trouble for Gajeel to locate the area the scream had come from, and so it took him not even 2 minutes to reach the gates of a large compound. What the Iron Dragon Slayer saw when he reached the gates made him both freeze and his blood boil at the same time. Before him stood one of the fighters that had invaded Magnolia. He remembered him clearly. He had been the one who had deflected Natsu's and his combined Dragon Roar attack. And now the same man stood over the bloodied and beaten bodies of Team Shadow Gear. The man's pupil-less stare met his own. Hanabi Uho-sama, please retreat immediately, Neji said as he eyed the newcomer. Gajeel blinked in surprise but quickly caught himself again. He hadn't even noticed the little girl behind the longer-haired man at first. When Hanabi nodded weakly and ran off, their eyes locked again, both of them thinking exactly the same thing. This guy is strong. This wouldn't be an easy battle. Spells. 1. Giant Surge, an original attack for Makarov. None of his other spells had the same effect as far as I know, correct me if you know something. 2. Mokuten Haijutsu, Jukai Koten, Wood-style secret jutsu, Nativity of a World of Trees. 3. Mokuten, Jukai Heki, Wood Release, Dense Woodland Wall. 4. Karyu no Kakitsum, Fire Dragon's Claw. 5. Karyu no Hoko, Fire Dragon's Roar. 6. Uho-sama, honorific used for young girls of high social standing. Omake, Trouble in Paradise. Urza stared at the sight before her. Come on Urza, I know it's hard the first time, but you promised you'd try. Naruto said encouragingly. The redhead looked at the guy she had been trying to kill a short while back. I know I promised, but it's just looks so big and slimy. I'll have to gag for sure. Naruto sighed. Believe me, I know what you're going through. I still remember how I tried it for the first time and I'm still not used to it. Urza sighed heavily. I guess I'll give it a try. Not like I have much of a choice, right? Urza opened her mouth wide and hesitantly placed the object in question on her tongue. After a bit of struggling on her part, she swallowed with an unreadable expression on her face. Slimy yet satisfying, she said after a short while. Naruto beamed at her. There, it isn't that bad, right? I know that ramen is better, but my rations are almost all used up so we can't eat it every day. The look that Urza gave her host clearly said that eating ramen every day wasn't all that better. 2 weeks of nothing but ramen and worms. What did I do to deserve this? She muttered. Naruto simply shrugged. I gave up figuring that out a long time ago. At this very moment Lucy thoroughly hated her life. Not only was she participating in a guild extermination that had turned into nothing short of a total war, but her opponent used bugs. Bugs. Why was it always her that had to fight the weird ones? Shaking her head, the blonde pushed those thoughts aside. She was a mage of fairy tale, she had to win this fight, no matter how gross it was. Open the gate of the scorpion, Scorpio. As the bugs of her opponent continued to close in on Lucy, the celestial spirit mage decided that it was the best to keep the insects at a distance. Thus with a flash of light Scorpio appeared, a confident grin on his face. It took the spirit only a short moment to assess the situation and why Lucy had summoned him. His grin got even wider as he raised his large tail cannon and took aim. We are all right. This are. Shino, who was hidden in the shadows of the buildings around them, raised an eyebrow at the strange summoning creature his opponent had called. It looked human, but not quite. However, his analysis would have to wait until the battle was over, especially since the girl and her partner apparently were planning something. Sandbuster. To Shino's great surprise, a huge wave of sand shot out from the tip of the red and white-haired summoning's tail, blasting away his crawling comrades. The wave of sand was so strong that even Shino himself was hit and sent flying for a bit. When the sand died down, Lucy carefully scanned her surroundings. After making sure that it was safe for the moment, she turned to Scorpio. You think we got him? The stellar spirit looked cautious, his confident grin replaced by a serious expression. We are not sure, the attack definitely hit him, but it'd be quite surprising if a single attack were enough to take him down. The duo carefully walked through the sand-covered alley, making sure that no one was trying to sneak up on them. However, to their great surprise they soon found Shino's body almost completely covered by sand and apparently out cold. Lucy prodded him experimentally and hurried back to Scorpio afterwards. Shino didn't move. Maybe he was a lot weaker than he looked. Lucy wondered out loud. Scorpio just laughed. We are perhaps just too much to handle for him and squashed him like one of his bugs. Ha ha ha. What an interesting summoning. It looks so very human. Truly fascinating. The blood of the mage and her partner ran cold when they heard the flat voice of their opponent directly behind them. Before any of the two could react, the buried body before them dissolved into countless insects that suddenly latched onto Scorpio, covering every inch of the spirit's body. Scorpio! Lucy shouted in alarm. Who knew what those bugs might do to her friend? But before Lucy could reach for her key to cancel the summoning, the bugs dispersed again, leaving behind a barely conscious Scorpio. The spirit with dichromatic hair only vaguely heard Lucy calling out to him. Lucy, he began, straining himself to remain in the human world just a little longer. Be careful, those bugs. They drain magic. Don't get caught by them. With a puff of smoke the spirit disappeared, leaving behind a stunned-looking Lucy. Magic-draining bugs. Is he an anti-mage? Her thoughts were interrupted when Shino appeared from the ground, sand falling down from his long jacket. He looked perfectly fine and had escaped the attack unscathed it seemed. So this is magic. It's truly different from chakra, but since it is still a form of energy my allies were able to eat it. This is very reassuring. Why is that? Because it means that my clan will have no trouble to fight against the attacking mages. Lucy's eyes widened at the statement. Clan, she asked out loud. You mean there are more of you? Shino looked at his opponent, his expression completely unreadable due to his shades, hood and high collar. The heir of the Aburame clan had no qualms about answering her. Psychological attacks were also perfectly useful in battle, and it appeared that the news of more fighters like him were deeply unsettling the girl. Of course, the Aburame clan is one of the many clans in Konoha, and although we are not as famed as some of the others, we have always produced loyal and strong warriors. After giving his answer he started to walk towards Lucy, who immediately got into a guarded position. While the bugs began to swirl around their master again, the blonde had no idea whom she should summon next. The only other spirit with an attack that would hit all the bugs that were crawling around was Aquarius, but she couldn't call her without a water source. What should I do? Lucy thought frantically. Loki isn't suited for this kind of opponent and those damn shades would probably half the effect of most of Loki's light attacks. Damn, I have to try. Lucy drew the key of the lion, but the moment she prepared to summon Loki, she stopped. Her eyes widened when she saw countless bugs crawling across her hand, which she could already barely feel anymore. Her opponent simply raised his arms and a huge swarm of new bugs came out of his sleeves, joining the ones flying around and circling around the hooded shinobi. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to continue fighting. Why is that? Because you are an enemy. The bugs surged forward, ready to drain Lucy's magic completely. The blonde could only watch in horror as the bugs were about to engulf her. However, things came differently. Karyu no Hoko. Ice Make, Geyser. A huge fireball descended from above the two fighters and incinerated the incoming bugs while a fountain of ice erupted from the ground. The ice slammed into the surprised Shino's unguarded gut and instantly knocked the Aburame air out cold. Ha! Take that, you stupid bugs. You shouldn't bug Lucy. Shut up, Natsu. We're in the middle of a war, don't tell everyone where you are. Shut up yourself, Gray. At least I don't leave a trail of clothes for my opponents to follow. Lucy had never been happier to hear the bickering voices of Natsu and Gray. Take that. With a swing of his mighty fist, Elfman sent an unfortunate shinobi who had neglected his guard flying. After skipping across the road like a pebble over the water's surface a few times, he finally came to a halt and didn't move. Elfman let out a satisfied grunt. One clean hit of his fists was enough to take out most of his opponents, it appeared, but since they had the tendency to move around quite quickly, it wasn't easy to get said hit in. At least that one didn't suddenly turn into a log again. Where did that thing come from anyway? Elfman stopped his musings with a shake of his head. There were more pressing matters at hand. Falling into a slight jog so he wouldn't exhaust himself by running all the time, Elfman started to proceed through the village. There had to be some clues about Urza's whereabouts somewhere. After running past several buildings, the sounds of battle always clearly audible, Elfman stumbled across a sight that let his blood run cold. In the middle of the street lay two of his fellow guild members, both completely still. Due to their unique clothes, Elfman had no problem identifying the two. Alzak, Biska. Just a moment later, the silver-haired man was at the side of the two Western mages. Both were covered in bruises and looked like they had been thoroughly put through the ringer. However, at hearing Elfman's shout, Alzak's form twitched a little. The takeover-using mage carefully picked up the form of his defeated comrade to find out just what had happened to those two who were an excellent team. Alzak, what happened to you and Biska? Elfman urged. Alzak grimaced as he forced his body to respond, even though the pain he was experiencing was doing its best to keep him from it. How is Biska? He managed to get out. Even now, the girl he had a huge crush on was more important to him than his own condition. Elfman took a quick look at the unconscious girl. Besides her bruises, she seemed to be fine. At least Elfman couldn't see any life-threatening injuries on her. She'll be fine, she's just knocked out. But what the hell happened to you guys? You were an excellent team, who could beat the two of you down like this? Alzak winced a little when the unpleasant memories resurfaced. It was just a single Konoha mage. But he was so incredibly fast, we couldn't even properly aim at him. Be careful, Elfman, that guy's a beast. After that, Alzak lost consciousness once more, the last of his reserves used up. This slightly worried Elfman. During the fighting festival, Alzak had proven to be quite strong and possess quite a lot of stamina. For a single opponent to defeat those two, Elfman began to realize that Konoha was even more dangerous than he had thought. Elfman clenched his fists. How can I let this go by and still call myself a man? Whoever did this, I will put you down. As if to underline his words, suddenly a wall behind Elfman broke apart as a body was sent flying through it at high speeds. Turning around, Elfman saw another fairy tale mage, knocked out and with a little blood coming from his mouth. Macau. But before Elfman could see to his comrade's health, a voice stopped him in his tracks. Yosh, another one of the unyouthful invaders has been repelled. And if I can't 10 more before the hour is up, I shall pound 10 logs into the earth with my bare hands. The Konoha mage before Elfman was dressed in one of the strangest get-ups he had ever seen, and considering the number of weird people in Fairy Tail, that was saying a lot. Who the hell wore a green spandex with orange leg warmers? Elfman's eyes narrowed. Despite the rather ridiculous clothes, this guy had still beaten Macau, and if his intuition was right, he had also beaten down Alzak and Biska. He had to be careful. Lee had also noticed the silver-haired wizard. On the one hand, he was glad that there were so many evil mages in his area, since it meant he didn't have to search for them. On the other hand, fighting all of them one after the other was rather tiring. If it hadn't been for the grueling training sessions Lee always put himself through, he probably would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. The Chunin could see that his opponent was also not in top condition anymore. He probably had fought his fair share of battles as well before coming here. Still, he had to defend his home. He couldn't allow something as simple as exhaustion to stop him from it. Greetings, Mage of Fury. My name is Rock Lee, the green beast of Konoha, and I hereby challenge you to a fight. The silver-haired wizard scowled at his next opponent. That guy had some nerve, acting like this was some sort of sport festival rather than a bloody battle. But when his eyes fell on the beaten forms of his comrades, the annoyance he felt turned into righteous anger. With a yell of determination, Elfman transformed his right arm into the form of the Black Bull and attacked the slightly surprised Lee with it. Bring it, you punk. The fist crushed into the ground when Lee dodged by jumping into the air and left a large crater. Lee retaliated with a fierce spinning kick that Elfman evaded by ducking beneath it. To his great surprise, however, the warrior of Konoha had enough spin to attack him a second time. This kick aimed low enough to hit him for sure if he didn't act fast. Elfman grunted as the foot grazed his face. The silver-haired wizard then lifted his right arm again and tried to hit his opponent with a backhand spin, but the green-clad warrior proved to be quite agile and simply used Elfman's arm to support himself by landing on it in a handstand. Lee didn't remain there for long and jumped away with a series of back flips, creating some distance between his opponent and himself. Lee intently scanned his opponent. Then he suddenly nodded to himself, slightly confusing his silver-haired opponent. Yosh, I think I have a good measure on your strength style now. Now that we've warmed up, let the real battle begin. With these words, Lee shot at his opponent, his right arm shooting forward like a cannonball. However, the punch was a straight one and Elfman knew he could counter it with a punch on his own. His transformed arm shot forward and met Lee's fist. The takeover user had expected his opponent to lose this direct battle of strength, but to his astonishment their punches had been completely equal and had cancelled each other out. The battle continued and it was not going good for the fairy tale mage. Elfman scowled. His opponent was simply better than him. Despite his relatively unsuspecting build, his punches were quite strong, even equal to the arms of some of the weaker beasts Elfman had access to. He also had the advantage in form since Elfman was more of a brawler, but this kid had probably trained in martial arts. Unfortunately, there was also no contest in speed. The damn bullcut was running circles around him, backwards even. Just what kind of magic was he using? And he was so subtle at using it that Elfman could have sworn he wasn't using any magic at all. Damn, it doesn't matter how many punches I can take if I can't dish out any. I guess I have no choice. Take over. Magic enveloped Elfman's form and transformed him into the very beast that had once caused him to go berserk. The Mage of Fairy Tale sent a powerful glare at his opponent, who had stopped his attacks in surprise when Elfman had transformed. I'll end this quickly now. My friends are counting on me to help them find Urza. Lee meanwhile was quite surprised by his opponent's transformation. It reminded him a little of the Orochimaru's curse seal, but at the same time the monster before the green-clad youth didn't emit the same dark presence he normally associated with it. I see you two are a beast. Lee spoke with a serious tone. Still, I shall not let you pass. I will defend Konoha with all my might. Bring it on. Both of them yelled at the same time as they lunged at each other. Elfman began with a powerful swing of his right arm and Lee noticed that he had gotten a lot faster than before. The Chunin narrowly dodged the swing and felt the wind rush over his face before he countered with a roundhouse kick to Elfman's exposed torso. The transformed mage felt the attack coming with his sharpened senses and immediately brought his left hand up and caught Lee's left leg in it. Not one to waste the moment of surprise, Elfman spun around quickly before throwing Lee into a wall, the momentum accelerating the black-haired shinobi enough for him to actually crash through yet another wall on the other side of the building. Lee grunted a little under the debris that covered his body. He had underestimated his opponent's increase in speed and power and he had paid for it. It didn't help that Lee was still exhausted from fighting all the other mages before, even his almost legendary stamina was slowly running dry. I don't want to use it not knowing what battles might still wait for me after this. But I can't allow myself to be defeated as long as I can still fight on. Forgive me, Guy-sensei, but I have to use that technique. Outside of the building, Elfman was wondering what had happened to his opponent. Was he already down? Maybe he had been far more exhausted than he had expected, which would mean that the magic he had used to transform had been somewhat of a waste. No, Elfman muttered to himself. All those guys I fought so far were incredible hard to keep down. He's not done yet. True to his prediction, Elfman soon found himself assaulted by several rocks flying towards him at high speed. It was easy for Elfman to either dodge or simply crush the incoming rocks on this form, and he knew that this was just a diversion. He had to keep his guard up. Too slow. Elfman's eyes widened in shock when he heard a voice from behind himself. He whipped around and immediately sent a punch at whoever had sneaked up on him. But his fist sailed through the air without hitting anything. Suddenly all of his senses screamed at Elfman to move. Elfman could feel the beast inside him screaming at the danger it was sensing. But where was the source? This battle is over. Elfman only noticed he had been hit when he was flying through the air. It was the same guy he had sent flying through the wall. Impossible. I didn't even sense him leave. Meanwhile, Lee was still standing on the ground, his body completely still. Yet it was bristling with unreleased power, begging to unleash it. Lee's skin was blazing red and his eyes looked like they had turned pure white. Hatchim and Tonko. To the normal eye it looked like Lee simply vanished. In truth, however, he had jumped so fast that most eyes just couldn't follow him. Elfman, who was still in the air, was trying to regain his bearing from the sudden punch to the chin that had catapulted him upwards. He felt his opponent approach and he knew that if he didn't stop him now the battle would end with his loss. The takeover using Mage tried to swat his quickly approaching enemy away with his large hands, but it was futile. Lee was already too close to him to be hit. Damn, I have to block him quickly or... Elfman's thoughts were interrupted when a fist buried itself deeply in his stomach. The punch had been so fast that it had burned Elfman. The beast man's mouth opened in pain and a mixture of blood and spit flew out. But Lee wasn't done yet. Lee's fist shot back and forth at such a high speed that it was nothing but a blur. His fists were moving so fast that they were set ablaze by the friction they created and shot orange flames both at his opponent and past him. This was Lee's ultimate technique, the forbidden art he had learned from his master. Asa Kujaku. 1. Lee's triumphant shout mixed with Elfman's cry of pain as the attack heavily damaged the mage's entire body. The attack ended, and Elfman fell to the ground, the impact creating a large crater. He had transformed back into his human form and was out cold. His body no longer had the strength to maintain the transformation. Lee landed shortly afterwards, but he was only in a slightly better condition. He had pushed his exhausted body even further by opening the gates and he knew that he would pay the price for it once the adrenaline left his body. The green-clad shinobi winced as he straightened himself. His legs were wobbly and he could barely stand. I need to find a medic, Lee said to himself before he started to slowly walk away. He didn't make it far. Just as Lee was about to leave the area, a whizzing sound reached his ears. He didn't have time to react in any way before something hit him and electricity started to course through his entire body. Lee screamed in both surprise and pain until unconsciousness claimed him and he fell over. Several yards away, Alzak dropped his gun. He had used his last reserves of magic with this attack, but at least they had taken him down. A smile grazed the Western mage's tired features as he once again felt his awareness slip away. It was a battle without victor. While Lee's battle had just come to an end, his female teammate was having problems in ending hers. Tenten really hated her life sometimes. Why was it that she was always pitted against the worst opponents possible for her? In the Chunin exams she had been forced to fight a wind user who could simply blow all her attacks away and keep her at a distance. And now. Take this. A true hailstorm of bladed weapon fell upon a wide area, covering the ground entirely with metal. Tenten was breathing heavily by now. She really had the worst luck. Her opponent was a master of water techniques, which was already hard enough. But she also had the ability to morph her entire body into water, not unlike a certain clan from Mizugakure Tenten had heard about. Which meant that even if her weapons hit, they just passed right through her. And to make things worse, I don't know any Raiden jutsu. Damn, this doesn't look too good. Slowly the dust created by her latest attack receded and revealed what the bun-haired girl had feared all along. Her opponent was completely unharmed. Juvia is impressed. You can use just as many weapons as Urza can, though your control isn't the same. You cannot hurt Juvia. Juvia looked at her opponent with her usual stoic expression. Truth to be told, she had gotten really lucky with this girl as her opponent. Unlike Urza, this girl was unable to channel magic through her weapons, which would have been able to hurt her. She had seen of the other Konoha mages fight, and their abilities hadn't been restricted to a single type of magic. Juvia is sorry, but she has to end this. Tenten immediately raised her guard again, but in her exhausted state it was of no use. As the female mage rushed at her, she braced herself for the impact. The Konoha Chunin felt how the currents of water mercilessly assaulted her body, her attempts to block nothing but a nuisance to her opponent. The attack stopped and Tenten fell to the ground, coughing heavily to get the water she had swallowed out of her lungs. Her opponent simply stood before her, not using the opening she had to attack Tenten. The brown-haired girl got really angry at that. The girl before her didn't even take her seriously enough to attack her when she was down. To her, she was someone she didn't need to exploit an opening for to win. I refuse to lose like this again. I'm not just someone who provides backup from a distance. No, if I want to become a kunoichi like Tsunade-sama, I can't stop here. But what could she do? Tenten's mind was racing as she tried to think of any weapon that could help her in this situation. But it was no use. She didn't have any weapon scrolls left. The only thing she still had on her was a single smoke bomb and the scroll where she kept weapons that either needed to get fixed or she wanted to sell as scrap metal. At this point it didn't matter to her anymore. With a yell of determination, Tenten pushed herself up and jumped back, drawing the scroll in the process. Juvia watched with both curiosity and a little concern what her opponent was going to summon this time. She doubted it was something that could turn the battle around, otherwise her opponent would have used it from the start. Still, underestimating an opponent was something she would never do. A poof of smoke covered Tenten's form and soon Juvia was assaulted by yet another set of weapons. With a raised eyebrow, the water mage noted that these weapons were in a rather bad condition if not downright broken. Her opponent seemed to get desperate. The smoke bomb caught her by surprise though. Not one to take any chances, Juvia transformed her body into water again and prepared to end this with her next attack. There, a shadow in the dust. Juvia lashed out with her liquefied right arm and struck her opponent heavily. The Konoha mage was apparently far too exhausted to dodge by now. The attack connected, but somehow Tenten found the strength to push on, her makeshift weapon firmly in her hands. With a final yell she rushed past the water and executed a perfect cut against Juvia's exposed side before collapsing yet again, the damage she had sustained too much for her to bear. The former Phantom Lord Mage watched with no discernible expression how her opponent fell. She had almost admired the girl's will to face her, even though she had been heavily outclassed. But just as Juvia was about to leave, pain suddenly erupted from Juvia's left side. Her eyes widened in shock as her gaze traveled to the spot where the pain was coming from. Blood. She was bleeding. The brown-haired girl had managed to cut her. The wound wasn't very deep, but it wasn't shallow either. With no real way to treat the wound by herself, Juvia decided to look for Wendy. If she continued to fight like this, the wound would get only worse. As she was leaving the battlefield, leaving the barely conscious Tenten behind, Juvia wondered what had just happened. Juvia doesn't understand. These Konoha mages are so strange. Why do they keep fighting even though they are heavily outmatched? Why don't they try to escape and hide? And how did this girl manage to suddenly wound Juvia? I must ask Gray-sama about this. On the devastated battlefield, Tenten was only clinging to consciousness, her eyes getting heavier and heavier. She had bet everything on this last attack, and strangely enough it had apparently hurt the water mage. Even though she had lost, she was a little satisfied now. I wonder how I did it, Tenten wondered as her mind went dark. I just attacked her with this old metal rod, it's not even that sharp aside from the tip. Where did I even get this? It was only after the battle that Tenten would realize just what she had used to attack Juvia. When Team Guy had returned after the invasion of pain, Tenten had been with Neji, who had been tending to the grievously wounded Hinata. Seeing her surrounded and pierced by some strange metal rods, Tenten had picked up some of them to see if they were any good as weapons. However, shortly afterwards they had been sent to this strange place and the rods had been forgotten. Rods that were essentially the blood of Gedo Mazo, the demonic statue of the outer realm. Once again a demon raged in Konoha. This time however it was not a several stories high beast like Shukaku or the Kyubi. No, this demon was just as tall as a normal human, which didn't make it any less deadly though. In this battle Murajan showed the world why she had been feared once more. The Satan soul ablaze, the silver-haired woman tore through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter. We must hold this position. An unnamed Chunin shouted at his comrades. It's no use. Let's retreat and regroup before, arg. The words of the Chunin's fellow shinobi died on his lips when a blast of pure magic power tore the ground asunder, throwing stones the size of boulders left and right like paper weights, catching the unfortunate shinobi on their journey. And amidst the destruction stood Murajan, her hair whipping around as if it was a living being. An angry scowl was prominent on her demonic visage as she stared at the fallen Konoha mages around her. She didn't care whether they were dead or just unconscious. The demon inside her screamed at her to cause more and more destruction, and for the first time in her life Murajan saw no reason to disagree with the voice. Konoha would bleed for what they had done. Suddenly her tail sprung alive and almost lazily swatted two shuriken away that had been aimed at the back of her head. She turned around, glanced in the direction where they had come from. One of the warriors that had been caught in her blast from before had forced himself in a sitting position. Although one of his legs seemed broken and he was bleeding from a cut above his right eye, he was still fighting. Murajan found herself impressed and intrigued by the tenaciousness her enemies were displaying. What is it that drives them so hard? Calmly she approached the downed man of Konoha who didn't even try to escape. He knew that he didn't stand a chance in his condition, yet his expression remained defiant. Murajan hoisted the man up, holding him by the collar of his green flak jacket. With a voice as cold as ice she asked, "Tell me, where can I find the man you call Maelstrom? He and I have unfinished business to attend to." To her surprise the wounded man simply chuckled. "Tough luck, bitch. The shinobi of Konoha never betray their comrades. Pray that you far away once the one you seek arrives. The hero of the leaf will never forgive the likes of you for what you have done." The demon of fairy tale tightened her grip, her eyes narrowing. The man in her grasp began to cough when his air supply was drastically reduced this way. "You're going to tell me everything I want to know. I have my ways of making you talk." But before Murajan could do anything to realize her threat, a hand wrapped itself around her right wrist. The grip was incredibly strong, and when it tightened, the strength of it along with the surprise caused her to drop the man she had been holding. "Destroying our homes, threatening the people of this village. I've seen enough." A brutal kick connected with Murajan's abdomen and sent her flying through a nearby building. As the S-rank mage recovered from the surprise attack, she winced when she stood up. That kick. What an incredible strength. Even though I'm using Satan's soul, it dealt this much damage. But who was that? I didn't even sense anyone approach. Once Murajan had completely freed herself of the debris that surrounded her, she saw something she definitely hadn't expected to see. By the man she had just threatened stood a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She had blonde hair that was tied in two low pigtails and reached to the end of her shoulder blades. If Murajan had been asked if the woman had any other distinguishing feature, the female mage would probably noted the impressive bust size of the newcomer. All in all, the woman did not look like she was able to send Murajan flying with a single kick that probably wasn't even full strength. Pushing these thoughts aside for now, Murajan concentrated on the blonde who stood a few yards away. She was currently talking to the wounded man from before. "I healed your leg as well as I could for the moment. Try to keep the strain to a minimum and see another medic once you've gotten your comrade and yourself out of here." The man didn't seem too thrilled about the idea of leaving. "Tsunade-sama, are you sure you want to fight her alone? She's a demon." The woman's answer was a harsh shout. "You fool, who do you think you're talking to? I may have passed on the hat of the Hokage, but I have been fighting on battlefields before you were even born. A youngster like you would only get in my way. Now get out of here." The man hung his head in defeat. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." After picking up his unconscious comrade, the man sent a last look at the blonde woman before he leapt away. Murajan's eyes went wide at that. She had clearly broken the man's leg. How is it possible that he was already able to jump like that again? "Finally they're gone. I really don't want anyone to get caught in the crossfire that's sure to come." Suddenly a wave of killer intent washed over Murajan. The blonde woman turned around and her brown eyes sent a glare at the demon that let her blood run cold. "As a doctor I am normally against battles. But you and your little friends. I'll show you exactly why Konoha is known as the strongest village there is." Tsunade Senju had returned to the field of battle once again, and this time nothing would stop her from defending her home. While in one part of the town Murajan was being confronted by the legendary shinobi Tsunade, another battle of terrific proportions was approaching at another location. Gildarts Clive, demolition expert and strongest mage of Fairy Tail, was something like an organized natural disaster to Konoha. Murajan might have been a horror to the warriors of Konoha, but Gildarts was more than that. Nothing could stop him. People, buildings. All was gone in the blink of an eye in face of this man's magic. And he wasn't even fighting yet. So far no one had posed a threat to Gildarts, the strongest mage of Fairy Tail besides the master himself. With a flick of his hand thrown weapons were gone, and if he waved hard enough, so were those who had thrown him. This didn't mean he wasn't taking things seriously, this was a full-out war after all. But Gildarts knew his strength, and he could also estimate his opponent's strengths. And so far none had been able to match him. However, even Gildarts was surprised when suddenly chains were wrapped around him. "We got him, Katetsu. All right, Izumo." Higane Katetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, the most infamous Chunin duo of Konoha, didn't know what they were in for. One moment the two friends were trying to stop the bearded mage from his rampage by attacking him with their kunai swords, the next they were violently flung away as Gildarts simply used his crash magic on the chain to destroy it and hit the two attackers flying at the same time. At this moment, Katetsu and Izumo felt like Gamabunta had stepped on them. And all of that happened without Gildarts actually realizing he had been attacked. I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't really paying attention and used my magic on instinct. You guys are still alive, are you?" From their respective positions both Izumo and Katetsu stared incredulously. Was this guy for real? Gildarts meanwhile remained perfectly calm. Sure, he was really angry about what had happened, but if he allowed his mind to be clouded by anger now he might make a mistake he'd regret later. If Maelstrom was any indication, Konoha had some powerful fighters. Say, you two wouldn't happen to know where I can find a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. There's something I'd like to discuss with him. Gildart's voice was completely friendly, and yet the two Chunin felt a shiver run down their spine. The years of experience they had gained as shinobi allowed them to realize that they had vastly underestimated their opponent. You're not gonna talk. Damn, that's a shame. Well, I guess I'll just have to keep looking. Just as he prepared to walk away, a shout notified him of yet another presence. But he never would have expected it to be. Dynamic entry. Such an obvious attack. A green blur sped towards the S-rank mage who lifted his right arm to block the attack. As the foot of his attacker connected with his arm, he raised an eyebrow. This kick was incredibly strong, despite, or maybe even because of the direct approach behind it. With a push, Gildart sent his attacker flying back again, but the man simply spun around in the air a few times before gracefully landing on his feet. Now the strongest mage of Fairy Tail got a good look at the newcomer for the first time. Most people would have been shocked by the black bowl cut and the horrendous green jumpsuit, but then again, Gildarts had seen a lot and members of Fairy Tail had generally a very high freak tolerance. Mage Guy had arrived on the scene. Yosh, although you are an enemy, your youth must shine brightly if you could block my kick this easily. Allow me, Mage Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast of prey to be your opponent. Gildart smirked, but it wasn't an expression of confidence. No, this was the expression of a warrior who knew that his abilities were about to be pushed to his limit. My name is Gildarts Clive, and I accept your challenge. At the Hyuga compound, Neji continued to stare at the newly arrived mage while he heard Hanabi's steps get further and further away. The young Jonin recognized him. Back when he had met up with the other shinobi in Magnolia, he had seen him among the attackers from Fairy Tail. Thanks to his Byakugan, it had been easy to watch them and see their abilities. If I remember correctly, he uses metal to attack. I don't know how advanced his control over it is, but I should have a slight advantage due to my training with Tenten. Neji's thoughts were calm and collected. He couldn't afford to let his emotions cloud his mind in a battle of such a level. His bloodline limit revealed the man's extraordinary power. It was almost a little like Naruto's Sage Mode. The man before him was incredibly inclined to nature. A few yards away, Gajil was having similar thoughts. He too remembered his opponent as he had been the one to deflect the combined Dragon Roar attack of Natsu and him. I wonder what kind of magic he uses. Maybe it's something defensive, but his eyes. Something's telling me that they aren't just for show. Better be careful with this one. But first I have to get Levi and the others out of here. Levi. Wimps. Wake up. The Dragon Slayer roared, his eyes never leaving Neji. So far the White Eyes mage had done nothing, which wasn't necessarily a good sign. Gajil's sudden shout caused the mages of Team Shadowgear to slowly escape the clutches of unconsciousness. With a groan the three sat up, every one of them pressing their hands on aching parts of their bodies. Levi was the first to remember what had happened. With a surprised shout of, Gajil, she looked at the Iron Dragon Slayer that had come to their rescue. Her two friends weren't sure if they should be grateful or pissed to be saved by him of all people. Listen Levi, you guys get out of here. In our condition you won't be of any help to me. So get going. The three looked torn at the idea of leaving their guild member behind, but in the end they saw reason. It was true, Neji had taken them down like they were nothing. They had to regain their strength first. The three shakily stood up and walked towards the exit of the compound, but before they left it Levi turned around one last time. You better win this fight, you hear me Gajil? Gajil heard their steps go farther and farther away, despite the battles that were engulfing the village. Good, now he could focus on his opponent completely. I'm surprised you didn't attack them just now. I thought you Konoha bastards were cold-blooded beasts, considering what you did to Quattro Cerberus. Gajil spoke, his voice serious. Nevertheless a confident grin spread across his face. His opponent merely raised an eyebrow at that statement. Quattro Cerberus, I'm afraid I do not understand. As for your comrades, I'm not stupid enough to shift my focus on someone weak when a much stronger fighter could possibly attack me while I'm preoccupied. You've got some nerve talking like this, Gajil muttered. Looks like I'll have to beat you to remember the guild you guys burned to the ground. Neji's confusion continued to grow at his opponent's words. He knew for a fact that Konoha had never interacted with any guild besides the occasional spying mission on them to discover the inner workings of these organizations. It doesn't matter now, Neji reminded himself. Whatever he's talking about doesn't change the fact that we are to fight each other. Thinking about something that does not involve the battle would only distract me. However, I should probably remember this and report it to the intelligence squad later on. Both fighters had fallen silent and simply stared at each other. Their standoff continued for what seemed like hours to the combatants while they actually only had been facing each other for a single minute now. Then, as if both of them had been alerted by the same signal, the fighters sprung into action. After a short exchange of punches, it became clear that they couldn't have been any more different in their chosen style of combat. While Neji attacked with a fluid grace in his attack, Gajeel was blunt and direct. Thus Neji had no problem to hit Gajeel's right arm with a series of swift strikes, all of them cleanly hitting the desired pressure points. At first Gajeel wanted to laugh at his opponent when he saw how he chose to poke him instead of actually punching him. But this feeling quickly evaporated when the Iron Dragon Slayer noticed that someone was wrong with his arm after it had been hit. Gajeel quickly chose to create some distance between his opponent and him by kicking the unguarded side of the brown-haired fighter. While it came to the mage's great surprise that his opponent was still able to block an attack to a mostly blind angle, it still forced the Konoha warrior to stop his attack and jump back. Now Gajeel had the time he needed to take a look at the strange wounds he had sustained. He was confused to see that there were tiny scorch marks on his body, like someone had tried to extinguish a match on his skin, only even less pronounced. "The hell is this?" Gajeel muttered to himself. It didn't really hurt, but his arm felt sluggish, like there wasn't enough blood flowing through it. It was the voice of his opponent that drew his attention away from his arm. "Your body is strange. Your skin is harder than it should normally be, so my attacks are less effective than I thought. Very well, I guess I'll have to switch tactics a bit." With that, Neji lunged at Gajeel, who was slightly surprised at the ferociousness his opponent was showing now. But it didn't matter, the Dragon Slayer was confident to win against the long-haired boy in close combat. The black-haired mage channeled his magic power through his body and coated it in scales. Neji's attacks stopped in their tracks when he hit the scales for the first time. "What is this? Scales? Where did they come from?" Gajeel grinned triumphantly when he saw his opponent's surprised expression. "Now it's my turn." With a powerful swing of his arm, Gajeel sent Neji flying, the Konoha shinobi's bones groaning in protest due to the sheer force behind the blow. But Neji had no time to let his guard down, as Gajeel was already starting his own offense. Tetsuryuken 2. Using a speed that betrayed his large frame, Gajeel was in front of Neji. The Iron Dragon Slayer's right arm then turned into a large iron club, which he swung at his opponent with frightening power. The young Jonin thanked his fast reflexes as his left hand shot upwards and diverted the course of the club with a Juken strike. Once again, however, Neji grimaced as he felt the power behind the blow. It was clear that his opponent had the upper hand in terms of raw strength. The grimace was quickly replaced by surprise when Neji saw another attack coming with his Byakugan. With a quick leap to the right, the shinobi managed to dodge the smaller metal rod that had shot out of the first one he had just dodged. "This attack was aimed at my back right after I blocked it. Without the Byakugan I wouldn't have been able to see it. I guess he's smarter than he looks," Neji thought. Gajeel scowled when he saw how the white-garbed warrior had just escaped his surprise attack. He had been sure that it would get him. How had he seen it coming? Wait a minute. Seen. Maybe that's what his eyes are for. Before that he also blocked an attack I'm sure that was in a blind spot. The black-haired mage readied himself. And if that's the case, I'll just overpower him head on. The Iron Dragon Slayer sprung forward, his entire body now coated in metallic scales. Neji was slightly surprised how confident his opponent still was and soon found himself pushed on the defensive side. But it didn't look too good for Neji even then. With every strike of Gajeel's iron-hard body, Neji felt his strength diminish. While none of the ferocious punches had hit him up till now, the force behind them was almost too much for Neji to block. The Hyuga grimaced slightly when he blocked another one of Gajeel's heavy punches. The Iron Dragon Slayer's right fist was blocked by Neji's two crossed arms, effectively stopping it from turning the pale-eyed boy's chest into a pile of broken bones. But after blocking more than a dozen of these punches, Neji's arms finally gave in. The Hyuga's eyes widened when he felt his left arm break. He wanted to scream as the pain suddenly shot through his body, but he couldn't. The moment his arm gave in, his defense was down. A fact Gajeel immediately exploited. "Got you now." With a grin, Gajeel sent a vicious roundhouse kick directly at his opponent's chest. Neji's eyes bulged and a mixture of blood and spit flew from his mouth. In the short moment, Gajeel's leg buried itself in his ribs. Then, after an agonizing second that felt like an eternity to Neji, the young Jonin was sent flying across the wide area of the Hyuga compound. After a few meters he came to a stop. He wasn't moving. Gajeel lowered his leg with a cocky grin plastered across his face. "Hey, that will show you Konoha scum. Apparently picking on women and weaklings is all you are good for." What Gajeel didn't know was that Neji was still awake. True, his entire body hurt and he had probably 4 broken ribs, several cracked ones, but he refused to give in to the darkness. "I can't lose here. I have to protect the village. I won't fail this time. Today I shall fight alongside my comrades." Neji's guilt had been big when he had heard about the attack on Konoha, as he hadn't been at the village at that time. While he had returned to Konoha by the time they had been teleported here, he hadn't been in the village when it had needed him the most. He couldn't fail this time. Not again. Never again, Neji whispered. He summoned the remaining strength of his body and slowly pushed himself up. Godot, who had already been in the process of leaving, was surprised to see his opponent get up again after such a blow. No mage without a body-enhancing magic should have been able to move for a while after a kick that could shatter bones like glass. I will never fail again, Neji shouted. With a roar of anger he attacked his opponent, who quickly tried to intercept the attack of an opponent he had thought defeated. But he was too late. This time it was Neji who got into his guard. Hake Rokujian Show 3. It was surreal to Godot. He was still covered in his scales, and yet those tiny little stabs his opponent used against him hurt like hell. And whenever the Dragon Slayer tried to somehow stop the blows that just kept coming, his opponent would vanish and attack from another side. How the hell can this guy still move so fast? He shouldn't even have the breath to do this. I know that I broke at least 3 of his ribs with my kick, and his left arm is no good either. Godot was getting angry. Was he really going to lose against someone he had underestimated again? No, this time his pride wouldn't get the better out of him. I will stop him. This is the final blow. The thoughts of both fighters were clashing along with their bodies as they forced their battered forms to strike again. And while Neji was now preparing for the last stage of his attack, Godot was feverishly looking for a way to escape it. Don't screw with me. This is the end. Neji's hands shot forward, his body already going numb from the pain and his lungs feeling like they were burning. But just when his left hand made contact with Godot's iron skin, the pain returned full force. Of course a trained shinobi like Neji was able to push past something like this, but it caused him to hesitate for a moment. This single moment was all Godot needed. With a beast-like roar, the former Phantom Lord Mage put his entire strength in his right fist and delivered a devastating uppercut against his opponent. Neji's head snapped back like someone had just pulled it backwards with a rope. The pale eyes widened and the veins slowly shrunk. No, Neji thought desperately as he felt his consciousness fade away. I can't let it end like this. With a thud, the Konoha shinobi landed on the ground, his eyes glassy and blood seeping from his probably broken jaw. Godot was breathing heavily. For a moment he thought his opponent would stand up again and continue, but after a full minute the young man still wasn't moving. Slowly the Iron Dragon Slayer began to straighten himself. His entire body was hurting and he barely managed to stand without his legs shaking violently. But that was okay, he just had to find some more iron and he'd be fine again in no time. While catching his breath he kept staring at the downed form of his opponent. That guy was dangerous. A magic that can pierce even a dragon's skin. Those Konoha guys are a lot more dangerous than I thought, especially if they have more than one of those fighters. The Iron Dragon Slayer took another deep breath before turning around. He had won. He had fought against a challenging opponent and won. This time his pride hadn't caused his downfall. He definitely had to find some iron now though. Godot. A female voice got the Iron Dragon Slayer's attention. Levi and her 2 rather incompetent teammates were running towards him. Despite the situation, Levi was smiling. She was truly glad that Godot was alright. The black-haired man actually grinned a little at that. He was about to call out to them, when the expression on Levi's face made him hesitate. The look of relief was gone, it had been replaced with an expression of shock, fear and dread. Look out. The warning came too late. The moment the Dragon Slayer turned around he looked directly into the burning eyes of the opponent he had thought defeated. It was impossible. By all means he shouldn't have the power to move, let alone attack. It almost seemed to Godot as if his opponent was moving in slow motion as he brought his hands to Godot's chest, and yet he could do nothing to stop him. It was in this short moment that Godot realized that by now his opponent was moving through nothing but willpower. Hake. Blood flowed freely from Neji's lips as he channeled the last of his strength to bring his opponent down. He couldn't let him walk away like this. On his pride as a Hyuga, on his pride as a shinobi of Konoha, he had to take him down. Hisanjeki. 4. Godot felt as if a sledgehammer hit him. Multiple times at the same spot. The gentle fist attack plowed through Godot's body as if it was tissue paper, damaging even Godot's ridiculously tough body and organs heavily. The shockwave of the attack Neji had unleashed with his last strength was so strong that it even sent the earth behind Godot flying. Silence followed. For a moment, everything seemed completely still. Both Neji and Godot remained in their positions as Levi and the others got back up as the sudden shockwave had sent them flying to the ground. The trio's eyes fell upon the still unmoving Godot and Neji. With a thump the white-garbed fighter of Konoha fell to the ground again. He was no longer moving. But if one had stood close to him, they would have noticed a faint smile grace his lips. From the distance between them, Levi wasn't sure what exactly had just happened. Just as the solid script mage was about to call out to Godot again, overjoyed that he hadn't succumbed to the attack, she froze. Any joy she had felt for Godot to be still standing died when the former Phantom Lord Mage slowly fell on his back. His eyes were wide and blood was flowing from his mouth. Godot. The battle had ended with a draw. But whether the two fighters would ever recover from this or if they were alive at all was something no one could say at this point. It was slaughter. Utter pandemonium. Total chaos. And he loved it. He reveled in it. This lone figure stood on top of the walls that surrounded Konoha, a manic grin on his normally stoic face. Around him lay several dead shinobi, all of them downright butchered instead of killed cleanly. Yes. Burn for me, Konoha. Your time has finally come. And once you arrive, I shall show you the despair of losing everything you hold dear. Come on, Naruto. Show yourself. I am waiting for you. Only one person heard insane laughter of Uchiha Sasuke echo across the scream-filled battlefield. And Madara did not care about it. After all, why not give Sasuke one last thing to be happy about before he initiated his plan? Madara grinned beneath his mask as the rippling portal he had formed revealed the form man with blue skin. Everything was going according to plan. While Madara and Sasuke were orchestrating Konoha's downfall, Lucy, Natsu, Happy and Gray had no idea of either that nor the furious battle that had just come to a conclusion elsewhere. The stellar spirit mage's joy over the arrival of her friends had slowly been replaced by annoyance. Even in the middle of a war, those two still managed to butt their heads about everything. Guys, Lucy began slowly. But Natsu and Gray continued to banter about something Lucy didn't even bother to listen to while Happy was eagerly pushing both of the arguing mages' buttons. Shut up. With a satisfying smack, Lucy let her fists collide with both Natsu's and Gray's head. The two rivals stopped their little argument to hold their heads in pain, but any attempt to complain to Lucy was stopped by the blonde's dangerous glare. Listen guys, I know that this situation is tough and all, and I'm really grateful that you saved you. I was trying to win against Gray and who beat down more Konoha mages. Shut up Natsu, this is not the time to tell her that. But we can't stay here and squabble like children all day long. Besides, don't you think that something is off about this whole thing? Lucy's words were thought-provoking for both Natsu and Gray. To Lucy's great surprise, Natsu too thought so. I think you're right, Lucy. Those mages I fought so far. They are nothing like those other Dark Guild mages I fought before. They care for each other a lot and they act like we're the ones on the wrong. But I don't get it how that could be. Natsu's voice fell quiet after this. I noticed it too. Gray continued. They are fighting furiously to protect this village. I think they have a deep emotional attachment to it. Not only that, one of the mages I fought said that something like this had happened 1 year ago as well. But we all know that Konoha had just made its appearance 1 year ago. Besides, did you guys notice the many shops here? I think they just don't call it a village. This is a village, with civilian population and all. Natsu and Lucy were stunned. Could it be true? But where are the civilians then? They can't just all disappear, can they? Maybe the mages opened shops to create more workplaces. Lucy tried to explain Gray's discovery in a different way for a very simple reason. If what Gray had said was true, they were currently invading a village filled with mages and civilians. The very thought of accidentally killing a normal family made not just Lucy's stomach curl with disgust. At this point I'm not sure about anything, Gray said. It's a fact that we know almost nothing about Konoha, and the Magic Council was pretty tight-lipped as well. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong here. The Ice Mage turned towards the fallen form of Shino. Maybe he can answer some of our questions. Just as Gray was about to approach the fallen Konoha warrior, his danger senses went wild. And not just his, Natsu, Lucy and Happy also sensed that something was wrong. Above us, Lucy shouted. Their heads snapped up and their eyes widened when they saw a huge boulder dropping down on them. Only thanks to Lucy's quick reaction they had managed to escape the surprise attack. That surprised me, Natsu muttered. Who the hell throws rocks of that size around? Hey, the bug guy is gone. Happy suddenly noticed. The three mages turned their heads to the place where the fallen mage had been only moments before. There was no trace of him. Someone's here, Gray said. The boulder had been nothing but a diversion to draw their attention from their fallen foe. And now an enemy was hiding somewhere near them, probably waiting to make his move. Natsu took a few sniffs with his nose. There was a strange smell in the air, one he had smelled before. It was faint and he didn't remember the smell too clearly, but he knew it for sure. And more importantly, he knew where it currently was coming from. Karyu no Hoko. A fireball erupted from Natsu's mouth and soared towards a perfectly harmless-looking pile of rubble. But the fraction of a second before the fireball hit the debris, a shadow rushed away from it. The person that had just escaped Natsu's attack was a young man with unnaturally pale skin and black hair. His clothes were also black but strangely enough left his midriff exposed. But the strangest thing about him was his smile. It was so fake it was unsettling. Gray and Lucy immediately recognized the face. That guy, he's one of the mages that helped Maelstrom and his partner escape the city. I'm impressed you managed to detect me. I was sure I was perfectly hidden. The smile never left the newcomer's face as he spoke. With a confident grin, Natsu tapped his nose. Yeah, you were well hidden. But you smell of ink, so I had no problem to find out where you were hiding. The black-haired boy nodded to himself, even though Natsu, Gray and Lucy were already going into a fighting stance. I see. You have pink hair and a good nose. Maybe you're related to the ugly dude. Out of nowhere a little pebble collided with the back of the black-haired boy's head and instantly silenced him. Suddenly a new voice could be heard, and this one was definitely female. Sigh, I think I already told you that there are right times for jokes. And this definitely isn't the right time. The boy named Sai turned around to the approaching form of a pink-haired girl. For a moment the fake grin on his face became a little truer. Sorry, Sakura, but I read that by displaying an attitude that implied I wasn't taking them serious would unsettle them, thus I tried to make a little fun of them. Sakura sighed heavily. It was always the same with Sai. One of these days Sai. Still, I have healed Shino enough so that he could move again. Now we can take on those three. The fairy tale mages ignored Happy's little comment about how they were 4 and not 3. Be careful guys, Grace said seriously. Those two are really strong. Yeah, I can tell. Lucy agreed. I can feel that there's more to them than meets the eye. Alright, Natsu exclaimed. Let's show them who's the boss around here. Two groups, both trying to protect what they held dear. Who would win this battle? No one could say for how long the battle had already been going on. To some it seemed like mere seconds while others thought they had been fighting all day long. And although the number of fighters decreased with every step Makarov took, the intensity of the battle was as fierce as ever. The old master walked through the main street of Konoha with a pace most people would have associated with taking a stroll. However, everyone from Konoha who came anywhere near him immediately felt that the wizard saint was not just taking a walk. The pure magical energy that bristled around him with every step he took was just one clue. The poor shinobi who had foolishly confronted him would say that the fury in his eyes was far worse. Not that any of those were in a condition that allowed them to talk. He could feel it. The battles of his beloved children were also coming to an end. And he felt those who had been defeated. Even Gildarts and Mirajan were going all out, a sign just how dangerous Konoha was. To think that they possessed a mage who could pose a challenge Gildarts. Makarov shook his head. This was not the time. He had the feeling that someone very powerful was still lurking around. Was it that young boy that had taken Gildart's arm, Maelstrom? That would be very fortunate indeed. Makarov still had to ask him where they kept Urza. The normally peaceful guild master was feeling a little regret that he had to keep the boy alive to ask him. The legendary mage finally reached what appeared to be the main plaza. A huge round building stood proudly before him and Makarov was sure that this was the place where the leader of Konoha resided. The moment the old wizard took another step in the direction of the building, his danger sense screamed at him to move out of the way. The old man dodged with a surprisingly nimble jump and easily avoided the strike of a sword that had been aimed at his neck. Not a moment later a typhoon of black and steel charged at him. Using his small figure to its fullest the master dodged the incoming strikes and was soon sure that this was more than one opponent. A small burst of magical energy erupted from him and pushed his opponents back. His guess proved to be true when Makarov saw that not one, but 4 enemies stood before them. All of them wore the same black cloak and white masks, only their hairstyles and the markings on the masks were different. Mage of Fury, you will not go any further. One of the figures spoke in an emotionless tone. We are the elite guard of the Hokage. You will not pass. Makarov raised an eyebrow, his stare still cold. Hokage you say? Sounds like an important person. I think he should know where Urza is. I advise you to take me to him. Every other choice will have unpleasant consequences for you. The monotone voice of the elite guard didn't change at all at Makarov's threat. Hokage-sama is the man who leads this village. As long as he stands, the village won't fall. Therefore we will protect Hokage-sama with our lives. The moment Makarov wanted to reply, a new voice beat him to it. That won't be necessary. Makarov's head whipped around when he heard the new voice. Despite being completely alert he hadn't sensed this new arrival approach at all. And even worse, the newcomer stood directly behind him like he had no care in the world. The wizened master wasted no time and immediately lashed out against the unknown man, only for the person in question to almost lazily dodge the magic-enhanced punch by gracefully jumping into the air before landing on the ground without making as much as a single sound. Makarov realized one thing from this little show. The man wasn't being cocky by choosing such an extravagant entrance. This was pure confidence. The way he had dodged had been as natural to him as breathing. No doubt, this man was easily the strongest of the black-clad warriors, although his outfit slightly differed from the rest. Instead of an animal mask, his face was only almost completely covered by a black cloth mask over his mouth and a metal-plated headband over his left eye. His only visible eye held an almost bored expression, but Makarov was not one to be fooled by this. He could feel how the white-haired man was calmly analyzing him. "Hokage-sama, please let us handle this," one of the men began. He was quickly interrupted by a simple dismissive wave of the newcomer. Makarov's eyes narrowed when he heard how the masked man had addressed the white-haired warrior. So this is the Hokage they have been talking about. He certainly is a class of his own, that much is true. I cannot let my guard down against him. He decided to address the man who was probably the mastermind behind Urza's abduction. So you are the Hokage, right? I'm glad you decided to come out of your hiding place on your own. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Makarov could almost feel how the four black guards tensed as he spoke to their leader in such a disrespecting manner. Normally Makarov was all for hospitality, but the moment one dared to touch his beloved children it was as good as a death sentence. Kakashi calmly replied, his voice not betraying any his emotions. Well, I wasn't really hiding, you know. After all, a clear chain of command must be established if one wants to survive in such a situation. Though, I am actually wondering one thing. At this point his voice turned cold. Why are you attacking us? I know that your country wasn't too fond of us since our patrols killed some of your council's scouts, but those were special circumstances. Besides that, we never raised a hand against the people of Fury. The fury in Makarov's eyes that had calmed down a little since their little discussion began returned with full vengeance. You never raised a hand, you say? You dare to say something like that? Not only did one of your mages kidnap Urza, no, your despicable bunch of monsters also attacked our comrades and burned their guild to the ground. Kakashi blinked at that. Even his normally stoic Anbu guards looked confused. What was that old man talking about? But then a disturbing thought began to form in Kakashi's mind. It couldn't be. Not even he should possess such powers. But if it truly was him. The Rokudaime turned his attention back to the guild master, his body already shifting into a battle stance. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I have to cut this short. If my assumption is correct, I'm afraid there's an even greater danger approaching the village. Makarov narrowed his eyes. I can assure you, the greatest danger to you right now is none other than me. Magic began to circle around the wizened mage as he too prepared for the inevitable clash. The battle of the masters had begun. At an unknown location. Are the preparations complete? A cold voice asked. Yes, we'll move out on your command. The man who had answered spoke without the barest hint of an emotion in his voice. The first person nodded. Very well. It's been a long time since we last saw our home. Deploy the troops. Yes, Danzo-sama. Spells Jutsu. 1. Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. This technique requires the user to open at least 6 of the 8 gates. The opponent is then kicked into the air and assaulted by countless punches that are set ablaze by the friction they create through their speed. 2. Tetsuryuken, Iron Dragon Club. Gajil transforms his arm or leg into a large steel club, increasing punching and kicking power. He can also create multiple smaller clubs from the end of the original, hitting many enemies at once. 3. Hake Rokujian Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Do I really have to explain this one? 4. Hake Hasanjaki, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher, a more powerful version of the empty palm. In Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja 4, this is Neji's ultimate attack. It sends a powerful wave of chakra into the enemy's body that deals massive damage to the organs and even devastates the landscape behind the opponent. Omake, the Green Beast Reloaded. Elfman scowled. His opponent was heavily outclassing him. Despite his relatively unsuspecting build, his punches were equal to the arms of most of the beasts Elfman had access to. Unfortunately, there was no contest in speed. The damn bowl cut was running circles around him, backwards even. Just what kind of magic was he using? And he was so subtle at using it that Elfman could have sworn he wasn't using any magic at all. I need a plan or I'm toast. As a man, I can't allow myself to lose here. Then in his opinion, ingenious idea flashed through Elfman's head as he was busy blocking the blows the green blur was raining down upon him. That's it. He introduced himself as the Green Beast of Konoha. He must have a beast spirit inside him that maximizes his physical powers. And if that's the case then I can. With the speed of desperation, Elfman's right arm shot forward and even managed to grab Lee when he was about to deliver another kick. Take over. With the last of his strength, Elfman activated his magic. And indeed, it did work. Elfman could feel an incredible power flowing into his body. In fact, it was so powerful that Elfman was slowly getting swallowed up by it. What is these? A blinding flash occurred, and when it died down, only one person could be seen. It was Elfman, his white hair now in a perfect bowl-shaped haircut and his muscular body clad in a skin-tight green spandex. The horrifying creature's eyes snapped open, and onlookers would have sworn later on that flames had erupted from them. Youth. Then the creature that would later on become known as Lehman Elfrock, an SSS-ranked beast, took off, challenging every person in Konoha to manly, youthful competitions. In the end, both the mages of Fury and the shinobi of Konoha agreed that the war had been less evil than that. Ha 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 ha. Take this, you worms. Fairy machine gun. Leprechaun. Cries of pain resounded throughout the area as the magical dust bullets of Evergreen found their targets. The sole female member of Lax's former bodyguard team was proving to be a difficult opponent for the shinobi, since no matter how high they could jump, they couldn't fly. Unfortunately, their opponent could, and Evergreen was using this advantage for all it was worth. While continuously staying out of reach for the warriors of Konoha, she rained down her projectile magic on them mercilessly, thoroughly enjoying herself in the process. This is too easy, she muttered to herself while aiming her dust projectiles at yet another flak jacket-wearing warrior. I bet Laxus could have taken down all these guys by himself. The blonde's thoughts came to a halt when she noticed that a shadow had fallen over her. At first she ignored it, but then she noticed something strange about the shadow. Wait, I'm flying in the sky. And there are no clouds today. Where is this shadow coming from? Unfortunately, Evergreen noticed this little fact a split second too late. The moment the thought had crossed her mind, the bespectacled mage found herself assaulted by countless projectiles herself. Due to her attacker using the sun as cover, she couldn't get a clear view of who was attacking her and only narrowly avoided being cut into pieces. However, more than one of the projectiles hit its mark and sliced into the blonde fairy's flesh, almost causing Evergreen to lose control over her wing magic and falling to her demise. Still, she couldn't stay in the air any longer. She had to escape this assault and find a way to face her attacker. With a scowl and slightly wincing due to her wounds, the blonde mage landed on a nearby building where the sun would no longer blind her completely. Who's there? She shouted, anger and tension evident in her voice. It irked the blonde, who was not far from becoming an S-rank mage, that someone had snuck up on her so easily. Evergreen heard a rustle. It almost sounded like wings. When the blonde saw her opponent approach, she couldn't help but to feel awed. Her assailant was a blue-haired beauty with a white rose in her hair. A dark blue battle kimono covered her, Evergreen couldn't deny it, gorgeous body. And she had wings. Large, white wings. Just like an angel. Her entire appearance was so overwhelming that Evergreen didn't even notice that the wings were made from paper first. The fairy tale mage's moment of surprise was short, but the long-haired woman was angry at herself nonetheless. How could she have been awed by the person before her so easily? Especially in the midst of battle. Who are you? Evergreen asked, her hands ready to throw her explosive dust at the winged woman that landed gracefully a few yards away from her. The woman responded with a cool voice that betrayed none of her emotions. My name is something only my comrades may know. To someone like you, who disrupts the peace of this village, I shall become a heavenly messenger that dispenses justice. Cocky, aren't we? Just because you put some paper together for wings doesn't make you an angel, you know. Despite her brave words, sweat was running down the side of Evergreen's face. She hated to admit it, but the woman before her unnerved her. She could feel that the blue-haired mage was strong. Her mere presence demanded a respect Evergreen had rarely felt for anyone. Standing before her felt almost like facing Urza in battle. She had to take her by surprise and finish the battle before it actually started, if she wanted to win. Fairy gun, gremlin. Dust flew towards Conan and surrounded her, before exploding with an impressive force. But the former Akatsuki member had reacted in time by swinging her wings and flying back into the air again. At the same time, a hail of paper shuriken was released from her wings, which now raced at the still unmoving Evergreen. As someone who used wings to fight as well, however, Evergreen had expected an attack like that. Thus the blonde mage dodged the shuriken with an impressive jump and instinctively aimed at the spot where Conan's flight would take the blue-haired woman. Fairy machine gun, leprechaun. The shot of magic dust raced towards Conan, yet the former Omegakure shinobi didn't even bat an eye. Then the projectiles hit their target. At first Evergreen was a little surprised that her attack had hit her opponent so easily, but then she allowed herself some measure of satisfaction. Apparently her opponent had been all bark and no bite. That would teach her to dissolve into paper. Evergreen's eyes widened when she saw the body of the blue-haired woman break down into countless sheets of paper that immediately rushed at her. The glasses-wearing mage tried to distance herself from the incoming attack, but it was already too late. The paper reached her and immediately began to wrap around her entire body, trapping her completely. No, I have to do something. Evergreen struggled valiantly, but whatever magic her opponent used, it was perfect for restraining a person. By now the paper had even reached her head, and as it began to cover Evergreen's mouth and nose, the blonde mage realized that she might not make it out of this one alive. Laxus, fried, Bixlow, Evergreen thought as the lack of air made her world go dark. I'm sorry. Thunder echoed through the empty area. At least that was what it sounded like. The truth was that the punches of Guy and Gildarts collided with such speed and force that the noise created when fist met fist was akin to a force of nature. This was also why the area near them was deserted. No one wanted to be close to the clash of those two monsters. You're not bad, Gildarts said when he and his opponent separated after yet another clash. His breathing was a little faster than normal, but other than that there was no evidence of the high-speed battle he had fought so far. I must admit, it has been a while since I had the honor of facing such a worthy opponent in battle. Shame you're the enemy. A few yards away from the strongest mage of Fairy Tail, Guy was a little worse off than his opponent. Indeed, the self-proclaimed green beast agreed. The flames of youth burn still brightly inside you. And your control over this destructive magic is just as amazing. I can't help but to admire your strength. However, the normally friendly face of Meta Guy morphed into the visage of the fierce warrior he truly was. No matter how much I respect your strength, I cannot allow you to threaten my home any longer. The air around the green-clad Jonin seemed to grow heavy, and Gildarts immediately strengthened his guard. His opponent was up to something. And he definitely didn't want to risk taking a blow due to surprise. One hit might be enough to tip the scales of their battle. Guy himself took a deep breath and concentrated. He hated resorting to this technique this early in a battle, but he had to finish this quickly. Not only was the man before him extremely dangerous, Konoha itself was still in danger. And he would not allow it to be destroyed again. Gate of opening, released. Gildarts' eyes narrowed when his opponent continued to stand still. What was he doing? Gate of healing, released. A gust of wind seemed to pick up around the green beast, and Gildarts was shocked to see that the minor wounds his adversary had been sporting were closing up before him. Gate of life, released. Guy's voice reached Gildarts' ears. Not a second later the mage was already in motion, rushing his opponent at a speed that belied his tall frame. Gildarts jumped, channeled his crash magic into his right arm and sent it flying at the black-haired man. However, while the two warriors had been evenly matched in speed before, this was no longer true now. Guy all but vanished from Gildarts' sight, only to reappear behind him. Gate of pain. A vicious right punch sent Gildarts flying. The mage had only barely managed to block the attack with his prosthetic left arm, the prosthetic limb straining under the ferocity of the attack and only barely holding up. Released. While he was still flying through the air, Gildarts used his magic on the ground, sending large chunks of earth at the shinobi, who was slightly overextended from his attack and not quite able to move again just yet. Got you now, Gildarts thought. The rocks approached Guy at an incredible speed, but in his state they might as well have been motionless. Fists blurred and soon afterwards rock crumbled. Unfortunately Gildarts had used Guy's distraction to approach the man again, immediately dashing at the man after recovering from the previous attack. There was no time to dodge this time as a magic-powered fist plowed straight into Guy's stomach. The Jonin's mouth opened forcefully as the air was forced out of his lungs from the magic-powered punch. It felt as if his insides were being ruptured, and not because he was using 4 gates already. Guy was sent flying from the punch and only barely managed to recover himself while in midair. However, he did not have time to recover. Gildarts was already on him again, easily keeping up with Guy despite the man's empowered state and his own fake limbs. This man is incredibly strong, Guy thought while exchanging blows with Gildarts. Truly, to think that there were men like him in these lands. It makes me both glad and wary. I don't think there are many mages stronger than him here, but that makes stopping him all the more important. I cannot let this man destroy more of Konoha. Gate of limit, released. Gate of view, released. With determination and another surge of chakra once again filling his body and spirit, Guy's fist slowly started to overtake the exchange with Gildarts, who was taken aback by his opponent's increasing strength. While he was busy keeping up with the renewed onslaught, Gildarts absent-mindedly noticed how his opponent's skin had turned red. It's as if the guy's a bottomless pit of energy, how much more strength is he gonna pull out? Still, I don't think he can use much more of that magic of his, it seems to take quite a toll on his body. Guild Arts, analysis was cut short when the mage found himself incapable of keeping up with the man's punches anymore. Guy broke through the mage's guard and landed 2 solid strikes in his opponent's abdomen, returning the favor from before with interest. But Guild Arts wasn't an S-class mage for nothing. Before the force of the blow could send him flying away like it had done with Guy, Guild Arts latched onto his opponent's arms with his prosthetic hand. Gritting his teeth, the mage and forced himself back onto the ground. He saw the surprised look on his opponent's face when he channeled his magic power in his right hand. With no possibility to escape, Guy immediately raised his left hand to guard against Guild Arts' next strike. But it was to no avail. The blow connected, and only now did Guild Arts release Guy's arm from his hold. Crushing evil, spreading the truth, Empyrean. The mighty blow went straight through Guy's guard and connected with his chin. The green-clad man felt his brain rattling from the impact before the sheer force of the punch sent him spiraling upwards. Damn, I'm losing consciousness. No, I have too. Guy's mind went blank as he reached the peak of his flight before he fell down again several feet away from a heavily panting Guild Arts. The strongest mage of Fairy Tail was greatly relieved that he had finally managed to take his opponent down. With a sigh he spoke to himself. Man, that guy was the real deal. I hope Konoha doesn't have more of beasts like him around, he drained me quite a bit. The red-haired man turned around, trying to discover the locations of the still ongoing battles by the most obvious signs. I guess the old man has found the leader of Konoha. I almost pity the guy. Well, I better get moving, some people might need help. Guild Arts started moving in the direction opposite of his fallen opponent, but after taking a few steps he froze when he felt an incredible amount of fighting spirit being directed at him from behind. The eyes of Guild Arts widened as he spun around quickly. There was no way that. But it was true. Mage Guy was standing once more, his eyes shadowed as his head was held low. The Jonin's clothes were tattered and torn, and more than one wound was visible on his body. When the man raised his head and looked at Guild Arts, the mage noticed something unsettling about him. His eyes weren't focused for a moment. Are you telling me he forced himself to stand up while being unconscious? That level of determination is getting ridiculous. Guy didn't say anything as he regarded his opponent with a cool gaze. He hated to admit it, but for a few moments he had lost consciousness. In most cases that would have been his defeat. But in this situation he couldn't afford to lose due to something like this, not while his body had not yet burned out. Guild Arts Clive, Guy said with a calm, solemn voice that was quite rare to be heard from the taijutsu master. You are truly an admirable opponent. I shall remember your name as long as I live. Then the green beast of Konoha proceeded to cross his arms in front of his chest. His muscles were bulging as if under a huge strain, which was true to an extent. I shall face you with all my power. Prepare yourself, Guild Arts Clive of Fairy Tail. This is the strength I acquired through my training. This power shall protect Konoha. Gate of Wonder, released. A surge of power coursed through Guy's battered body as the 7th of the 8 celestial gates was released. To onlookers it appeared as if Guy was covered in a green aura that caused the gravel on the ground to be blown away. Guild Arts was taken aback a little by the shinobi's determination. For a member of a dark guild to hold such feelings for his guild. Were they truly that different? Guild Arts immediately banished these thoughts. He couldn't afford to get distracted now. His opponent seemed to be planning something, and the best thing would be to stop his plan from even coming to fruition. As Guild Arts was about to attack Guy, intent on finishing him off, the Jonin's mind was going over his course of action. I don't have much strength left. Even with the 7th gate I can't move as fast as before, my muscles are barely holding up as it is. I'll have to finish this with the next attack. Guy raised his right arm into the air, his hand taking the form of a knife hand. The green aura around Guy seemed to swirl before settling down and focusing on the Jonin's right arm, blazing strongly. Guild Arts suspected that his opponent was concentrating his power for a devastating close-range attack, as his opponent so far had never demonstrated a single ranged attack. He was most likely to prepare his strike and then charge at him to finish him off with one swift strike. Like he was going to let that happen. Crush. With a shout Guild Arts launched a wave of his magic at Guy. A pure wave of magic flew at Guy, ripping asunder the earth as it approached its target. Whoever was caught in this blast was guaranteed not to walk away unharmed. But just before the wave of magic reached Guy, the green beast of Konoha swung down his right arm with all his might, a green aura following the strike. Midnight Dragon. At another location in the village, Tsunade's eyes snapped towards the huge surge of chakra she had just felt. She had an idea who had caused it, and her eyes narrowed at the thought. So one of these guys managed to push Guy that far. That's not good. Even if he wins now, the damage he will suffer once his energy runs out will be tremendous, not to mention that there are hardly any healers to take care of him. Tsunade's thoughts were interrupted when a figure dashed at her with raised fists. You really shouldn't space out like this. With a graceful jump, the former Hokage dodged Murajan's attack, causing the younger woman to scowl. Her opponent was good, even without her strength and speed she moved with a fluidity that only veterans possessed. How the hell is that possible? She doesn't look much older than me. Is she one of those monsters like Gildarts? That thought sent a shiver down Murajan's spine. While she had unlocked her takeover magic again, she was not yet on the level again she had once possessed. She was wasting too much time with one opponent. However, the same was true for Tsunade. Even though she had recovered from her coma not long after Kakashi had been made Hokage, the wounds she had suffered in the battle against Pain had never completely healed. She could no longer fight on the level that had once made her be feared as a member of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. If the battle continued to be dragged out like this, there was a good chance she would simply lose due to her failing stamina. Luckily for her, her opponent didn't know that, and as long as she kept the facade up that she wasn't operating on a short time frame, she could exert pressure on the mage girl. The two fighters observed each other carefully. Strength-wise they were about the same, but Tsunade was faster and could heal herself. However, unlike her opponent, she couldn't fly or shoot energy projectiles. Both sides knew that they were almost evenly matched and neither of them liked the thought. For the two women, it seemed as if a strange silence settled over their battlefield, despite the sounds of fighting filling the air around them. Neither of them even dared to blink. A moment of carelessness could spell the end for them. Then, as if reacting to a start signal only the two had been able to perceive, the two rushed at each other. Just as their fists were about to connect, a white light filled their battlefield. Gildarts blinked. What had happened? Where was he? And why was his entire body hurting? Slowly the memories began to come back. He had been fighting this strange green-clad man. The battle had been almost finished, he had sent a wave of his unrestrained crash magic at him and then. I see you are still conscious. You truly are a powerful warrior. Gildarts slowly raised his head from the ground to look at the source of the voice he had just heard. Before him stood Mage, the green aura he had summoned still blazing strongly around him. To think that there was one who could withstand my midnight dragon to such an extent. I didn't think I'd ever meet a man like you in these lands. What did you hit me with? Gildarts managed to say. His entire body was hurting and he noticed that his artificial left arm was broken. My crash magic should have broken down whatever attack you could have used. Guy shook his head. There was nothing to break down. Midnight Dragon is a strike so fast that it creates a vacuum wave that can crush pretty much anything. There was no magic or chakra involved. It was simply the fastest strike I could muster. Gildarts gave a slight chuckle, which was accompanied by a little blood that came up with a cough. You are really one strange beast. With these words Gildarts Clive, the strongest mage of Fairy Tail, finally fell unconscious, his energy spent. Mage Guy regarded his fallen opponent for a moment before moving towards him. However, before he could reach the unconscious man, cards were launched at his feet like shuriken. The Jonin jumped backwards a little and evaded the attack relatively easily. His searching eyes soon found the source of the attack. A young brown-haired woman, obviously drained from fighting, had thrown the cards from between two buildings that were still standing. Guy could see that the girl was far from her top condition, but her eyes were burning with anger and determination to protect the man that was lying on the ground. The female mage quickly crossed the distance between them and positioned herself between Guy and Gildarts, clearly protecting her fellow mage. I won't let you hurt him anymore. Guy was silent, his white eyes staring intently at the girl before him. Somehow he got the feeling that this was more than a comrade protecting another. No, the ferociousness this girl displayed to protect the man behind her reminded Guy of a lioness protecting her children. In this case the lioness was already badly hurt and about to face an elephant though. And yet her eyes showed no hesitation. Quote ellipsis. Take this man and go. I have no intention of killing a defeated man or harming an injured woman. With a mighty leap Guy left the battlefield. Sparing them might prove to be a mistake. The mages of Fury and Konoha were at war after all, and there was no guarantee the man wouldn't come back and hurt Guy's comrades then. And yet, Guy still held onto his morals. When men crossed fists they were sometimes able to understand each other. And Guy had crossed fists with many people, so is it any surprise he would be able to see that his opponent was a good man? It might have been the wrong choice. But Guy would see it through to the end. His thoughts were cut short when suddenly a blinding white light entered his vision. While all across the village the battles were reaching their climaxes, Makarov and Kakashi were both caught up in their own deadly dance. The area before the Hokage Tower was devastated by now and nothing but a wasteland of craters and debris. Magic and chakra clashed, but the fighters remained mostly untouched. This was how Makarov realized just how dangerous his enemy was. When two fighters of the same level clash, it will be over in but an instance. The third master of Fairy Tail thought as he dodged another barrage of multiplying knives. For someone so young to reach this level of skill, it reminds me a lot of guild arts. And this is exactly why. With a roar, Makarov jumped over the knives, magical runes flaring to life around him as he prepared his counter-attack. I cannot lose here. Several beams of light shot at Kakashi, their speed and angle making it harder and harder to dodge. When one of the beams hit Kakashi square in the chest, Makarov was a little surprised that his opponent had suddenly been hit so easily. His surprise disappeared when he saw the image of the Hokage turned into partially scorched log. I don't even want to know where that came from, Makarov thought as he searched for his opponent, expecting some kind of retaliation attack. However, to his surprise, his opponent only stood a few yards away on Makarov's right side. You're strong, Master Makarov. If our battle continues this way, I'll lose. So I'll have to stop holding back. With these words, Kakashi pulled up his headband and revealed his scar-covered left eye. However, that wasn't all to it. The guild master couldn't see it clearly, but some kind of symbol had been painted across the eyelid. Makarov immediately tensed at the sight. He had seen more than one mage with eye magic, and if his opponent possessed one that apparently had to be sealed in some kind of manner, it certainly spelled trouble. Makarov's worries were soon proven to be correct when his opponent quietly muttered the word, "Release." The pressure he had felt from the man easily doubled, and had Makarov not been prepared for something like this, he might even have been stunned. When the Hokage opened his left eye, the old wizard found himself staring at a blood-red eye with a black pinwheel-like pattern. And the next thing Makarov knew was that his world seemed to shift in an unnatural way. It was only thanks to his experience and knowledge of Mistogan's illusion magic that Makarov realized what was happening to him quickly enough to break his opponent's attack and dodge the swipe of a knife by a hair's breadth. So your eye can cast illusions. While troublesome, it can easily be countered by not looking in your eyes, Makarov stated after regaining his stance. His eyes narrowed as he regarded the man in front of him. This has gone on long enough. The moment Makarov had spoken these words, a massive amount of energy began to gather between the old master's hands. Kakashi was a little shocked at this. He had known the man was powerful, but this much energy was on a level far above what Kakashi himself was capable of. You have to the count of 3 to surrender. If your guild does not cease fighting, I will end this war myself. 1. Makarov's voice was calm and yet spoke of the fury that was kept at bay. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the man. An attack of that magnitude would annihilate not only a large part of Konoha but of your own mages as well. Are you telling me you will fire an attack that would hurt both sides? Makarov's reply sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. 2. And how come you think my magic will hurt anyone I consider a friend? The voice Makarov had used to speak set off all figurative alarm bells Kakashi possessed. This wasn't a bluff. Makarov's magic would definitely not harm any of the mages fighting against Konoha. I have to stop the attack. But whatever action Kakashi wanted to take was cut short when Makarov's voice rang across the battlefield with the utmost finality. 3. Fairy Law. And the world was bathed in white. The light that covered the village-turned battlefield was stunning. Only the members of Fairy Tail recognized it immediately. It was centered around the Hokage Tower, as many of the shinobi noted. It was an explosion of magical energy with more power and purpose than any spell they had seen before it. The effects of this technique were well known to most mages. An ally would feel naught but warmth from the light, and the encouragement that their enemy would be crushed by the caster. An enemy would feel nothing but despair, suffering under the pressure of the attack's sheer magic power even before they were actually hit. This was one of Fairy Tail's 3 great magics, Fairy Law. Makarov had closed his eyes in finality, waiting for his spell to run its course. This was the end. The Dark Guild of Konoha would suffer for their transgressions against his kin, and the magic world would doubtlessly be a better place after their defeat and imprisonment. The Hokage's guards had already been burnt to a near crisp, as they had been the closest individuals. Some of the buildings in the immediate area were becoming charred as well, but as previously noted, Fairy Law was a spell of purpose. Makarov's purpose was the defeat of his enemies, not the wanton destruction of all architecture in the area. But then, not more than a few seconds after its activation, the light began to dim. Makarov noticed this immediately. The magic power he was emanating was slowly concentrating around one point, still going strong but not against its intended targets. The area of effect had diminished considerably, and Makarov, for all his wisdom, couldn't tell why. Fairy Law was an almighty spell, what could counter it even after being cast? The guild master quickly opened his eyes again, looking straight towards where he felt his magic power being drawn to. He had to squint, but he most definitely saw it. A small, black vortex was drawing in the entirety of Fairy Law. Soon, the light was completely gone, and the hole closed up. Makarov was flabbergasted. What had happened to his spell, and who was responsible for it? His answer was immediate, and accompanied by heavy panting. Makarov's eyes widened at the sight. His clothes charred, Kakashi nevertheless stood firm, only his left eye open, having finished the greatest technique of his Sharingan. He was exhausted, but he had done it. And Makarov was, for the first time in his life, confronted with the unthinkable. Fairy law had been stopped. What have you done? What was that vortex? The guild master questioned incredulously. Kamui. Kakashi answered between his breaths of exhaustion. It was at this point that Makarov noticed the changed form of Kakashi's Sharingan. Instead of the usual 3-tomo pinwheel, there was now a more pronounced pine to each of its 3 quadrants. Makarov had been under the impression that the Sharingan only caused illusions. This was far beyond his calculations. What was that spell? That was no spell. A different voice answered. That was a space-time ninjutsu of the highest caliber, accessible by that man. Kakashi looked at the newcomer warily. Danzo, why are you here? The now identified Danzo calmly entered the combatants' view. He was an old man, at the ripe age of 72, yet his looks betrayed his combat prowess. With his bandaged eye and limp arm tucked into his robe, he didn't exude much danger. One who assumed that would be wrong and most likely soon dead after making that mistake. What's the issue, Kakashi? Danzo asked in reply. While I may not have been deemed appropriate for the position of Hokage, I am more than capable of defending my village as if I were such. The Uzumaki child isn't here this time. It's up to us to drive out these invaders. He explained. Kakashi, still panting, merely nodded. This would help tremendously. Who are you? Makarov asked, no, demanded of the newcomer. He could tell this man's appearance belied his ability, and he didn't want to deal with 2 skilled fighters teaming up against him if he could avoid it. Danzo focused his visible eye on the wizard saint. I am Shimura Danzo, shinobi of Konoha. But what is your name, Mage? Makarov Drayar, master of fairy tale. Makarov answered, then paused. You people speak strangely. Are you truly mages? He inquired. Kakashi stepped forward, addressing Danzo. That's irrelevant. We need to finish this fast. The border forces must be having trouble. A generic mage from the council dove at Yamato. With a few quick hand signs, wooden branches grew forth from the earth and wrapped the man up. 1 kunai later, and the threat was gone. Then, without warning, a presence made itself known directly behind him. Fast, Yamato thought while hastily ducking under his new opponent's punch. He turned and lashed out with a retaliatory kick, but the assailant was already gone. He was immediately forced to block a punch coming from another direction. Finally getting some distance, Yamato sized up enemy. He was a decently tall man with short black hair and wore a striped red variation of the standard Magic Council uniform. His most striking feature however was the peculiar scar across the upper left side of his face. You're no foot soldier, I assume. Yamato said. I'm leading the attack on the outer walls. I go by Mest on missions. May I ask who you are? Yamato chuckled. I lead the defense of the outer walls. I go by Yamato on missions. They paused for a beat, listening to the sounds of battle around them. Mest was the first to speak up. You won't last like that, you know that, right? Yamato frowned at the statement. You are a single dark guild, being preyed upon by the full might of the Magic Council along with a coalition of many accomplished guilds. Fairy Tail isn't big on killing, but the council has no qualms about snuffing out evil. I'd suggest you forfeit. Ha! Yamato barked out. Do you understand what you're asking me? As an Anbu commander, the mission supersedes all else. Your life, your subordinates' lives, all mean nothing compared to the safety of the village. We will fight, and if we die with honor. Now, are we starting or not? Yamato finished, done with his speech. They engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Yamato quickly realized that Mest wasn't much of a direct fighter. The man didn't really hit that hard, and he didn't seem to be using any techniques. His speed though, was insane. Yamato couldn't tell if it was a shunshin, or a teleportation spell of his. He didn't have his senpai's Sharingan, after all. Regardless though, he knew what course of action to take. Stop him from moving. Mokuden, Mokusatsu Shibari no Jutsu. Yamato called as the fingers on his right hand became thin tendrils of wood that flew towards Mest. Mest dodged skillfully, almost seeming to warp around the field as the wood chased him down. When one of the tendrils got a little too close for his comfort, he made a decent leap backwards. That was the opening Yamato needed. Slamming his free hand into the ground, Yamato called out his next jutsu. Mokuden, Mokujoheiki. From behind Mest, large beams of wood came from the ground and stretched over him like a dome. Soon, the technique completed, and there was just a dome of wood standing where Mest was. Retracting his tendrils, Yamato then slammed his two hands together. The dome exploded in a shower of dust and splinters. Ah! A voice cried in pain. Yamato looked towards the source and saw Mest crouched on a tree branch across from him. He was fast enough to escape the explosion as it happened. Yamato thought in disbelief. Mest caught his breath before smirking at Yamato. I can't be caught, he said smugly. That was the only verification Yamato needed. It wasn't a speed technique, it was teleportation. That's some high-level jutsu there, Mest. Yamato praised. It serves its purpose, he responded. Jutsu. Whatever. Lahar was right. This guy is good, he thought. Around them, the battle was still raging. The shinobi were fighting valiantly, but were slowly being overrun. Jonin like Genma, Aoba, and Raida had no problem staying alive, but the bulk of their Chunin forces were waning. Mest gave Yamato a look that said, I told you so. A little away from Mest and Yamato, Ren Akatsuki was throwing around wind blasts like they were candy. He was one of the Trimons of Blue Pegasus, donning an unbuttoned blue suit. Multiple Chunin jumped into the air towards Ren, kunai drawn. Not good enough. Ren taunted, taking a crouched pose, his arms extended. Aerial foes, he cried, spinning his arms and creating a large cyclone that tore the shinobi up. After the dust from his attack subsided, Ren noticed something strange. On the ground, there was a peculiar-looking wool doll. Maybe one of the mages he had just beat had been holding it. He walked up to it and saw a tag on it that said, Curse. There was a kunai knife next to the doll as well. Well, that isn't creepy. He leaned down and touched it, but then suddenly froze in place. Shinten Kugutsu Juin no Jutsu. And with those words, Ren found himself looking at himself. It was strange. He noticed he was being held in the air. The Ren he was looking at gave him an evil smirk and dropped him. The imposter picked up the kunai and tucked it into his shirt, then turned to leave. It took him a second, but Ren figured it out. It was a trap. I got sucked into the doll, he thought in panic. He saw Eve walk up to his imposter, but could do nothing about it. The shorter, blonde-haired boy was caught completely off guard when Ren stabbed him in the gut with a kunai and left him bleeding on the ground. And to make things worse, suddenly multiple masked shinobi burst onto the battlefield from the woods. Hibiki-san, what's the situation? Lahar asked the man beside him. Things are going well in the forest, but inside the village, it's a bit complicated. Hibiki answered. He was an overly handsome man with wild, light brown hair. In front of him were multiple screens showcasing the fights happening across the battlefield. Fairy Tail is in the village, are they losing? Lahar asked. Hibiki shook his head. Not particularly. Losses have been for the most part even, but Gildarts, Gazille, and Elfman are down. Gildarts is down. I've heard so many stories about him I didn't think it was possible. Well, from what I can see though his opponent doesn't look like he's ready for another fight either. Just then, one of his screens started flashing red and beeping. What? He yelled in shock. Lahar got closer to follow the imagery along with Hibiki. I can't tell what these bars mean. What's wrong? I have a warning alarm that goes off every time a Blue Pegasus Guild member is substantially hurt. Eve's alarm just went off. Something's wrong in the forest. Mest stared in shock as new shinobi entered the battle, beginning to turn the tides. What the hell is that? He yelled. Reinforcements. He was so caught up in his surprise, he didn't notice the same look being mirrored on Yamato's face as well. Those masks, Yamato thought to himself before a ninja landed beside him. He was in all black, with a mask that all of his face other than the mouth and nose. In place of his eyes were round lenses. It's been a while, Tenzo. The man greeted. Torun. Yamato responded in surprise. Are you here on Danzo's orders? He nodded. Danzo-sama has sent us to aid in the defense of the village's perimeter. I assume Fu is here as well then? Yamato questioned. He's already infiltrated them. Other Anbu have. Torun was cut off as a mage jumped at him from behind. Quickly taking off one of his gloves, revealing a sickly purple hand, he caught the man by his throat. Mest watched in horror as the man started to turn purple like the man's hand, screaming in agony as the color spread across his body. Eventually, the man went limp, and Torun dropped him. No matter how many times I see you do that, it never gets any easier to stomach, Yamato remarked. Come, we must push them back. Torun yelled. Mest prepared himself for what he knew would be a much harder fight this time. Danzo smirked. I believe Yamato Taicho will be just fine. Let's dispose of this man. Futon. Shinku Taegyoku. Wind Sile. Giant vacuum bullet, he yelled while releasing a large ball of wind at Makarov. Raiden. Gion. Lightning Sile. False darkness, Kakashi called, joining in by firing a massive bolt of lightning. Eyes widening, Makarov quickly took action. Making 3 hand seals completely foreign to the shinobi present, Makarov initiated his defense. Sandai Bogyo Mahojin, Sanchushin. Maximum defense seal, 3-pillared god. A purple ring made of intricate seals formed around Makarov before 3 pillars of light sprung forth. The pillars flashed brightly and blocked the incoming attacks. The resulting explosion of the clash created a massive dust cloud that hindered Makarov's vision. The guild master then quickly ducked when he heard a faint chirping sound from behind him, just in time to see a hand covered in lightning narrowly piercing the space above his head. His left hand still extended, Kakashi pointed his right at Makarov. That hand began to coat itself in lightning as well before a wolf of electricity bounded forth at Makarov. Raiju Hashiri no Jutsu. Lightning Beast Dash. Makarov used his Titan magic to increase his fist to a ridiculous size before batting the lightning hound aside, his increased toughness withstanding the electricity without too much trouble. Because of this rapid exchange, Makarov was woefully unprepared for Danzo's turn. Futon. Shinku Renpa. Vacuum Wave Blades. The blades of wind scraped painfully against Makarov's back, causing him to grunt in pain. The force of the winds cleared out any remaining dust on the battlefield, revealing all 3 combatants to each other. How could they see me in the dust? Makarov wondered to himself. He then noticed that the bandages around Danzo's right eye were lowered, revealing the same type of red eye Kakashi had. What kind of magic do those eyes hold? That depends on the user. Danzo surprisingly answered. This magic cannot be learned. It is a hereditary gift of the Uchiha clan. You will never figure out all of its uses in this fight, let alone counters to them. Kakashi stepped forward. I don't know what your business is with us, but take this as a final warning. Withdraw your forces. Now, I don't think either of us like the amount of blood already shed. You speak of unnecessary bloodshed. How dare you? Makarov yelled. You have no qualms about killing. Danzo spoke up. You know nothing of our way of life. Magic, as you call it, secures money and territory. Both solidify the safety and longevity of our village and its citizens. If lives are to be taken to reach this end, then so be it. You're not helping our case here, Danzo, Kakashi complained, mostly to himself though. You speak of citizens, but I saw none. Makarov pointed out. Kakashi chuckled. As the leader of this village, I'm insulted that you would think that I hadn't created an evacuation plan in case of an invasion. Especially after last year, he added that last part under his breath. While you talk about securing the safety of this village, you act as if killing is just a means to an end. Regardless of any underlying purposes, the idea that ruining the lives of another to promote the profit of your own is no different than that of a common dark guild. Makarov scolded. Danzo let out a dramatic sigh. You just don't get it. It matters not. The fact of the matter is that you need to leave. You are a worthy opponent, I admit that much, but my patience is running short. Danzo pulled his limp arm out of its cast, revealing the metal casing around it. Kakashi, I'll need you to occupy this man while I break the seal on my arm. He instructed. I'm the Hokage here, aren't I? He questioned jokingly, to which he got a pointed glare. Okay, I get it, I get it. Throughout their exchange, Makarov was strategizing for his upcoming battle with Kakashi. That Danzo fellow was up to something, and he would rather not find out what. Kakashi needed to go down fast, and Danzo would follow. Using Titan is too risky. I could tell that dimension warping magic needs very precise aim, judging by how small the rift was. I'm a small, mobile target the way I am, and getting bigger would be suicide. Makarov prepared for what could possibly be the toughest battle of his career. Mest knelt down low, coughing up some blood. Above him stood an injured Yamato, looking down at him and breathing heavily as well. No words were exchanged, but it was clear Yamato had won. Around them, battle still raged, although to a lesser degree than before. With the assistance of Danzo's root, the tide was surely turning to the favor of the shinobi. Mest tried standing, but found himself unable to do so. Impossible, Mest thought to himself. All of these mages, beaten by a dark guild. You underestimated the will of fire, Mest. Yamato told him, still breathing heavily. To protect our village, and the next generation, we will never fall. Mest thought the battle was over. But one man was about to change that. Hibiki and Lahar meanwhile were in a state of near panic, only their professionalism keeping their composure intact. How can we be losing? Lahar exclaimed. There are so many of us. And with Blue Pegasus alongside us, how can this be happening? I can tell you how right now. Hibiki said, catching Lahar's attention. They work better together. They're a well-oiled machine, tempered through years and years of combat. They are far more used to this kind of thing than we are. We lack experience. Pure strength can only get you so far. I disagree. A deep voice sounded out behind the two. Turning, they saw their new arrival. He was a tall, muscular and pale-skinned man with straight black hair, which was slicked back and gathered on the back of his head, where it was kept in a bun, hidden away by a white cloth with ruffled edges secured by a similarly colored strip of cloth. He wore a blue set of armor that only covered his upper torso and arms, leaving the entire mid-lower torso bare. He also had a very baggy pair of dark pants tied with an orange sash. His eyes were slanted with dotted tattoos under each of them. His most striking feature, however, was the quite angry look he had on his face. Lahar started. Bacchus. Hibiki finished. The drunk falcon of Quattro Kerberos. I'm here to end this, he said darkly. My guild's honor demands it. My honor demands it. He then took a deep gulp of alcohol from the gourd he kept tied to his sash. I wasn't there when my comrades were attacked. I can feel their spirits crying out for retribution. My soul is shaking already. Not in excitement, but anger. Don't try and stop me. He finished before walking into the woods, leaving Lahar and Hibiki to ponder his appearance. Hibiki sighed. He really might kill them, you know. If anyone has a personal stake in this, it's him. I'm well aware, but we'll take all the help we can get. Ren was standing over Eve's fallen body, readying his kunai for a final strike. But before he could do so, he was slapped. Slapped so hard he felt his neck almost snap. Also, normally wouldn't fly just because of a slap, yet he did, and quite far so. He hit the ground, and because the attack had caught him completely unprepared, lost his consciousness. The spike of power was felt across the field, but only to the more sensitive combatants. That smells like trouble, one of the shinobi said lazily, standing over a fallen mage. I wouldn't worry about it, Genma. Another shinobi told him. It pays to be cautious, Rado. We should check it out. Genma sighed, toying with the stick in his mouth. Aoba's right. If a heavy hitter just showed up, we need to stop him. If you say so, Rado conceded. Let's go then, Aoba said, jumping towards the source of magic they felt. The others followed suit soon after. Down, down, down again. That was the basic premise for a Chunin's encounter with the drunk falcon. Even if root members were higher-end Chunin than most on the field, even then they couldn't do much against that man. The way Bacchus would sway around the battlefield made him almost impossible to pin down, and the force of his palm strikes was deceptively hard. However, after felling several enemies, Bacchus suddenly found his vision obscured. Sanzangarasu no Jutsu. Scattered crow swarm. Crows, tons and tons of them, flew all over the immediate area around Bacchus. Confused, Bacchus began to lash out, trying to hit the crows. As he hit one, his hand went through it and it split into two different crows. What the hell? The man questioned. He was so surprised that he narrowly missed the next incoming attack. At the last second, Bacchus caught a slight glimpse of a man's face among the crows. But before he could do anything, a sword as black as the crows sped forth, intended to stab him. Bacchus had trouble judging the distance or length of the sword due to the ever-expanding flock of crows. By taking advantage of his sheer flexibility, the Mage of Quattro Kerberos managed to lean out of the way just in time. The sword scraped across the left side of his torso, leaving a large yet shallow cut, but Bacchus was able to avoid impalement. Quickly reacting, Bacchus swung his right palm laterally towards the sword. Sway Hikisho. Gekka. Drunk chop hanging palm. Under moonlight, he called, gathering a large amount of magic power in his palm. Upon collision with the sword, the force expanded, creating a circle area of effect. The entire sword shattered into countless pieces from the contact. Bacchus wasn't done yet, though. Using the force of his previous strike, he continued moving until he was spinning quite fast. Sway Hikisho. Kazeka. Drunk chop hanging palm. Under wind. Rather than physically attacking the crows, he expended the magic in his palms outwards, and then used his incredible speed to create a whirlwind of sorts. The crows dispersed outwards, revealing none other than Rado, covered in a dark black cloak, holding the hilt of a broken blade. Up in a tree a distance away, Bacchus also noticed Aoba, crows surrounding him as he held a hand sign. Rado stared at his sword in surprise. He broke Kokuto. He didn't have much time to think on it, as Bacchus dashed straight towards him with insane speed. Trying to be preemptive, Rado lashed out with a kick, but Bacchus avoided it easily. The falcon's palm went straight across the special Jonin's face, causing him to spit up blood as he stumbled backwards. Thinking fast, Rado took of his cloak and threw it in Bacchus' line of sight. Aoba, he yelled. On it, the man in question responded. He pointed at Bacchus and his crows flew right at him. Garasu Shuriken no Jutsu. Crow Shuriken. In mid-flight, the crows morphed into shuriken and flew straight through Rado's cloak. On the other end, Bacchus couldn't predict the specifics of the incoming attack because of his obstructed vision. That wasn't really a problem for him though. He just jumped as high as he could, leaving the shroud of the cloak and avoiding the attack completely. This small exchange took no more than 10 seconds. But in his mid-air position, Bacchus was sorely unprepared for a third arrival. A searing pain shot through his shoulder, and before he knew it, something was flying off into the distance in front of him. It was so sudden it actually took him a second to realize something had been shot through him. Following the path of the item that had pierced him, he was a little surprised when he saw a short, thin stick impale a tree in the distance. How the hell did that twig go through my shoulder? He thought in confusion. Landing as gracefully as he could with his injury, he took note of the new shinobi. It was Genma, with another one of those sticks in his mouth. Bacchus didn't have much time to ponder his arrival though, as more crow shurikens started depositing themselves across the clearing. Despite the abilities of the two shinobi in front of him, Bacchus viewed Aoba as the most vital threat on the field. The mage had always had a range problem, and with multiple enemies it was even worse if exploited. He made a mad dash for the tree Aoba was perched atop, but Rado was in his way. Pulling out a tanto, Rado engaged Bacchus in close combat. After a few seconds of getting pounded, Genma joined in, trying to help Rado pin Bacchus down. His moves were just too erratic. He would lean at weird times, contort into awkward position, and attack infrequently. Eventually, Bacchus found an opening and struck out with each of his hands, blowing both shinobi a good distance back. Aoba now had a chance to keep peppering the man with shuriken. He had been forced to stand by while the earlier fight was happening as he hadn't wanted to risk hitting Genma or Rado. But all of a sudden, Bacchus just seemed to disappear. Then, the tree beneath Aoba began to fall. In just an instant, Bacchus had closed in and subsequently battered the base of the tree until it started to collapse. Quickly jumping down, Aoba moved to regroup with his fellow shinobi. He wanted nothing to do with that man in close quarters. Bacchus turned from his position near the downed tree and gave the three a mean look. "Who are you people?" As the question gave them an opportunity to catch their breath and come up with a new plan, the three shinobi actually answered the question directed at them. Yamashiro Aoba. Namiyashi Rado. Shiranui Genma. Bacchus gave them a grin. "You guys are tough. You might be evil bastards, but my soul is shaking, damn it. I'm Bacchus, and you guys are going down," he yelled before dashing towards the group. All three shinobi prepared for Bacchus' incoming attack, but it was from quick enough. In an instant Genma, Rado, and Aoba were hit in three different spots and sent flying into different directions. Hard. As they flew through the air, they managed to catch a sneer on Bacchus' face. Aoba was the first to right himself and skidded to a stop. "Formation Beta," he yelled, to which his comrades merely nodded. "Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire style. Grand Fireball," Aoba called, sending a huge ball of flames towards Bacchus. "Ha, it's useless." The falcon mocked as he performed another Kazeka. The wind strengthened the flames, but diverted them from his course. It was just a distraction though, as Rado had just finished the hand seals for his next jutsu. "Sweden. Sujinheki. Water style. Water encampment wall," Rado called, summoning a large wall of water around Bacchus' position. Bacchus looked around his prison in amusement. "Is that all?" he questioned before raising his left foot high. With a rough grunt, he slammed his foot to the ground, causing the ground to crack and stalagmites to rise. The wall of water quickly dissolved into a big puddle that covered a good portion of the field. But despite his prowess, Bacchus was sorely unprepared for the final stage of Formation Beta. Across the way, Genma had one of his hands touching the wet ground, and another raised to the sky, crackling with electricity. Raiden, Horaishin, lightning style, lightning rod. The lightning traveled through his body and dispersed itself into the water on the ground, electrifying the whole field, Bacchus included. The pain was bad, yes, but what really put Bacchus in a bind was the way his muscles weren't responding properly. After the pain of being electrocuted subsided, his body wasn't up to moving at high speeds yet. His muscles were constantly expanding and contracting under the aftereffects of being zapped, and it left him quite vulnerable. Rado jumped in to engage Bacchus in close combat, since he was the most adept of his squad at doing so. The mage was struggling to maintain his style under the assault. His body was so locked up that he couldn't bend and contort the way he usually did when fighting, and the hole in his right shoulder was aching as well, lessening the use of his dominant arm even further. Then Aoba started throwing more crow shuriken at him, making things even harder to react to. Bacchus was beginning to take cuts all over the place, and was just barely dodging Rado's assault at the same time. If speed and flexibility were inaccessible for him, he would try something else then. Power. Sway Hikisho, Daka, drunk chop hanging palm. Under earth, he called, slapping both of his palms to the ground below him and Rado. Sending as much of his palm magic as he could through the earth, Bacchus caused a shaking sensation felt even hundreds of yards away. Struggling to stay upright, Rado couldn't react to Bacchus' follow-up. He was slapped on the throat, a vital hit for sure. He felt his windpipe shatter, and his breath leave him. Rado fell to his knees, grasping his throat in desperation. But air wouldn't come. Aoba needed to act fast if he was going to save Rado's life. Genma, I need to see to Rado fast. Try and occupy this guy. He yelled before running off, struggling against the vibrating earth below him. Bacchus had begun to regain some feeling in his body, and was finally able to move a bit quicker. Acting as fast as he could, the falcon dashed towards Aoba. He was forced to stop abruptly when a small stick flew in front of him at high speeds. He managed to catch a flicker of electricity trailing behind it as it embedded itself into a rock in the distance. Aoba dashed right past him, but before he could even attempt to chase the man, he had to dodge another projectile from what was presumably Genma. Cursing to himself, Bacchus just abandoned the idea of stopping Aoba and ran towards Genma, who was holding another stick in his hand. Aoba had finally reached Rado, and had to act fast if he wanted to save the man's life. A body couldn't go without air for very long, even if shinobi could extend that period substantially under certain conditions. Using some rudimentary medical ninjutsu, Aoba began to message Rado's throat. The cracks and bruises along his windpipe began to slowly mend, allowing him some, albeit quite labored, breath. The man would live, but his role in this fight was over. Turning his attention to the still ongoing battle, he saw Genma failing to keep his footing during his confrontation with Bacchus. Maybe because it was his technique, Aoba didn't know, but Bacchus was unaffected by the ongoing tremors. The shaking was lasting far longer than any of them had anticipated. The force of his strike must have been quite substantial. Just as he was about to run to support Genma, his sleeve was grabbed. Aoba turned to look at Rado, who beckoned him to come closer. With ragged breath, Rado managed to let out a small sentence to Aoba, causing his eyes to widen under his glasses. Nodding, Aoba resumed his course towards Genma. It was time to end this. Raiden, Raryu no Jutsu. Lightning style, Thunder Dragon, Genma yelled, summoning his strongest elemental jutsu. Bacchus stood in awe at the seemingly corporeal creature in front of him. The dragon rose high and then dove straight for Bacchus. Exhausted, Genma fell face first into the ground, unconscious before he even hit it. As the dragon closed in on Bacchus, the falcon grinned in pure excitement. He stretched his arms wide apart as if giving a hug, and waited. Once the dragon was about to collide with him, the mage acted. Sway Hikisho, Rika, drunk chop hanging palm, under lightning. He slapped each of his hands on the dragon's ears, holding it in place. He skid back a great distance, fighting under the immense power the dragon was pushing forth. With a mighty roar, Bacchus finally clapped his hands together, making the dragon dissolve into many sparks of electricity in a loud crack. Bacchus laughed maniacally between his haggard breaths. He barely had time to notice Aoba throw some kunai at him. Quickly turning his attention to the shinobi, Bacchus saw him make two hand signs before summoning a new technique. Kaiden, Zukoku, fire style, searing migraine. A small fireball flew from Aoba's mouth at great speeds, expanding in size along its way towards Bacchus. Soon it was like an oncoming tidal wave of fire staring the falcon in the eyes. Bacchus chuckled before taking a new stance. He reared both of his palms backwards before performing a simultaneous palm thrust at the wall of fire. Sway Hikisho, Hika, drunk chop hanging palm, under fire. To Aoba on the other side of the technique, it was like two pillars of pure chakra had been sent straight through his jutsu to hit him. The fire just seemed to flare wildly into nothing within seconds, leaving Bacchus completely unharmed, but exhausted by the continuous use of his magic. Aoba flew back a great distance before breaking a tree and losing consciousness. Bacchus fell to his knees and threw his arms into the air. Wild, he screamed to the heavens, proclaiming his victory. Just then, he felt his stomach churn, and he began coughing up blood. Flashback. I cut him, with the kokudo. Just hold him off for a few minutes. Rado weakly to Aoba. Return. Poison, Bacchus said to himself before falling to the ground. Shit. Gray and Natsu stared at their newest opponents with caution. They had met Sai before, and had a good sense of his magic, but the pink-haired girl was new. Natsu wiggled his nose a bit before speaking up. What's up, Natsu? Gray asked. The look on Natsu's face was dark, something uncharacteristic for him. The creepy guy smells like ink, but the new girl smells like blood. A lot of blood, he responded. True enough, when one looked close enough, you could see Sakura's hands were coated in the stuff. This was, of course, because she had been doing some on-site medical procedures beforehand, but they didn't know that. Gray nodded back. She's dangerous, I can tell. Let's get a feel. We know that the guy is a long-range specialist, so I'll deal with him. You try and figure out what's up with the girl. I was gonna say that anyways. You don't have to order me around. Just as they were about to start again, Lucy just screamed. Shut up and fight. And like that, the two fairy tale mages kicked into action. Coating his hand in flame, Natsu went in for a strike against Sakura. Karyu no Tekken. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, he yelled as his fist approached Sakura, face. To his surprise, she smiled and caught his punch. Sakura tried reeling him in by his arm, but Natsu kicked with his opposite leg, which she countered with her knee. After a tense standoff, Sakura and Natsu jumped away from each other and got some distance. How did you not get burnt? What kind of magic is that? Natsu asked her. Sakura just gave him a smug grin. I wonder. Natsu growled and renewed his attack, engaging his opponent in furious close combat. The Dragon Slayer's limbs were almost always coated in fire, but it didn't really make a difference to Sakura. Natsu's punches and kicks were a horrible match for her medical abilities, but he couldn't figure out why. It was simple, really. Sakura gathered the majority of her chakra into her hands and feet when she was fighting. All of that concentrated chakra explodes during an attack, dealing superhuman damage. Used for blocking, though, it held the opposite effect of superhuman endurance. It wasn't a viable defense option though, since it was just her hands. Most ninjutsu was long-range and explosive, something that having tough hands wouldn't matter for. But against someone trying to punch her with flaming fists, not very effective. But that alone wouldn't be enough though, even for Natsu. She wasn't just good at taijutsu. It was her specialty. Lucy watched in awe as Sakura danced around Natsu's speedy attacks, not taking any hits. She would redirect closer punches and not get burnt, but dodged a majority of everything else. When Natsu growled in frustration at her combat prowess, he gave her the opening she needed. Sakura moved quickly, throwing a fast punch straight for Natsu's stomach. He barely managed to get his left arm in the way of the hit, but he still flew back a good distance towards Lucy. Natsu. Lucy called in worry. Are you okay? Natsu stood up calmly and looked at his left arm. It's broken. How the hell does she hit that hard? He asked himself, before being forced to hastily dodge Sakura's follow-up attack. Okasho. Cherry Blossom Crash, she yelled, coming in from above. Natsu narrowly dodged by grabbing Lucy and jumping back, causing Sakura's fist to instead hit the ground instead. Lucy's eyes bugged out of her head when the ground buckled under the force of the Pinket's punch. The ground cracked below Natsu before large pieces of stalagmite burst upwards from the pressure, dealing slight damage to Natsu. Meanwhile, Gray and Sai were peppering one another with projectiles. Sai's ink birds would collide with Gray's arrows in midair, so nobody had gotten injured yet, but they had to stay very concentrated. They had no interest in their pink-haired friend's fight at the moment. Choju Giga. Drawn beast mimicry, Sai called, quickly drawing and subsequently summoning a large bird. He jumped right on and started to ascend, gaining some distance from Gray. As an artist, my attacks are limited only to my imagination. Sai revealed. I've always just drawn what I have seen, all my life. I wasn't very imaginative as my training demanded emotionlessness. Gray raised an eyebrow at the statement. Emotionlessness? He questioned. I was to feel nothing. No pain, no love, no anger. I would kill when asked, and protect when necessary. Gray's reply came flat, despite his serious expression. You people are terrible. Sai chuckled, opting to ignore the statement. Lately though, I've gotten a bit more human, I'd say. Imagination came with it, he said before drawing a new image on his scroll. Waiting for his next animal, Gray was understandably surprised when, instead of a corporeal creature of some sort, a set of ink kunai came out. Knives? Gray asked, confused. Leon used to summon all kinds of animals using his ice make, so Sai had been a pretty easy opponent for the most part, seeing as though he was used to the combat style. This changed things a bit as Gray could no longer expect only animals to attack him. Sai tossed many of his kunai, to which Gray responded by meeting them with his own ice projectiles. As the kunai burst into clouds of ink, the separate blots of ink formed new kunai and kept going. Gray had simply multiplied the amount of kunai coming for him. He couldn't dodge them all, and a few of them stuck into him at different parts of his body, one in his gut. Before he could try to pull them out, they collapsed into ink and hit the ground with a splash. Gray looked at the artist with an angry glare, breathing heavily all the while. He didn't notice when the ink puddles on the ground molded into explosive tags, exploding soon after, damaging Gray greatly. Natsu was forced to take his eyes off of Sakura to see what had caused the explosion, but before he could even try to figure out what had happened, he was decked in the face by his opponent. He tried to catch himself, but his left arm was too damaged to be used as a prop for support. It immediately buckled under the weight of his body, causing him to cry in pain as he hit the ground. Lucy couldn't believe what she was seeing. Natsu and Gray weren't just losing. They were losing badly. Natsu. Gray. Let me help, I have recovered enough too. I'm fine, Natsu yelled from his place on the ground. He slowly stood up, this time using the correct arm, and leveled a fierce glare at his fellow pink-haired warrior. You're strong, really strong, he complimented while wiping some blood from his mouth. Sakura smirked. What can I say, I train hard. Now, are you going to leave or not? Before Natsu could answer, Gray's voice echoed throughout the area. Ice make, geyser, he yelled, summoning a massive pillar of ice beneath him, which raised him high into the air. Finally on the same eye level with Sai, he created a gigantic bow. Drawing an equally massive arrow, he glared at the shinobi. Sai could feel the magic power being emitted from Gray, but wasn't worried. How sure are you that you can hit me with that? He asked with one of his usual fake smiles. I don't miss. Super freeze arrow. Fried Justine was calmly walking through the back alleys of Konoha, avoiding any conflict. He was stopped by the ground shaking, which prompted him to activate his wings and fly upwards to see what had happened. He saw Gray atop a gigantic pillar of ice, preparing to fire an arrow, but couldn't see any further when a black rope moved to impale him. Barely dodging, he looked down and saw Shikamaru in his crouched pose, hand sign and all. Wings that's a new one, Shikamaru said. Fried lowered himself back to the ground and looked at his new opponent. I am Fried Justine of Fairy Tail. May I know your name? He asked. If it makes you feel better, I guess. Nara Shikamaru, shinobi of Konoha. I thought it was weird that you were the only one of your guild not making a commotion of things. What are you up to? Nothing important, I just don't prefer combat scenarios. Fried lied. Shikamaru caught it, of course. I'm sure. You're on your way to where that light shone earlier, aren't you? He asked. The slight tensing of Fried was all it took to verify it for Shikamaru. Thought so. Well, that's probably the most volatile place in the village right now, so I wouldn't go there. Fairy law was used, and yet none of you are even injured. Something must have gone wrong with the master. Fried explained. Yeah, he picked a fight with our master. Biggest mistake he could have made if you ask me. Shikamaru said while standing up in an exaggerated manner. Fried just smiled in response. That's yet to be seen. Now, I assume you wish to stop me. It's a drag, but yes. Then come. Fried yelled while drawing his sword. Whatever. Kujmain no jutsu. Shadow possession, Shikamaru called lazily as his shadow sprung forth towards Fried. Fried immediately jumped back and hovered above the ground. You must be the one Murajan told me about, the one with the shadow magic. Try catching me up here. Shikamaru smirked. You asked for it. Keiganui no jutsu. Shadow stitching, the shadow under Fried burst into multiple lines before each one detached itself from the ground and flew up towards him. Fried was forced to take evasive action, flying erratically as he hastily dodged the shadowy tendrils. He swung out and cut one of them, prompting him to do so again when the tendril dissolved. He was surprised, considering magic like that normally was mostly intangible. In an impressive flash of bladework, Shikamaru's technique was gone. That was surprisingly flimsy, he thought to himself. He looked back down where Shikamaru should have been, but the man was gone, much to Fried's surprise. Sup, he heard from behind him. Quickly turning around, he saw Shikamaru attached to the wall of the building behind him. Before he could even react, Shikamaru had already pulled out a tanto and cut Fried across the chest, drawing a decent amount of blood. Fried, trying to recover, speed backwards away from Shikamaru. The shinobi immediately threw the tanto at Fried's retreating form, causing the mage to hastily move to the side. Fried then collided with another building and the tanto embedded itself in the wall next to his head. The member of the Thunder God tribe quickly turned his attention towards Shikamaru again, making sure not to lose sight of him this time. He lowered himself back to the ground once more, deciding it to be a better venue for battle with Shikamaru, who joined him soon after. You surprised me there. Fried started. I had assumed you needed to stay immobile for your spell to continue working. I didn't think to have to keep track of you moving. You're right, Shikamaru confirmed. I do have to stay still. I just deactivated the technique and ran at you. Why did you think you could cut through my jutsu? Shadows are intangible. The technique was simply subsiding, giving you the illusion that it could be physically dispelled. It gave me a perfect opportunity to sneak up on you. He explained further. He's much keener than he looks. You'd think that being in the air would be advantageous when considering his magic, but then he becomes too hard to keep track of. Fried mused to himself before leveling a glare at Shikamaru. It seems you are a more difficult opponent than I had first assumed you to be. Very well then, shall we try a bit harder now? Fried said before his right eye began to morph, its sclera inverting to black and his iris turning a dark, glowing purple. Shikamaru got goosebumps just looking at it. He wouldn't falter though, he was better than that. Why is it that all the tough guys have dojutsu? He muttered to himself. Fried wove his sword through the air, writing a word. Slashing his sword across the completed text, he called out his technique. Yami no Ekiritiru, Atami. Creature of darkness, paint the purple text in midair then flew towards Shikamaru, forcing him to hastily dodge. The text instead planted itself against the wall behind him, showing the word, pain. Not deterred, Fried kept repeating the word, tossing more and more at Shikamaru. I don't know what this crap is, but I'm not eager to find out. Shikamaru was actually a very agile opponent. He knew how important it was to avoid attacks and reach areas for him to launch his own, and he knew how to do so quickly. The shinobi didn't exactly know to what extent Fried's technique worked though, so he was woefully unprepared for what happened when he leaned up against a wall. He placed his arm right over one of the previously written runes that had attached itself to the wall. Quickly, the text removed itself from the wall and crawled onto Shikamaru's arm. Instantly, pain shot straight through that spot on his arm. Intense pain. It was only thanks to his training that he did not scream out in agony. Fried took notice of this. You handle pain well. I'm honestly quite surprised. Gritting his teeth, Shikamaru managed to speak up. We were 11 when we had our first pain training session. This shit is nothing. At such an age, Fried asked, not sure whether to be appalled or impressed. Pain is important. It directs our attention to a problem with the body. Too much pain though, immobilizes the recipient. It's vital that we, as shinobi, can numb pain strong enough to normally incapacitate us. Shikamaru responded coolly, despite his arm truly being in a great amount of pain. He was actually analyzing the technique whilst he conversed with Fried. It's not a genjutsu, I can tell for certain. What exactly is it then? So you can take that much, but how about something stronger? Fried tempted. Yami no Ekiritiru, Kurushimi. Creature of darkness. Suffering, he yelled, writing said word before tossing more and more runes at Shikamaru. Shikamaru took one of the biggest gambles possible, but one he deemed worth it. Holding out his already affected arm, he let the new rune overlap the previous one on his body, causing them to meld into jumbled nonsense, no words clearly readable. Instead of the pain getting worse, all pain ceased in general. Quickly dodging the remaining words, Shikamaru got some distance and crouched low. Looks like I figured it out correctly after all, he claimed, causing Fried to curse under his breath. The brain sends signals to all parts of your body, and signals get sent back. Signals outwards are commands, and signals inwards are touch sensations. You thought I didn't notice, but when you leapt into the air to dodge my Kagenui, you wrote, wings, across your chest with your finger very quickly. After seeing you write the word pain and send it at me, and then eventually experiencing it myself, I realized that the words themselves are very important to the effects they bring. When pain hit my arm, it replaced the signals going back to my brain with just that, pain. I figured that interrupting the structure of the word would lessen, if not cease, its effects. He explained. All the while, Fried just stared at Shikamaru in awe. I quickly realized though, that it was grafted to my skin like a tattoo. I contemplated running a kunai down my arm to scratch out the word, but then you threw a new one at me. I purposely let that one hit in order to scramble up the word already on my arm, ending its effects. So, any other tricks? Shikamaru asked smugly. Fried was beyond surprised at that point. Such insight, and the way he immediately countered it. Superb, he thought to himself. I suppose I should go all out then, he told Shikamaru, touching the ground and ceasing his wings. He knows the secret to the personal effect runes. I don't have enough time to set up any area of effect runes, so my only options are runes that I cast upon myself. He's much too fast for Enkoku darkness to catch, so I might as well pull out my trump card. Shikamaru was surprised when Fried sheathed then his sword. Fried wrote the next few runes across his own chest with his fingers. Yami no Ekiritiru, Zetsue. Creature of darkness. Absolute shadow. Fried's upper body became covered in a dark armor, complete with large shoulder pads and a helmet with a menacing appearance, his hair sprouting from it backwards. Before he could even take in Fried's new appearance, Shikamaru was confronted with a voice from his left. This battle calls for a more personal approach. Fried said. Shikamaru hadn't even seen the man move. Fried struck. Super freeze arrow. Gray yelled as he let his attack loose. It flew at such a speed that Sai could barely react to it. Maneuvering his current mount, he managed to not completely dodge, but divert the arrow's course. However, the arrow's blades sliced deeply through the area below his right shoulder. The pain was too much even for Sai to keep his technique going with it, so he lost control of his bird and fell towards the earth. Sakura immediately ceased her battle with Natsu and dashed straight for her fallen comrade. Natsu, wiping excess blood from his mouth he had gotten from his previous pummeling Sakura had given him, walked towards Gray, who had descended from his geyser of ice. His arms barely on man. "You sure that was necessary?" Natsu asked. Gray, breathing heavily, looked at Natsu with a strong glare. He was strong, extremely so. I needed to disable his drawing hand. I was going to blow off his hand, but he seemed to think I would be going for his head. He moved downwards and diverted the arrow to a different area. It was just bad luck, really. Gray explained, he too a bit regretful of the damage he had wrought on Sai. Sai. Sakura yelled in worry. Her highly analytical mind assessed his injuries almost instantly. Medical ninjutsu hadn't reached the point of regrowing body parts yet. Tsunade had made great headway with her Sozo Seisei, but even that came with a great price. Reattachment though, that was definitely within the realm of possibility for Sakura's skills. Glowing a bright green, her hand rode across the severed parts of Sai's arm, melding both ends of skin, muscle, and bone back together. It took lots of her chakra, but this was secondary to her as she could take the drain and still be able to fight. Running a quick diagnostic scan, she deemed him fit to retake the field. How did she do that? Lucy asked in astonishment. It's just like Wendy's magic, but much better. Is she? Gray started. Natsu finished for him. She can't be. It's impossible. Dragons don't train two disciples. But, he still wanted to ask. You, pink girl, Natsu yelled. Sakura gave him an annoyed look at the title. Your hair's pink too, dumbass. Are you a dragon slayer? He asked hesitantly. Dragon slayer, she responded slowly, as if pondering the mere possibility of such a statement. You mean you have real dragons running around here? She asked in surprise. That's a no, then. Gray surmised. He wouldn't admit it, but he was buying time, and so was Natsu. Lucy had sent Virgo to go and get Wendy, but they needed to wait until she showed up before they could get some first aid. He was hurting, badly. Sai's last attack had hit home pretty good, and the blood still hadn't stopped flowing from the wound. Natsu was aching all over as well. His arm was broken, a few of his ribs were shattered, and the left side of his face had seen better days. He could smell Wendy getting closer though, so things would be alright soon. Just a little longer. Luckily, Lucy gave them their last stretch of time. Wait, what do you mean by, here? She asked. Sai, having finally regained his bearings, spoke up. Where we come from, dragons are a legend, of sorts. We have shrines, names, and techniques that praise the dragon, but no proof of their existence is known. Lucy saw through the evasion. No, that's the same here. I'm asking about the word she used. You act as if this place is completely foreign to you. Who are you people? Sai just let out a dramatic breath. It doesn't really matter at this point, does it? The fact that we come from a faraway place doesn't change anything. Sakura-san, thank you for the assistance. Let's continue. Sai suggested. Nodding, Sakura dove forward at Natsu. Natsu hastily threw a right hook, but he was too fatigued to do much to Sakura. She skillfully redirected the attack and grabbed him by his scarf. Sakura then reeled him in with it and kneed him in the gut. Natsu coughed up some blood, but tried his best to still react. He grabbed her thigh and held her in place. He looked straight at her, and prepared his attack. Sakura noticed his cheeks bulge, and tried to pull away, but it was too late. Karyu no Hoko, Natsu yelled, blowing a large stream of fire straight at Sakura at point-blank range. She flew back and skidded across the floor a good distance before coming to a halt. Sakura had taken a great deal of damage, she was covered in burns and was having trouble breathing. Gray meanwhile had hastily frozen his wounds over to stem the blood flow temporarily. Forming an ice sword, he took the small opening Sai gave him when Sakura got hurt. This could be his only chance to get in close. Sai quickly drew his tanto once he noticed Gray's approach, but the advantage was clear. He sorely lacked the close combat skills that Gray had honed over his years of battle. Sai had skill with his tanto, he wasn't stupid enough to think he would never have to get near an opponent, but it was far from his forte. Slowly, the flow of the conflict changed. He started taking small cuts, but as the battle stretched on, he started losing his stance. Gray was pushing with everything he had, considering how hurt he was. Anything that lasted too long would potentially cripple him due to the pain of his injuries. Summoning a second sword, he went in for the kill. Ice Bringer. He bellowed, cutting a cross-shaped slash oversized chest. Blood fell to the ground, and Sai did as well. Natsu and Gray immediately fell to their knees, completely exhausted. Lucy was ecstatic. "You guys won," she yelled in excitement. Just then, a new presence made itself known. Tsunade, carrying the unconscious body of Miragen, landed right in between the two fallen shinobi. A few minutes earlier. Wendy-san, a random council mage yelled out amongst the battlefield. The blue-haired dragon slayer turned her attention away from her Chunin opponent and towards the call for help. The tent she had set up as a medic station had been attacked by these masked men, and she was having trouble healing and defending it at the same time. She went and healed the man that had called for her and quickly redirected her priorities to her previous opponent. Tenryu no Hoko. Sky dragons roar, she yelled, sending a large tunnel of wind that carried off multiple shinobi through the air. She was forced to break her attention again as a new arrival came from underground. Straight out of the ground popped Virgo, maid outfit and all. "Wendy-sama, Heim requires your assistance," she said, all business for once. "But Virgo-san, I can't leave here, people still need my help," Wendy argued. Taking a quick glance around, Virgo understood, but still pushed forth her message. "Natsu-sama and Gray-sama are both very hurt, and need help quickly if they are to win their fight. I can get you within the village walls, but no further. Heim's magic power is running low," she told the young healer. "But, I don't think I can," she was cut off as a shinobi flew past her and into a tree. She looked at the source of the attack in surprise. She couldn't help but stare as Bacchus arrived and began pelting root shinobi all over the place. She saw the Quattro Kerberos insignia on his back, and then smiled in awe. Virgo gave her a pointed look. "I believe things seem to be under control here, don't you agree?" Wendy nodded and proceeded towards Natsu and Gray with Virgo's help. Once she was dropped off inside the village, she had to close her eyes and just run as she passed up the injured of dead shinobi. Even if they were enemies, the loss of life still hurt Wendy greatly. Her sense of smell brought her straight to an injured Natsu and Gray, who both stared down 3 enemy shinobi. An inch. That's all that separated Fried's clawed hand from Shikamaru's body. Shikamaru's grip on Fried's wrist was flimsy at best, seeing as physical prowess was far from his strength. Both of his hands were desperately clawed around Fried's wrist, fighting to keep the hand in place. One wrong move, and Shikamaru would be impaled, no question about it. He didn't even know how he had reacted so fast, to be honest. He'd have to thank Asuma-sensei for that one, rest his soul. Good lord, how strong is this guy? Shikamaru asked himself as he continued to struggle against Fried. "I'm surprised," Fried said, his voice an echo through his helmet. "I didn't think you would react that fast," he complimented. "My sensei always used to say that it paid to be paranoid in battle. I'm always expecting to be caught off guard," Shikamaru responded in a strained voice, still holding back Fried. "A wise philosophy," Fried said before taking a stab at Shikamaru with his free hand. Shikamaru let go of Fried and ducked under the second attack. He then lashed out with his leg to sweep, but Fried jumped over it and kicked Shikamaru straight in the face, sending him a good distance away. Shikamaru shakily stood and spit of some blood. "Damn, he hits hard," Shikamaru said to himself before being forced to act again as Fried dashed towards him. Redrawing his tanto, Shikamaru parried Fried's strike, albeit with great difficulty. He was being given no time to make any hand seals, and Fried was keeping his distance in addition to that. The mage had chosen a hit-and-run strategy, making sure not to stay around Shikamaru for too long. Deciding to go for the kill, Fried held out his right hand, which then started to crackle with electricity. As the sparks increased, his hand began to shake under the strain. Soon, a condensed ball of lightning was held in the clawed hand of the mage, ready to do some serious damage. Looking at Shikamaru, he noticed the man was holding a trench knife in his right hand. The green-haired man wondered what his opponent was going to do with those. "Just a little closer," Shikamaru mumbled to himself. Fried dashed forward with his remarkable speed, moving in to end the fight. "It's over, Nara Shikamaru," he bellowed as he gained speed. "Not quite," Shikamaru said with a chuckle. Once Fried got completely in Shikamaru's line of sight, right apart from each other, Shikamaru stabbed the trench knife into the ground. And just like that, Fried froze in place. "What?" the man yelled in surprise. "Our shadows aren't connected. I didn't give you any time to make your special poses, so how?" Shikamaru made a gesture to Fried to look down. He squinted to see, but once he saw what Shikamaru wanted him to, his eyes widened in astonishment. This isn't an ordinary knife. It's a chakra blade. I infuse it with my chakra, and it adopts effect based on the user. If I stab this blade into your shadow, or anything connected to it, you freeze. That's the Kujimane Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Shuriken, Shikamaru explained. But where did that shadow come from? Fried asked, pointing out the key to Shikamaru's victory. An extremely thin line of black went from in front of Shikamaru to Fried. Shikamaru's chakra blade was stabbed directly on top of the small shadow, it being enough to paralyze Fried. Shikamaru smirked and pointed up. Fried looked to the sky, and this time had to look even harder than the first time, but he was it. A string, connected from one building to the other, completely draped across the alleyway. The string looped into the ring of a kunai deposited high up on one of the buildings. It took a moment, but Fried was a smart man. He ran through their fight in an instant, and his eyes widened when he found the memory he was looking for. At the start of the fight, when you threw that knife, there was already a string attached to it. He yelled in surprise. He just couldn't believe how strategically talented Shikamaru was. Exactly. And now, the fight is over, Shikamaru claimed before making a hand sign. Soon, the small strip of shadow connecting the two combatants extended in width dramatically, showing that Shikamaru was completely in control at that point. Kage Nui no Jutsu, Shadow Stitching, he said as the shadow around Fried shot outwards and impaled him in rapid succession. Fried cried in pain at the intrusion, and could do nothing as the shadowy tendrils came back out of his body and wrapped into a knot, effectively stitching Fried in place. As Fried felt his consciousness fade, his technique dropped, shedding his armor and revealing his face. Once Shikamaru was certain the man was out, he let him go, watching as he fell straight to the ground. Pulling the chakra blade out of the ground, Shikamaru stood up with a loud groan, holding his hand to his back to help straighten it out. That was far more troublesome than it was worth, he mumbled before walking to exit the alleyway. It would probably be a good idea to check on the Hokage. Come on, babies, Bixlo bellowed as his wooden dolls shot laser beams into the enemy's ranks. In an alleyway across the street, two kunoichi strategized undercover how to approach the situation. Okay, what the hell is up with this guy's powers? Ino complained. Little wooden dolls flying around and shooting laser beams. That's a whole different kind of weird, even for a shinobi. Hinata, the other kunoichi present, was kind of ignoring her, keeping her Byakugan trained of Bixlo's dolls. Coming to a realization, Hinata finally responded to Ino. I've been watching the flow of his magic for a while now. It's different than chakra, but I can definitely follow it with my Byakugan. From what I can see, he channels his magic power into those dolls, controlling them like a puppeteer. The difference though, is that he seems to control them with mental commands, not physical movements. Because of that, there are no strings to sever. I was wondering how he could do something like that, and finally noticed his eyes. His eyes? Ino questioned. How could you see them? They're behind a… Never mind, dumb question. What did you see? He seems to be using a dojutsu of sorts to control the dolls. That's probably why he keeps them protected, Hinata explained. Ino made a thinking pose, with her hand on her chin. Maybe a flashbang could sever his connection with the dolls. No, his connection to the dolls isn't as simple as just looking at them. The technique may start with his eyes, but after the fact, he just controls them with his magic. We'll just have to break the dolls and move in for the kill. Ino nodded. Works for me. Let's go. All the while, Bixlo was maniacally laughing while his dolls tore into the shinobi forces. As he went for a down genin, his doll was pierced by a kunai, breaking it into two. Ah, my baby, he yelled dramatically. He immediately looked towards the source of the attack and saw Ino with her hand outstretched. Quickly taking in her outfit, he sighed just as dramatically. More scantily clad women for me to fight. I don't know whether to be happy or upset, he mused, remembering his recent fight with Lucy. Bixlo was forced to quickly jump out of the way of Hinata's attack from behind. Damn, what's up with your eyes, girl? He mocked, getting a good look at her. You two don't seem to be as weak as the others, so how about we have a good dance? He exclaimed, showing of his long tongue as he spoke. Dance, his dolls repeated. Bixlo quickly jumped onto two of his dolls and started floating. With a quickly yell, his other three dolls began to fire wildly from different angles at the two kunoichi. Hinata's Juken training demanded flexibility, so she had no problem dancing around the attacks, but Ino wasn't as agile. She hadn't taken a direct hit, but she'd gotten her fair share of cuts from grazing lasers. Bixlo's ability to fly made the battle much more difficult than Hinata had originally intended it to be. She figured she could just chase him down, cut off his tenketsu at close range, but his newfound mobility was proving to be a considerable problem. Quickly regrouping for a strategy session, Ino and Hinata talked out their newest problem. Breaking the dolls and getting close isn't exactly going to be as easy as you thought, is it? Ino complained, still trying to keep out of the lines of fire. Hinata started, seemingly hesitant to continue the statement. Maybe you could take over one of his dolls. You invade people's chakra systems, right? Maybe it could work for magic too. She suggested. Ino thought on in for a second. I could probably do it, but I would only remove his control from the dolls. I don't think I could attack with them. That has something to do with his magic. Hinata nodded. That's fine. Just try to catch one of the dolls and maybe I'll have a better time getting close to him. She instructed. I'll give you better. Ino claimed before jumping out into the open. What? Giving up already? Bixlo mocked. How boring. Boring. His dolls echoed. Ino smirked while making a hand sign. Shinten Bunshin no Jutsu. Mind clone switch beams of blue light left Ino's body and homed in on Bixlo's 3 attacking dolls. Panicking, Bixlo tried moving his dolls erratically to evade the attack, but that was Ino's plan. Instead of chasing down the moving dolls, they flew straight into the dolls under each of Bixlo's feet. 2. Hinata thought, impressed. What? He exclaimed in surprise. Once in control, Ino dropped Bixlo by moving the dolls. Showing some surprising acrobatic skill, Bixlo jumped between on the buildings in the alleyway below until he neatly landed on the ground. Growling in frustration, he didn't notice the presence right behind him. Yuho, Soshiken, gentle step, twin lion fists, Hinata yelled, surprising Bixlo greatly. He turned around quickly, only to see 2 blue lions of energy around each of her hands. He could do nothing as Hinata plunged both of her palms straight into his gut. Gah! Bixlo coughed, spitting up a fair amount of blood from the internal damage of the Juken style. He flew a good distance down the alley before skidding to a rough stop. Struggling heavily, he actually managed to stand back up, to both Hinata and Ino's great surprise. You think you can control my babies? He screamed before raising his fist into the air. Crush, he commanded, pulling his fist down. Each of the dolls Ino controlled detonated in a massive explosion, sending her real body back a great distance. Hinata quickly dashed over to Ino to see if she was okay. Bixlo called back his remaining 3 dolls to him before speaking. This ends now. Now. His dolls followed. Berry in formation, he called as the 3 dolls began to rapidly spin in a circle. A green glow started to be emitted from them until they were just a green blur. Fire! He yelled before a gigantic green laser burst forth from the doll's formation. Laughing madly at his imminent victory, he was quickly interrupted by Hinata's voice. Shugohak Rokujian Sho. Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, she yelled, rapidly moving her hands and emitting charka, creating a sort of blue net that completely dismantled Bixlo's laser. After the dust cleared, Hinata was forced to one knee in exhaustion from her efforts. Bixlo was simply speechless. His dolls had been controlled by Ino's switching technique, and his laser had been blocked by Hinata's sphere technique. He still had one trick up his sleeve though. Raising his hand to his face, he grabbed and pulled off his mask. The sickly glowing eyes that he revealed could make even a seasoned shinobi uneasy. This is a battlefield. Bixlo yelled towards the girls. I haven't killed a single one of these people here, so they're prime material for my figure eyes. All of the shinobi Bixlo had defeat rose to attention like puppets. Their skin had gained a darker tint, and their eyes were dead. Bixlo stuck out his tongue and laughed. Can you fight your own guild mates? It's over, girls. Hinata and Inta almost shed tears as they were attacked by their fellow shinobi. They just couldn't hurt them, at least not enough to put them down for good, especially not that many. Bixlo had won, but Bixlo wasn't as sadistic as one would think him. He had his new marionettes quickly knock them out, so he could move on through the village. Putting back on his visor, Bixlo held a hand to his stomach. He was more hurt than he let on, but he could keep going. Kakashi and Makarov stood opposite of each other, breathing heavily, and a bit injured. While Makarov had cuts, Kakashi had bruises, mainly due to the difference in their fighting styles. Makarov was big on punches and open-handed slaps, while Kakashi was more about precision in his weapons. Both were brought out of their standoff by the sound on 2 large objects hitting the ground. Danzo had just removed the casings around his arm and effectively unsealed it. The whitish-gray monstrosity that was revealed made Makarov's eyes widen in surprise and disgust. Even Kakashi, who had just recently learned what was under them, still hated the sight himself. All of those Sharingan adorning the appendage made him sick. What is that arm? Makarov exclaimed. Danzo gave the short man a tough look. I've already told you that our skills center around our eyes. I've implanted myself with extras for certain techniques. That's all you need to know. But you told me the eyes were hereditary. That means that each of those eyes came from a family member. Did you kill them for the eyes? Where did you get them, you monster? Makarov demanded. Here and there. It's a long story. Danzo answered. Kakashi was done with the conversation the minute it started. This was a battle, and Danzo would do well to remember that fact. Danzo, stop bickering with the old man. Help me finish him, he ordered as a Hokage would. Very well, Hokage-sama. Danzo replied mockingly, very much aware of the tone Kakashi was using. Makarov readied himself for the charge that immediately followed. Pulling out a kunai, Danzo blew wind chakra across it, creating a greenish sort of wind. With great speed, he struck down at Makarov, prompting the old man to jump back. Danzo then placed his newly uncovered arm onto the ground, causing multiple pillars of wood to strike forth at Makarov. Summoning his pillars of light again, the guild master caused the wood to disintegrate on contact with the shield. The wizard saint was then forced to extend his shield to his rear flank as Kakashi closed in. Stopping on a dime, Kakashi made a hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone, he called, summoning a second Kakashi to his side. He and his clone then locked hands and summoned massive amounts lightning chakra between them. Reikiri, lightning blade, they both said, creating a reikiri between the two of them. They then moved away from one another, causing the lightning to split and stretch between them like a rope. With a quick dash, both Kakashi and his clone closed in on Makarov. This, light, element he seems to be using is like a Kekkei Genkai bloodline limit of sorts. Most Kekkei Genkai are mixtures of two elements, and from what my Sharingan can see, this is like a mixture of lightning and fire chakras. And where there's lightning, he thought to himself, I'll be there to cut it. He yelled out loud, before proceeding to slice through Makarov's defensive spell. With a look of disbelief, Makarov barely managed to jump over Kakashi's rope of lightning as it tore through his defense. He was sorely unprepared when Danzo appeared behind him and caught him in a bear hug while still in midair. As they hit the ground, Makarov struggled to break free and was indeed making progress, but only until Danzo started summoning wild tendrils of wood to wrap around both of them. More and more wood kept growing around them and continued to contort around them, squeezing harder and harder by the second. Eventually, it looked like one giant tree with the two of them inside. What are you doing? Makarov grunted. You wish to crush us both to death, he yelled. Danzo smirked. No, just you. Izanagi. The tree then tightened as hard as it could around both Makarov and Danzo. Kakashi was watching in amusement as Danzo reappeared outside of the tree like a ghost, completely free of damage. That arm of yours is dangerous, Kakashi said slowly. The cells of the Shadaime and the eyes of the Uchiha are not to be taken lightly, Kakashi. Danzo responded. Kakashi gave the elder shinobi a pointed look. You know full well that neither Sarutobi-sama nor Tsunade-sama would let you be, correct? Your role in my forces right now is a gift, not a privilege. Thank me for that arm still being attached to you. Danzo just sighed response. Hi. He knew that fact very well. Even if it was just slightly so, Kakashi was the most military-minded Hokage since the Shadaime. Kakashi saw past the ethics beyond Danzo's arm and instead viewed it for its power, especially given the circumstances of Konoha being stranded in a foreign world. In this place, power to keep the village safe was always welcome as far as Kakashi was concerned. Do you think that was enough? Kakashi asked, breaking Danzo out of his musings. I certainly intended it to be, but if not, Danzo was cut off by a huge fist breaking out of the base of the tree and straight into Danzo, crushing him to death. Immediately afterwards, Makarov began to use his Titan magic to expand the rest of his body many times over, breaking out of the tree. Kakashi looked up at the towering man above him, sweating slightly. Suddenly, Danzo magically appeared next to Makarov's extended fist that had crushed him earlier. He lifted his wind sword and swung down, cutting deeply into Makarov's massive hand at the wrist, causing the giant to scream in pain. It would have easily severed the hand if the blade had been larger. But if not, I'm fully ready to continue. Danzo finished. Makarov, fully capable of taking the pain, stomped over Danzo, creating a large crater. Cursing in frustration as Danzo reappeared, he was forced to react quickly when Kakashi started running up his arm, Reikiri in hand. In the distance, standing on a tree, a man in a black cloak watched the conflict in amusement, his one Sharingan standing out from under his hood. It's almost time, Rin. The man jumped forward. The unknown individual landed right in the middle of the ongoing battle, heedless of the danger. Danzo's arm had only 2 Sharingan left, and Kakashi no longer had the reserves to maintain his Mangekyo Sharingan. Makarov was similarly exhausted from magic used and pure damage taken. They all stopped in their places at the new arrival. Tossing off the cloak, the man revealed himself to be none other than Tobi, now wearing a simple dark robe instead of his usual Akatsuki cloak. The mask had also changed compared to the last meeting with the Konoha ninja, now a simple gray with circles and tomo drawn on it. From its two eye holes, a pair of mature Sharingan eyes stared at the gathered fighters. You, Madara, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Danzo eyed the man carefully, gaining Toba's attention. Koto Amatsukami won't work against another Mangekyo, Danzo. Toby said. You can stop trying to use Shisui's on me. Danzo's eyes widened at the statement, but he calmed himself quickly. You intend to fight us now that we're weakened? Toby simply shook his head. Not quite. I'm here to give you one last chance to surrender the Kyuubi to me, or I strike. Pain already tried this, what makes you think things have changed since then? Kakashi responded. So, you're the new Hokage, Kakashi. How unlike you, Toby said. I didn't presume you knew me well enough to make such a statement. Kakashi replied, his eyes narrowing. Makarov was watching with interest and confusion. He hadn't interrupted because he was both interested in the information they were bringing forth as well as the chance to rest and recover from the damage he had taken for a bit. Danzo then stepped forward. You truly aren't Madara, are you? I suppose there's no point in hiding it. The masked man said with a shrug. Madara's name carried weight throughout the elemental nations. People were willing to listen to me, and I became well known much faster. Here, in this world, that ruse means nothing, he revealed. Then who are you? Kakashi asked. I'm nobody, he said simply. I have no need to be anybody. Kakashi was surprised by the answer. I had a name, but it holds little to no meaning at this point. He continued. There are few who would recognize it, and fewer that knew me personally. That name is not required for Akatsuki's purposes. A nameless Uchiha that survived the massacre, then. Danzo presumed. Toby shook his head. Hardly. While I may not be Madara, I still performed the acts that were attributed to him in the last decade. Danzo's eyes widened. Then you are the one Itachi spoke of. Itachi mentioned me. I'd assumed he knew better than that. Toby said. He didn't give a name. He merely said he had somebody unassociated with the village willing to help him. Kakashi was surprised at the revelation. You participated in the massacre. I suppose not even Itachi could handle that alone, apparently. While all the reminiscing has been fun, what of my proposal? Toby asked. Uzumaki Naruto for the safety of this pathetic village. Kakashi and Danzo both shared a laugh at that. You knew the answer before you even asked that question, right? Kakashi asked. Besides, Danzo started. Your Akatsuki must be much weaker than the last time we encountered you. I doubt you have enough forces to fight us after Pain's death. Toby remained completely calm at his enemy's taunts. I'm well aware of the difference in firepower. Fairy Tail helped me around that hurdle quite handily. He revealed, finally prompting Makarov to join the conversation, having reverted to his normal size and nursing his injured hand. What are you talking about? Makarov demanded. Toby turned his attention to the short man. You were a wonderful puppet, Makarov Drayar. He stated. You act on your feelings far too easily. It makes you far easier to manipulate. What? Makarov screamed back. Quattro Kerberos was quite useful to draw out those feelings. Toby said calmly. Makarov's eyes widened in understanding, prompting Toby to shake his head, almost as if he was pitying the guild master. Kill a few of your friends, blame it on Konoha, and the next thing you know the village is weakened for me. That is the danger of bonds. They are far too easily exploited. Toby said in the same tone one would announce the weather. Even Danzo and Kakashi were gobsmacked when they heard this. Both Fairy Tail and Konoha are in no position to oppose me at this point, so you might as well surrender the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to me without a fight. You should save the people you have still left. Kakashi growled madly. The answer is still the same. Now prepare for battle, Toby. He yelled. Toby sighed and grabbed his mask. It was worth a try, I suppose. He said before taking off the mask, showing his face to the three before him. Oh, Obito? Kakashi asked in disbelief. I told you, names mean nothing anymore. I was once called that, but things change. Just as Hitaki Kakashi loses meaning upon taking the mantle of Hokage, Uchiha Obito lost meaning upon forming Akatsuki. He told the wide-eyed shinobi. So you survived the war, didn't you? Danzo asked, much more composed. I'm showing you this face for one reason. By the time this day is over, things will have changed for all of you. This world of violence, debauchery and lies will cease to exist. My new world even has room for you, Kakashi. When you killed Rin, I made a decision. This world we live in is just pitiful. My plan, the Tsuki no Mi, will fix all of that. The genjutsu that will cover the world will bring us all everlasting peace. Violence and war will cease to exist. Deaths like Rin's will be meaningless, and our greatest desires will finally come true. Obito said in a preaching tone. This may not mean much to the residents of Earthland, but if I so desire, the genjutsu may be cast more than once if necessary. I've seen the perils of this world as well as our own, and this world is no less cursed than the other. He said before turning his attention to Makarov. You should know this better than most, Makarov Dono. I've met with individuals like that Purhito and Arcadios, even the man called Zirf himself. Nothing is different, no matter where you go. The only solution is eternal sleep, and Tasuki no Mi will achieve that. Obito finished. I bid you all farewell, and hope you enjoy my new world. We shall meet again there soon, he said before disappearing through use of his space-time jutsu. Obito reappeared atop a building in the middle of the city, quite a distance away from Kakashi and Danzo. He formed the signs necessary for a summoning and slammed his palm on the ground. It begins. Kuchio's no jutsu. Wendy. Lucy called in relief. Natsu and Gray both sent her a grateful look as well. The Sky Dragon Slayer immediately ran over and began healing their wounds. On the shinobi end, Tsunade was fixing up Sakura and Sai. How could you lose like this? She scolded. Slowly getting up, Sakura managed to respond. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, we were winning, but they don't mind desperation tactics. That, and I'm afraid Sakura-san exhausted herself quite a bit to heal me and others. Sai finished, gathering his bearings as well. But now that you're here Tsunade-sama, this bottle's as good as one, right? Sakura exclaimed. Tsunade shook her hand and pointed at her forehead. The seal normally there was gone. But, who is strong enough to? Sakura was cut off. It was not during battle. I healed many people along the way here. My chakra is running quite low at this point. It's up to you two for now, she said before collapsing, finally out of energy as well. While being healed, Natsu and his friends were still coping with the revelation that Mira had lost. She was on the ground near the shinobi, covered in bruises and blood. Mira-san, Wendy called in worry when she noticed her prone form. Don't worry, she's alive, Natsu assured her, finally healed. Gray nodded. Yeah, it's about time we finished this and got her medical attention. Thanks a bunch, Wendy. All fighters present were forced to stop in their tracks as a gigantic cloud of smoke burst forth somewhere in the city. The ground rumbled as the smoke dispersed, revealing none other than the eight-tailed beast in all its glory. A mighty roar shook the entire city and the woods surrounding it. There was not a single conscious person in the area who hadn't noticed this terrifying beast. What the hell? Sakura yelled in surprise. What the hell's that thing? Natsu shouted, slight worry lacing his tone. Atop the building near the Hachibi, Obito stood, his features as expressionless as always. Are you here to watch, Kisame, Sasuke-kun? He asked the two people who had landed behind him. Kisame laughed. Actually, I was hoping to join in on the fun myself if you don't mind, he said before dropping the limp body of Killer Bee on the ground. You brought him? Obito asked in curiosity. Well, we had barely finished extracting the Biju when you tried to summon it, so I didn't really have time to put it anywhere you know. Kisame pointed out. Fair enough, Obito said, finally turning around to look at the two. Kisame didn't react in any way, but Sasuke's eyes widened slightly when he saw the Obito's face for the first time. Well, you certainly aged well since the last time I saw your mug, Kisame teased. The Shadaime's cells are good for more than just a power boost, Obito responded, not even bothering to conceal this secret. I could care less about any of this, Sasuke said, finally joining the conversation. Is Naruto here or not? He asked impatiently. Obito shook his head. I've asked around, but as expected, nobody talked. I'm about to level the place until he shows himself. It worked the last time after all. Sasuke turned to leave. He's probably not even here then. If you knew him like I do, you'd know that he would confront you at the first opportunity. I'm leaving, there are still some things I need to do, Sasuke said before disappearing in a cloud of dust. Such an impatient boy, Kisame said with a laugh. I suppose it's time to act, he asked seriously. Obito nodded. Do what you must. Leave none alive except the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he ordered. Kisame laughed and jumped off of the roof down into the village. Don't you dare interfere with my dinner then, Toby, Kisame yelled as he descended. Obito just sighed. Very well, I suppose I'll let him have his fun, he said before taking a seat. Now he just had to let things run their course. Kisame landed right between the group surrounding Tsunade's fallen form. Oh, what a shame, Kisame said in mock disappointment. I was hoping to fight the famous Tsunade, not some no-name shinobi or weak-looking mages. What did you say, fish man? Natsu yelled in outrage at the insult. Shut up, Sakura yelled, interrupting the Dragon Slayer. Hoshigaki Kisame, right, what is Akatsuki doing here? How did you find us? She asked as calmly as she could, despite the severity of the situation. Her hands were already forming fists again, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Kisame gave her one of his patented shark-toothed grins. "Why else would Akatsuki ever involve themselves with you?" he asked rhetorically. Sakura and Sai caught on immediately. "We're here for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. As for how we got here, well, our boss has his ways," he finished. Gray spoke up. "Who are you? You obviously have business with these guys, but why are you here now?" Kisame just laughed. "I'd rather not explain myself to a puppet," he mocked. "What's that supposed to mean?" Lucy wondered out loud. "That guild, Quattro whatever. You really think it was those wimps here who attacked them?" Kisame asked with a mad laugh. "You guys really are too trusting, falling for a simple lie that easily. It was our newest member who attacked them. You guys should know him, right? After all, he was one of your comrades." Natsu, Lucy and Gray began to shake in anger when they heard they had been tricked. But Sakura paled significantly when she realized just who Kisame was referring to. "The people who took down the barrier around the forest, the curse breakers. That was us too. We needed someone to exhaust Konoha, and you all played your part wonderfully. But now, it's time for me to finish you all off. You all seem to be the best off in this place. Samahata loves the smell of you all." The former Kiri-nin drew his incredibly large sword from behind his back as the Hachibi began to wantonly destroy buildings in the background, causing massive destruction to the already battered village. "And with this thing on our side, your village is done for," Kisame announced before charging at the group. He went for Wendy first, and as he swung Samahata downwards, he was surprised to see it parried by a woman with long crimson hair, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Before he could act further, he was blindsided by a swirling ball of chakra that was accompanied by a cry of rasengan. "Naruto, Urza!" the gathered people exclaimed respectively. Naruto, his eyes currently framed by orange and his red cloak billowing in the wind, never took his eyes of Kisame. Urza, who was wearing her samurai clothes, was doing the same. "Urza-chan, keep ready," Naruto instructed. Urza nodded, eyeing Kisame's crumpled form carefully. "Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Wendy," she called, still concentrating on the Akatsuki before her, who was slowly beginning to get back up. "It's a long story, but for right now, just know that Konoha is an ally, and that this man is not." Kisame stood up and tore off his Akatsuki cloak, showing his bare chest and now donning a large spiral-shaped bruise around his ribs. Blood seeped from around the wound, but Kisame didn't seem bothered by it. "I thought I'd have to look for you, Uzumaki Naruto. It seems you've saved me the trouble," Kisame said with a grin. He then proceeded to unwrap Samahata, revealing the toothed blade beneath the bandages. "I'll enjoy drinking your chakra," he exclaimed. While Naruto and Urza were prepared to fight Kisame, the rampaging Eight Tails was a problem they didn't want to leave unattended. But their friends were exhausted, sending them to fight against either Kisame or a tailed beast at this point would be all but suicide. But then their problem was suddenly solved when Makarov appeared in his gigantic form once more and literally took the bull by its horns. "I'll hold this thing off," he yelled towards he fighters. "Just win." Kisame frowned at the display. "It seems I'll need to take this seriously," he said before lifting Samahata above his head. The blade then seemed to meld with his very skin, making him more like a shark than they had ever seen. This form defeated the Hachibi Jinchuriki. "Do you have what it takes to conquer it?" he asked condescendingly. Suiro Sumiyadori no Jutsu. Water Prison Shark Dance. A large dome of water began to form and expand around Kisame's position. It was growing quickly, and was too large to avoid. Soon, everybody present was engulfed in the salty water. Undeterred, Urza switched to her Sea Empress armor and flew towards Kisame at speeds that surprised even him. Urza and Kisame danced around the water sphere at great speeds, battering each other left and right. While this was happening, Gray shot Natsu a look. Natsu understood the unspoken order, and grabbed Gray by the wrist and threw him at Kisame as hard as he could. Kisame saw it coming though, and effortlessly batted Gray aside, his speed too slow to catch the fish man off guard. Instead of flying away though, Gray froze the water around the area where he and Kisame had collided, keeping them in place as well as immobilizing one of Kisame's arms. Locked in place, there was nothing he could against Urza's unexpected attack. Urza took the opportunity to aim a slash at Kisame's side. Normally, someone would use such an opening to go in for the kill, but such a move was not something Urza would do. Her time at the Tower of Heaven had made her the most adamant enforcer of the non-kill clause in Fairy Tail. And while holding back wasn't something they could afford in this situation, she would still rather cripple than kill. As blood seeped through the water, Gray moved to break his lock with Kisame. Surprisingly, he felt his muscles go lax, unable to keep himself at attention. The ice mage could feel his magic power leaving him, and much to his surprise, the gash across Kisami's side was closing up on its own. Kisame spun in a quick circle and threw Gray off him at high speeds, causing the man to fly out of the water sphere and hit a building, finally sending him into the realm of unconsciousness. Urza and the spectators were beyond surprised, but Lucy and Wendy had figured out what happened. He absorbed Gray's magic energy and utilized it to heal his wounds. Wendy thought to herself, "That's unfair. How are we supposed to win against someone like that?" Lucy mused tiredly. Lucy was the first to start craving air. Natsu and Urza had a strong physical endurance and could handle this for a couple minutes. Just as Natsu's insides were fire-resistant, Wendy actually had larger lungs than most humans. Her constant magical interaction with air would allow her to hold her breath for almost 15 minutes, but Lucy was just a normal human. But just then, a welcome surprise joined the sphere. Flashback. Juvia was beyond confused. She had been wandering around the village ever since her defeat of Tenten, but was forced to drop everything when that huge creature had prepared. Moving to help, she was further surprised to see a giant sphere of water with her comrades in it, and in battle no less. She nearly had a heart attack when Gray flew out of the aquatic prison. As Juvia ran to the downed form of her love interest, she noticed Lucy start contorting painfully within the sphere. She had to make a decision, and a dying Lucy took precedence over an injured Gray-sama. Jumping straight into the sphere, Juvia moved for the rescue. Return. After Juvia started handing out air pockets as she did at the Tower of Heaven, Lucy allowed herself to take that breath she so desperately craved. Speech was now possible as well, which was a quite welcome bonus. "Thanks a ton, Juvia," Lucy thanked. "It was no problem," Juvia responded while directing her gaze to the currently fighting Urza and Kisame. Urza's armor allowed her to dance with speeds close to Kisami's, and watching them battle was mesmerizing. But Juvia has to hurry back to Gray-sama soon, so tell me, is that man a member of Konoha as well? Juvia asked. Wendy spoke up. "No, it's a bit more complicated than that. An old enemy of Konoha has attacked Quattro Kerberos in order to get us to weaken them. Now they've showed up to finish us off, but then Urza and that Maelstrom guy showed up." She explained. Natsu and Naruto, meanwhile, were cursing their uselessness in the water. Natsu's magic was near useless, and he could barely swim in the first place. This was most definitely not in his comfort zone for battle. As for Naruto, he simply didn't have any techniques that wouldn't get in Urza's way in this situation. Both of them could see though that Kisame was having the upper hand in their battle. It wasn't looking good. "Urza-san can't last forever. What do we do?" Wendy asked in desperation. "Juvia will try to remove this water sphere, but it's probably too big for her to manipulate," the water mage said. Lucy stepped in. "No, you need to get to Urza and give her an air bubble. That's more important right now." Natsu just floated there, completely dejected at his lack of help in this situation. He looked outside the sphere and saw Makarov struggling to keep the Hachibi at bay. They needed to finish this blue guy fast, or else they were in even more trouble. "I'm no good here," Natsu started. "Can you get me out of here so I can help Ji-chan?" he asked Juvia. She nodded. "I can try, but we'll need to be quick." "I'll go too. Master might need someone to heal him," Wendy added. In her battle against Kisame, Urza was slowly losing ground. Water, space, whatever, she wasn't doing well. She noticed Kisame direct his attention away from her for a moment, and she followed his gaze. She saw Juvia wrapping Natsu and Wendy in an air bubble and preparing to throw him out of the sphere. Kisame acted quickly. "Suiten, Goshokuzume no Jutsu. Water style. 5 shark feast," he yelled, summoning 5 water sharks that flew towards the group at high speeds. "Oh crap," Lucy screamed in fear. "Open, gate of the water bearer, Aquarius." With the trademark bell chime, Aquarius appeared in the sphere next to Lucy. "Aquarius, I need you to stop those sharks, now," Lucy pleaded. Aquarius donned a brutal scowl. Rearing her pot back, she then sent a large jet of water at the sharks, scattering them about. "I was on a date," she screamed. Sakura looked at the woman like she was insane. Naruto had told her and Sai to stay back until that Urza lady made an opening for them to exploit. The redhead was tough, that was certain, but Sakura didn't see her winning that fight one-on-one. She also wanted to go to that blue-haired girl and ask for some air herself, seeing as chakra exercises would only keep her alive for so long. Seeing his sharks disperse, Kisame decided to interfere directly. Shooting a water jet at Urza, he seemingly flew towards Natsu and Wendy's location. Just as he was about to cut through Aquarius, he was stopped by a voice. "Got you," Naruto yelled inside his head, slamming a rasengan straight into Kisami's temple, allowing Natsu and Wendy to leave the sphere, albeit a little too fast and uncontrolled. Kisame spun through the water, blood trailing behind him, lingering in the sphere. Naruto looked right over to Sakura and Sai, then nodded. Taking the hint, Sakura grabbed Sai and spun to gain momentum. Shanaru, she screamed despite the water, her words coming out in a garbled fashion. She let go and Sai was sent at Kisame like a missile. Naruto caught him and straightened him out. Sai then pulled out his ink holder and spread the black substance through the water before he slowly made some hand signs and cast his jutsu. The ink spread like a cloud and moved towards Kisame. While the former root ninja was unable to draw anything underwater, he could still manipulate his ink to help against the Akatsuki member. Still reeling in pain for Naruto's surprise attack, Kisame was unprepared for the blackness that engulfed him. It was different than B's ink though, he soon realized. Shit, he thought to himself. It's poisonous. He wants to disrupt my chakra control and dissolve the sphere. Kisame was having none of that. This has gone on long enough. He screamed, his voice perfectly clear despite the water. Quickly flashing through some hand signs, Kisame pushed his palms out towards his opponents. Suiden, Daikoden no Jutsu. Water style, Great Shark Bomb. Sai's ink jutsu dispersed instantly as a giant water shark flew from Kisame's hands. Naruto managed to get out of the way, but Sai was carried off by the shark. Naruto and Sakura looked on in shock as the shark kept moving, headed straight for the fairy tale group. Aquarius, Juvia, Lucy yelled. Both women in question tried to hold off the shark, but to no avail. The giant creature closed in with little effort and exploded in a mass of chakra, force, and blunt trauma. Outside the sphere, Gazelle stood with both Natsu and Wendy in his grip, covered in water from catching the two. Gazelle looked utterly exhausted and was probably only moving on willpower alone at the moment, but he had managed to catch his fellow dragon slayers before they could make an unpleasant acquaintance with the ground. Lucy and Juvia weren't as lucky, and both exited the sphere in much worse shape, hitting the ground unconscious. Back in the sphere, Sakura, Naruto, and Urza all cursed at the misfortune. Naruto was forced out of his thoughts as Kisame decided to engage him. He was fast, and Naruto couldn't keep up like Urza could with her armor. He was peppered left and right as Kisame's hook-like elbows made contact with his body. Coughing up blood, Naruto was struggling to regain some control over the situation. It was times like this he cursed himself for not having a greater range of jutsu to use. A Suiden would be awesome right now. Kekkk. Kisame cackled. Are you really the one who beat Leader Sama? He asked mockingly, but soon stopped his laughter when Sakura appeared right behind him. Kisame acted fast and cut Sakura across the chest, but she just took it. With a garbled yell, she hit Kisame so hard he flew out of the water sphere and hit the ground. Hard. No longer in contact with Kisame's chakra, the sphere just collapsed in a large pool of water that flooded the streets of Konoha. As soon as it was gone, Urza and Naruto gratefully took that breath of air they both craved. Sakura, though, was out of the fight. Kisame dropped his shark transformation and let Samahata reform itself. An aquatic form was pointless on land, even if Samahata was more vulnerable this way. He cursed his injuries, and used some of the chakra he had taken from Sakura upon contact to heal himself. When Samahata was part of his body, just touching him was enough to lose chakra. That pink-haired brat did hit quite hard though. Urza switched to her standard armor and stood beside Naruto in front of Kisame. So it comes to this, the shark-like man said. Urza nodded. Indeed, this is the end. Come. And he did. Gazelle. Natsu yelled in surprise as his head finally stopped raining. Gehi. The man in question chuckled weakly. He was a complete mess from his fight with Neji, but he had shown up just in time. Wendy quickly started healing his wounds, she too thankful for his arrival. They were all forced to drop everything when Makarov was tossed to the ground near them by the Hachibi, shaking the ground and destroying even more buildings. Ji-chan. Natsu shouted in worry. The Hachibi heard him, and turned his attention to the three. What do we do? Wendy asked, shivering slightly. Gazelle stood up, now free of injury and in much better shape than before. We were trained to kill dragons, right? Well, Metallicana could beat this thing no problem. We should be good, right? He said, looking at Natsu and Wendy with a smug grin. They both nodded back at him. The three dragon slayers had assembled. Naruto. Urza addressed quietly. What? Do you have a plan? She asked. Naruto chuckled. I say we just go wild. Maybe I'll give him the old Shukaku special, or something. Before Urza could question his strategy, Kisame butted in. You certainly are a tenacious one, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto just raised a questioning eyebrow at the man. We had the first 7 Jinchuriki within months after we started moving. The Hachibi had to wait because of his volatile location at Unraikyo, but you. We had attempted to capture you years before we even intended to, and many more times since. I must say, I'm impressed. Kisame admitted with a cackle. I never give up. That's all there is to it. Naruto responded. Kisame cackled further. As you've said before, shall we start? Urza took that as confirmation and switched armors. Tenrin no Yoroi. Heaven's Wheel armor. Donning her Valkyrie-like steel armor, she summoned some extra blades and sent them at Kisame via telekinesis. Kisame didn't even have to think twice before swinging Samahata through the oncoming blades, siphoning off the tiny bits of magic that kept them afloat. He then moved to fend off the cage bunshin that Naruto had sent at him. There were only 3, but with Urza jumping in it was more than enough. On the sidelines, the real Naruto stood still. With Urza as backup, he could gather more natural energy and let his clones fight, allowing him to just keep pumping sage chakra out for new clones when others were dispelled. Kisame just loved the whole thing. Naruto's capture was a side quest at this point. Survival was his goal for now, and that was fine with him. He did notice that Urza wasn't going for many vital hits. She was a coward in his book then, despite her admirable swordsmanship. The thing he found the strangest about this little brawl was the lack of Naruto clones on his usual scale. The boy was known for making veritable armies, why only 3 right now? He looked at the real Naruto and noticed him standing completely still with his eyes closed. He cut through a clone and watched a new one burst forth almost immediately. The boy's using that senjutsu technique of his to keep the clones coming at higher strength than a normal one. Clever, he thought to himself. Kisame made a hand sign and called his jutsu. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone. On cue, 4 additional Kisames appeared, allowing them to match the number of the 3 Narutos and Urza. The real Kisame then dashed towards the real Naruto with his Samahata at the ready. Urza watched in shock as Naruto was about to be cut, but could do nothing about it. Naruto opened his eyes wide right before Samahata was about to hit him. While his clones dissolved, he was given the time to bring up both of his hands to catch Samahata. He slid back under the force of Kisame's swing, and his hands were torn open as Samahata shaved his skin, but he had stopped the attack. Kisame grinned at him. Good reaction, but now your chakra's mine. Kisame yelled. He was beyond surprised when Samahata began to slowly turn to stone. What the? Kisame was cut off when Naruto brought a rasengan down on the blade, breaking it into many pieces of stone. Kisame stared in shock at the development. What had gone wrong? Sage chakra's dangerous, you know. Naruto said with a grin. Kisame growled and backpedaled away from the blonde. He was forced to stop when he noticed Urza at his back, all of his clones defeated. It's over, Urza said with certainty. Dance, my blades, she yelled while dashing towards Kisame. His attempt at blocking without his trusty sword was far from enough. Urza cut right through him. Pentagram sword. Kisame stumbled back as blood flew from his body. The voice he heard behind him sealed his fate. Cho Odama Rasengan. Super Big Ball Rasengan. Kisame looked in horror at the gigantic blue chakra storm headed straight for him. At his was hit, his last thoughts went by in a flash. I wished I could have seen it. My world without lies and betrayal. Boom. Natsu hastily dodged a gigantic tentacle that slammed into the ground where he used to be. With a yell, the fire dragon slayer kicked at it with his blazing leg. A small burn appeared, but nothing more. Shit, Natsu cursed while being forced to dodge another attack. Meanwhile, Gazelle was over by Wendy, who was currently casting a support spell. Arms ex vernier, she yelled, causing Gazelle's arms to adopt a whitish glow. As a separate tentacle of the Hachibi came barreling towards the two, Gazelle raised his hands high and clapped them together. Metsu Ryu Ugi, Dragon's secret art, he started, his hands turning into a gigantic broadsword hundreds of feet high. And then he swung the sword down. Goma Tetsu Jin Ken, Karma Demon's Iron God Sword. And like that, 2 of the Hachibi's tentacles were removed from its body. The Biju roared in pain as black blood flowed from its open wounds. While this was happening, Natsu had run up the Hachibi's back and stopped on its head. Metsu Ryu Ugi, Guren, Karyuken. Dragon's secret arte. Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's fist, he cried before releasing a series of machine gun speed flaming punches onto the beast's head. Each punch that landed caused a small explosion, and as each one occurred the Hachibi's head started drooping lower and lower. Once the Hachibi was battered to almost ground level, its eyes noticed Wendy. She reared back her arm and swung it horizontally. Tenryu no Yokugeki. Sky Dragon's wing attack, she yelled, slashing across the Hachibi's eyes. The creature let out another roar as it bucked Natsu off its head. The roar gradually got louder until it shook the village itself. The 8 tails then suddenly stopped and began gathering a massive amount of energy in front of its maw. What the hell is that? Gazelle yelled in surprise. It's building a lot of magical power around its mouth, Wendy said. Natsu stepped forward. No way something like that's gonna stop us. The Hachibi then fired its Bijudama. The beam was massive, and it was by sheer luck that the three dragon slayers had the same retaliatory response. Karyu no Hoko. Fire Dragon's Roar. Tetsuryu no Hoko. Iron Dragon's Roar. Tenryu no Hoko. Sky Dragon's Roar. The attacks collided, but it was quickly evident that the Bijudama would push through. But before the three were hit by the blast, they found themselves knocked a good distance away by a rush of wind. They looked back and saw Danzo, having saved them with one of his techniques. He was then incinerated by the Bijudama. The beam traveled through the village, the forest, and into the distance, far beyond view. The dragon slayers were stunned. That Ji-san, he saved us, Natsu said in shock. Tears came to Wendy's eyes. Who was he? Why did he do that? Gazelle just growled in frustration. Suddenly, a voice sounded out behind them. Please, as if I would fall to such an attack. They turned and saw Danzo, alive and well. They were also a bit surprised by his arm, but held their tongue. You're alive, Natsu exclaimed. Thanks a bunch. Danzo just grunted and looked at the Hachibi. That thing is quite the troublesome creature. It's tough. Beyond me, I'm ashamed to admit. Gazelle said. What are we going to do? Urza-san and that Maelstrom person are busy. Natsu stomped his foot in frustration. If I had some fire, I could get back in there. It was at that point Kakashi showed up. How would fire help? I know a few fire-style techniques if it helps. I can eat fire to replenish my magic power. And who are you anyway? Natsu asked. Makarov, back in his regular form, stepped forward, heavily injured. That man leads Konoha. He is a formidable mage, and is on our side for now. Ji-chan, are you okay? Natsu yelled. Wendy rushed forward. You should lie down, master. I'll live, Natsu, but I think I'm done fighting for the day. Makarov said exasperatingly. During this exchange, Kakashi was thinking over a plan. You are, Natsu-kun, correct? He asked the boy. Yeah, that's me. You claim you can eat any fire and absorb its energy and properties. Natsu nodded. Yeah, it's part of being the fire dragon slayer. Kakashi stared at him for a minute. Then I believe I'd like to try something. What would that be, Kakashi? Danzo asked. Well, I'm very unpracticed, but I found out which ability I retained from Obito's Mangekyo. Danzo raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Kakashi looked at him. One Mangekyo is Tsukuyomi, the other is Amaterasu. Together they create Susanoo. I recently learned that Obito's retains Tsukuyomi, while mine has Amaterasu. Perhaps Natsu-kun can use it to give us an opening install for Naruto. Things were about to get rough. Danzo, how much time do you have left? Kakashi asked. Just a minute, and I have no intentions of using Izanagi with Shisui's eye. He responded. Kakashi looked at Natsu. Get ready quickly, I'm about to give you an extremely powerful flame. Natsu brightened at the idea. But be careful, even if you are trained to withstand fire, the black flames of Amaterasu burn even fire itself. I don't doubt the abilities of a dragon's innards, but please be ready for anything. Natsu nodded. Bring it. Kakashi stared at Natsu intently as his Mangekyo came to life. Shortly after, his eye began to bleed down his face. Then, the black flames burst forth, straight around Natsu's position. Natsu screamed in pain, but kept inhaling. The old man was right, those flames are hot. But, I won't give up here. There are no flames. Quote ellipsis. That I can't eat. Natsu shouted as the flames around him disappeared and he began emanating pitch-black smoke from all over his body. Gochizo-sama Deshita, thank you for the meal, he said while wiping his mouth. Everybody present looked at Natsu in awe. The magic power he was emitting was amazing. He truly ate the flames of Amaterasu. Danzo said in surprise. Just then, Natsu's skin began to crack, creating a scale-like appearance across his face. Gazelle and Wendy were the only ones conscious who knew what this was. Dragon Force, Wendy said as amazement. The Hachibi, finally tired of waiting, swung his remaining tentacles at the group. Natsu slowly turned and looked at the oncoming attack. Enryu no. He opened his mouth wide and fired a beam of black flame. Daihoko, Flame Dragon's Great Roar. The Hachibi lost two more of its tentacles and took the bulk of the attack right in the gut. The attack was immense enough to send it tumbling over. Up above, Obito looked at the scene in annoyance. Who is that boy? He then noticed Kisami's chakra signature vanish. Quote ellipsis. If you want something done right. He abruptly stood up. They've tipped my hand sooner than I'd thought they would. he said before swirling away via Kamui. On the ground, Natsu was dodging attacks from the Hachibi's remaining tentacles with ease, taking potshots whenever the opportunity arose. As a tentacle barreled straight into him, but Natsu stood firm and wrapped his arms around it, sliding back only slightly. Gazille, he shouted. Said Dragon Slayer jumped in from above. Tetsuryuken, Iron Dragon Sword, he yelled, slicing off the extended tentacle with his blade arm. He was caught off guard though, when the Biju decided to use its arms for once. With a mighty punch, Gazille was sent flying through multiple buildings. Natsu cursed and moved to attack, only to be blindsided by the other arm. Danzo sat down next to the exhausted Kakashi. Can you believe it, Kakashi? They can destroy our village, force us into war, exhaust our shinobi, and summon Biju. Naruto and Urza burst onto the scene, with Urza catching Natsu's careening form. But the Akatsuki will never win. He finished with an uncharacteristic smirk. Urza then switched into her giant's armor and hoisted Naruto onto her spear. She hurled him with all her might, sending him high in the air above the Hachibi. Making a familiar cross seal, what had to be hundreds of Kage Bunshin appeared, all holding gigantic rasengans. Senpo, Choodama Rasen Terenden, Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan Mega Barrage. The countless attacks drilled the Hachibi into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Because that is the will of fire. Danzo finished, using the words of his late friend Hiruzen. Natsu, Urza yelled, finish it. Natsu nodded and jumped into the air above the downed Hachibi. Two Naruto clones showed up next to him and grabbed his arms, rearing him back. With a mighty heave, the clones launched Natsu like a missile towards the Biju. Metsu Ryu Ugi Kai, Guren Hao Enkin, Dragon Slayer's Secret Art Revision, Crimson Lotus, Phoenix Flame Blade. Natsu, surrounded in flame, dug right into the gut of the injured Hachibi, pushing it into the ground so hard a crater started forming. Black fire flickered all over the area, and the heat was almost unbearable, even to those at a safe distance. The large oxen beast cried in pain, coughing up its black blood, before going limp. Natsu barely managed to crawl of the thing before collapsing face first next to it, utterly exhausted. Urza, Naruto, and Wendy showed up next to him soon after, also tired, but far less so. You know what? Naruto started. You just knocked out a Biju. That was freaking awesome, he complimented, prompting Natsu to give him a wide, toothy grin. Danzo sat next to Kakashi, who was lying flat on his back, unable to move due to chakra exhaustion. Did we win? He said between haggard breaths. The old war hawk grunted in affirmation. I must say, I'm surprised. The beast is down, for now at least. The Akatsuki member seems to be dead as well. But, Kakashi started, forcing himself to sit up. Obito is still around here somewhere, as is probably Sasuke. What do we do now? It seems that Naruto and the red-haired woman still have some fight left in them. We're not done yet. Oh, but you are. A voice rang out. Everybody looked up to see Obito, his mask firmly in place once more. What shocked many, though, was the figure that came out of his mask shortly after in a swirl of energy, a blue-haired figure to be exact. Urza was speechless. Jello, she asked slowly, barely finding her voice. She then noticed his clothes and the staffs on his back. No, Mistogen, she thought to herself. Said man had seen better days. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was covered in bruises, cuts, and dirt. I'm surprised at your resilience, Konoha, fairy tale. But the day is still mine. You're even more exhausted than before, and now I can send you back to the elemental nations, courtesy of Jello, here. Obito announced, leaning down and grabbing a staff from Mistogen's back. He rose the staff to the sky, and the clouds opened up, creating a large swirl. With my Sharingan, dimensional travel is quite possible for me. But for multiple people, Jalal's knowledge of the anima was quite fortunate. Now we all leave, he yelled. Everybody soon felt their magic power being drained. The buildings began to dissolve and fly up into the rift above the village. Everybody began panicking. Obito smirked before he felt a hand grab his arm holding the staff. It was Mistogen. How did you, he started before being interrupted. You won't be taking these people. A light flashed, and the village was gone, its inhabitants with it. Dark Guild Konoha, end. The battle has come to an end. But the story is far from over. Yamato looked at the site of what used to be the village. There was nothing, just a snow-like substance that coated the ground in heaps. The council mages around him had similar expressions, and all fighting had stopped. Konohagakure was gone, again. Be thankful we weren't allowed here for the battle, Charles said mockingly, happy floating right next to her. Naruto dusted off his clothes. Do you know where they went? Edalus. Our homeworld. Natsu slammed his fists together. Then that's where we go. To get them all back. Akatsuki. Naruto yelled in shock, pointing at a moderately sized group of people ahead of them. Almost instantly, Deidara had his palm over Naruto's mouth. Shut up, kid. You want us to get busted by the king, That Nightwalker chick is scary. Wendy pointed a shaky finger at Kisame. Why are you all here? You should be dead. Nagato sat at a table in front of the gathered mages and shinobi. Welcome to our hideout. We are the Akatsuki, a rebel group of Edalis, and devoted to taking down the king and saving our people.